Creepypasta, 24 Hours with Masky. Written by Wolfsbane54. Chapter 1. Prologue. Levi's POV. I was walking down the sidewalk in my neighborhood, after having a big fight with my parents, shouting that I would not be coming back. They were trying to change me, even though I was a senior in high school and perfect capable of knowing what I wanted to do with my life. Too bad my pride blinded me from the truth of my parents' words, however wrong it was for them to voice them. I sighed heavily, placing my headphones on my head. I always carried them with me. Music always calmed me and washed away the stress of the reality around me. Levi, you are an idiot, I told myself. As Duality from Set It Off started to play, from the headphones. The wind ruffles my blonde hair that wasn't trapped under my headphones, causing me to shudder and zip up my jacket. I should go home and apologize, I told myself, passing a black van. I was so caught up in my thoughts. It never occurred to me that something was wrong. My headphones covered up the too quiet street. That when I felt arms grabbed me, and a bag being thrown over my head, I barely had time to react, blindly throwing my fists out, hoping to connect with something in my struggle. I could vaguely tell I was surrounded. I'm not getting abducted without a fight, you bastards. I fought and struggled, trying to make as much noise as I could. Somehow, by some miracle, my fists connected with a jaw. My silent achievement was rewarded, by my own face receiving a hit. That punch was enough to shake my brain, giving my abductors enough time to pin me. I felt a prick on the inside of my arm, and before I had time to do anything, my eyes against my own will began to close. That's cheating, I mumbled, as sleep won the battle. Chapter 2. I was used to waking up alert, and well rested in my room, to the sound of my alarm clock, that I have thrown so many times against the wall it was amazing it still worked. However, this time felt different. I opened my eyes, and everything looked blurry and too bright. I couldn't focus, even blinking my eyes trying to clear them, proved to not work. I shivered slightly. I was cold. I hate waking up cold, I thought groggily. I lifted my hand up in front of my eyes trying to block the too bright, blinding lights that pierced my vision. That seemed to help a bit. My eyesight was beginning to clear up, and things were beginning to take shape. My brain still felt like jelly though. My limbs felt numb too, with pins and needles running through them, like they had been asleep. As the fog in my brain began to clear, it seemed my hearing had decided to come back. I could faintly make out a beeping noise, but it didn't sound like my alarm clock. Looking at the hand shielding my eyes, I could see a clip connect to one of my fingers. This confused me. The wall beyond my hand was too white and clean. Unlike my bedrooms. This isn't my room, my brain finally concluded. Good job, brain. Now let's see if we can figure out where we are. I tried to sit up, fumbling at first, like every muscle in my body was asleep. I was in a white gown, with wired attached to my chest. It felt like they helped restricted my movements even more. The wires all lead to a machine that stood beside my bed, even the clip on my finger was connected to it. Monitoring my vitals, I concluded. Maybe. Blankets covered my lower half of my torso. This all reminded me vaguely of a hospital. Am I in a hospital? I began to panic. Why was I in a hospital? I had to take a few minutes to calm my breathing, trying not to tire myself out further. I felt so tired and I had just woken up. Being drowsy, and my muscles still tingling with pin and needles, I decided to stay in the bed and observe more of my surroundings. I was willing my body and mind to wake up, so I could recall why I was here. I glanced around the room noticing that it was nearly empty. The walls, the floor, and the furniture, everything was blistering white. A bookshelf was placed against the wall to my right. Across from me was an ivory white couch with a digital clock above it. The angry red numbers on it drew my attention. 23 hours 21 minutes and 46 seconds. It was counting down. Why is a clock counting down? I was awake enough to conclude that it was not a normal clock. It had a place for hours, minutes, and seconds. I noted to keep track of the time. The time had to be important somehow. On the far wall from the bed stood what looked like was a cabinet, that had 12 drawers, all were numbered. Each with their own lock. There were 2 doors that were in the room. One was located beside the cabinet. It was an ordinary white door, with a silver knob. The second was directly in front of the bed. It looked like the type of door one would think to find in a psycho ward. There was a small barred window at head level. The doorknob was non-existent. A small keycard slot in the wall beside it with a small red blinking light. The worst thing about how strange this room felt, was the giant mirror, that filled the wall to my left. It was the kind of mirror a person would expect to see in a dance studio or something, only without the railing. I looked into my own green eyes. Despite feeling tired, they were also filled with fear and confusion. My right eye had a dark bruise around it. My blonde hair was a mess, too. What happened to me last night? Everything was so fuzzy, when I tried to think back on it. I decided to try and take it slow, as I tried to get out of bed, taking great care to make sure my footing was sure. After all, my muscles still felt like they had pins and needles. I looked and the clock again. It read, 23 hours 1 minute and 35 seconds. I was shocked, a whole hour had gone by. Was my brain on slow mode or something? It had taken me a whole hour to get myself standing upright. At least my head was clearer now. My head snapped to door with the barred window. Shuffling footstep noises and hushed murmurs outside the room caught my attention. They were getting closer to the door with no handle. Hold him tight. A deep voice shouted from the other side of the hall. Multiple grunts were heard shortly after. A couple of heads of hair flashed in the barred window. I stood unsteadily beside the bed, gripping the railing in anticipation and fear. Are they going to come in here? A beep could be heard on the outside of the door. The red light on the keycard scan flashed to green for a moment. The door was opened instantly. 5 men in white security uniforms shoved another guy inside the room, then just as fast, slammed the door shut behind him. The latch made a sickening clicking noise. The little light turned red again. God, I hope this isn't a psycho ward. Then it hit me. I am stuck in this room with this guy who may or may not be crazy. I stood as still as I could, rooted to the side of the bed, observing my new roommate. After a few moments my eyes flickered to the clock again, then back the new guy. 22 hours 58 minutes and 23 seconds. I tried to get my eyes to clear up more, so I could get a good look at the guy, who had moved to having one knee on the floor, still catching his breath, from the obvious struggle he had put up in the hall. He was taller than me. He had short dark brown hair, eyes that were the same color as his hair, with dark circles under them. It looked like he hadn't slept in years. He was dressed in a white t-shirt, loose white pants, and matching slippers. I was kind of jealous that they gave this guy shirts and pants to wear. They had put me in a hospital gown, thankfully one that did not have an open back. As if sensing my stare, he lifted his head and locked eyes with me, for a brief moment. My hand tightened on the bed railing, at having been caught staring, but I couldn't help it. I was curious about my new roommate. I also wanted to know if he was crazy or not. He didn't look crazy. It had sounded like he put up quite a fight out in the hallway, when those guys in white threw him into the room. The guy scoffed, averting his gaze instantly, as if I was just an annoyance. He turned to the door, his back to me, running his hands all over it, as if it was going to open magically. I had so many questions to ask him. Maybe he knew what was going on. I mean, the guy seemed to know, seeing how he was examining the door. He had also seen what was outside the door. I looked to the clock again. 22 hours 55 minutes and 2 seconds. That clock was counting down for a reason, too. I needed answers. Do you know where we are? I asked, my voice coming out rather soft and groggy. The guy whipped his head around to face me, with a narrowed gaze. What's your name? He asked, ignoring my question. His voice was rough. I tried to clear my throat, to get rid of the grogginess in my voice. Standing was still dizzying. I placed my head on the wall, to further steady myself. Levi. The guy turned his gaze to the mirror wall, as he slowly made his way to the two white couch. Well, Levi, seeing that you have a 4 in your arm, I'm going to assume you were and still are being drugged. You have no idea what's going on here. He stated, fixing me with his narrowed gaze again. My eyes went wide. Why hadn't I thought of that? It would explain why it was taking me so long to fully wake up, and why my muscles felt like dead weight. I looked at my arm that had the 4 needle in it, and followed the tubes attached to it to the 4 bag that hung so innocently near the heart monitor. That was why my vitals were being monitored, too. It was dangerous how they were sedating me. I quickly yanked the 4 out of my arm, and the wires connected to the monitor off my chest. Slightly wobbling, as I did it. I looked back to the clock. 22 hours 49 minutes and 45 seconds. I had that 4 in me since I had woken up, for the last hour, feeding me some sort of sedative to keep me from being full aware. I mentally berated myself for being so stupid, as I placed my hand over the puncture wound the 4 left, to keep it from bleeding. I really wanted to sit down, but not back on the bed, against my instincts telling me not to. I decided to take a chance and walk to the couch, where my strange roommate sat. Swallowing the lump that had formed in my throat, I approached him, cautiously. Do you know what's going on? Where are we? I asked. The guy seemed to be ignoring me. So I reached out my hand, to tap him on the shoulder. Before my hand even made contact, he guy's eyes turned to meet mine once again, with a look of annoyance, clear in them, causing me to move away from him. His eyes flickered from mine to behind me. I turned my head around to see that he was motioning toward the mirror wall. Why? Is there something special about it? This confused me. As I was turning to look at him once again, the guy surprised me by grabbing the back of my neck roughly, pulling me close. I stiffened instantly, as surprise and fear seemed to pulse through me. He turned to fully face me and buried his face in the crook of my neck. His actions caused me to panic, and struggle, trying to push him off. Stop it! He growled, menacingly, in my ear. I instantly froze, my hands on his shoulder, breathing heavily. Even in my short attempt of a struggle. It was like he had an iron grip in that one hand on my neck. That is a two-way mirror, his breath, ghosted across my skin. I shivered, fear creeping through my very being. We're being studied. Just go sit down and don't do anything stupid. He roughly pushed me away, and started looking around the room some more. The fear I was feeling seemed to intensify the longer I was in this room. Even more, now that I realized my roommate knew what was going on and not willing to share. His aura didn't help either. My instinct for fight or flight seemed to spike for some reason around him. For the first time in my life I could successfully recognize what fear and confusion and helplessness felt like. And I did not like the feeling. Not knowing what else to do, I decided to follow his instructions, and for the moment forgive his rude and odd behavior. Chapter 3. 20 hours 40 minutes and 32 seconds. Almost 2 hours had passed. My mysterious roommate had spent the time to rummage through the room multiple times. He had found the bathroom, behind the second door, with nothing but a toilet and toilet paper, and no window. All 12 drawers on the cabinet were indeed locked. He had moved all the movable furniture, took apart the bed I was sitting on, and all the books on the bookshelf were scattered on the floor. For the last 20, he had been on the floor, looking through every single page of each book. I was curled up on the couch, half asleep, mostly of boredom. I was just waiting, and watching. Honestly, I didn't want to make this guy mad. After all, it was just me and him for the next 20 hours. Who knew what was going to happen after that? I needed to stay out of his way and stay on his good side. He knew what was going on, and I wanted his help in getting out of here and back home. I watched him with mild curiosity. The fear from 2 hours ago, gone now since he had started searching through the room. He was still nameless to me. He had yet to offer his name. Should I ask? So, do you got a name? I asked, my curiosity winning over my nervousness. My eyes flickered to the clock, out of habit now. 20 hours 22 minutes and 4 seconds. Masky, he answered, his tone clipped. He was engrossed in what he was doing. Masky. Who names their kid Masky? This guy / Masky was obviously not going to give me his real name. This kind of pissed me off. I decided to ignore the fake name. After all, he probably had his reasons. So, what are you doing, exactly? I was bored, and I was curious. He looked up at me, with that same annoyed expression. His eyes seemed to roll over to the two-way mirror. He stared at it. You know what I'm doing. He seemed to be talking to whoever was watching us, then to me. I glanced between the mirror and him. This guy has to know something I didn't, and if Masky wasn't going to tell me, I can at least assist in whatever he was doing. Do you want help? I asked, sitting up. This time he looked at me with a bored, and only a slightly annoyed expression, this time. After a few moments, he looked at me with a different expression all of a sudden. His brow knitted together, as he cocked his head to the side. He looked to the mirror, then back to me, pinning me with a glare. Shit. Did he think I was in on all this? Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't. I said, putting my hands out in front of me in a I mean no harm gesture. My fear had resurfaced, and was telling me to get out. But I couldn't, I was trapped in this room. The bathroom had no lock, so it would be useless to run in there. My eyes flicked to the clock again. I was suddenly wishing it would hurry up and finish counting down, right now. 22 hours 10 minutes and 18 seconds. The moment my eyes left him, Masky was on me in an instant, shoving me down on the couch. He managed to position himself on my stomach, wrapping his hands around my neck, faster than what I thought possible, choking me. His eyes were dark and intense as I struggled to breathe. I kicked, and coughed, as I tried to somehow throw him off of me. I threw punches, and struggled, I even tried to scratch at his hands. The whole time, he didn't even budge, almost like my efforts didn't make a difference. He was stronger than me. His grip was getting tighter, cutting off my airways. I could feel my movements start to slow, and my eyes rolling back into my head. Masky turned his head toward the mirror again. Is this what you want? He shouted, his grip tightened even more than before. I couldn't go out like this. I started thrashing around violently again, trying once more to dislodge him. I refused to die like this. Come on, Levi, fight. Fight. I chanted to myself. As I struggled with renewed vigor, I absent-mindedly felt the couch cushion shift off the couch. We both tumbled to the floor. During the fall, the landing dislodged Masky's grip from my throat. I rolled over, holding myself up on my hands and knees, heaving through coughs. Trying to suck in much-needed oxygen to my lungs. Once I got my breath back, I redirected my attention back to Mask, who despite what just happened looked distracted, but I didn't care. "What is wrong with you?" I shouted, as I shoved him, trying to get him further away from me, my anger fueling me for the moment. "What the hell did I ever do to you?" I raised my hand to return the favor, and punch him in his stupid face. Masky caught my fist, just as I was about to land a solid punch, without even looking. I felt myself stiffen. How the hell? In the back of my head I silently noted that, I would never win in a fight with this guy. Masky lifted and pointed a finger to the couch, with his free hand. I followed, his gaze instantly. There under the cushion that was knocked off, was a ring of keys. Masky let go of my fist, and grabbed the keys. I looked at them as he examined them. They were numbered, and there were 12 of them. My mood swiftly shifted to curiosity, for the moment forgetting our slight tussle, and pushed him toward the cabinet. We emptied the entire cabinet, laying the contents in between us. We sat across from each other going over everything. Silently, I grouped the items by the order of drawers. Drawer 1, 48 granola bars. Drawer 2, 6 water bottles. Drawer 3, Marvel t-shirt, blue jeans, and black Converse. The clothes I remember wearing last. Drawer 4, 1 tan jacket, black jeans, black t-shirt, and black boots. Drawer 5, 4 blankets. Drawer 6, 3 packs of cards. Drawer 7, 2 packs of cigarettes and 4 packs of matches. Drawer 8, 2 needles and 1 bottle of anesthesia. Drawer 9, 2 knives. Drawer 10, 2 hammers. Drawer 11, 1 pair of handcuffs. Drawer 12, an assortment of key cards. We both sat there in silence. I was thinking over what all these items represented, what they meant, and how they related to the people behind the mirror. Why would they give us weapons? The situation was literally not looking good from my point of view. Chapter 4. 18 hours and 38 seconds. My eyes strayed to the clock. For the last 4 hours, Masky had checked all the clothes, even mine, thoroughly. He mentioned something about possible tracking devices, or something. The clothes were clean and device-free. I don't know why they would change me, just to give me back my clothes. He muttered, with irritation. I was just glad to not have to wear that gown anymore. My clothes never felt so comfortable. Plus, my dignity had taken enough blows today, or night, or whatever time of day it was on the outside. I will never take windows for granted again. Masky changed into the simple pair of black jeans, tan t-shirt, tan jacket, and black boots. While he changed, I decided it was in our best interest to try the key cards and get out of this room, and Masky, the guy, really creeped me out for some reason. Walking up to the door, and began to try all the key cards. So far, none were working. It's pointless, Masky said, from his spot on the floor, as he inspected each weapon. It literally unnerved me with how casually he was handling them. This guy was so not normal. I gave him a glare. One of these key cards had to work. I was honestly trying to stay away from him as much as possible now. Once I got out of this mess, I hope to God that I never see him again. Out of pure stubbornness, I tried the last key card, praying that it would be my way out. The light stayed red. Of course he was right. None of the cards worked on the door. How did you know they wouldn't work? I turned toward him, my back to the door, frustration taking over. Was he part of this? Masky ignored my question, looking at the cigarettes, scoffing and throwing them over his shoulder. Not a good sign. He mumbled. They know more than they should. I waited a beat hoping he would answer. He didn't, and this frustrated me further. He knew something I didn't. I was kidnapped and put in this room with him, and I deserved answers, starting with his knowledge of this place. I said, how did you know that the cards wouldn't work? Along with frustration, came paranoia and restlessness. It was continuously gnawing at my fight or flight instincts. It was starting to drive me crazy by this point. I was on the brink of panic. "Get it together, Levi." He looked up at me, probably noticing the panic at the edge of my voice. "This is a puzzle," he finally said with a sigh. "There are things that fit in the puzzle, and things that seem like they fit." He looked back down, and picked up a water bottle, inspecting it. "But they are just put there to mess with your head." I threw the keycards down in frustration. "You know, dude, things would progress a lot faster if you would just talk to me. I do not deserve nor like being looked down on. You acting like a jerk face, and it's really eating at my patience, and you're asking for a good punch in the face." I shouted at him. I just had to let out some this pent-up adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins, ever since I realized I might never get to go home again. Can I be any more of a wimp? I was breathing hard, feeling only slightly better. This time it was Masky, who looked at the clock, during my ranting. Looking slightly annoyed and uninterested, but did not interrupt. Probably realized I needed to release my frustration on someone. 17 hours 50 minutes and 12 seconds. He put the water bottle down, staring at me. He got up, and started walking toward me, to face me properly. "Listen, Levi," he reached out for me. I instinctively backed away from him. My trust for him, long gone after that choking incident on the couch. He stopped advancing, letting out a sigh again. "All right, fine. I'm sorry for choking you. I know that we don't trust each other, but for the time being, we need to cooperate with one another, if we're going to get out of here." "You mean you want me to cooperate with you?" I spat. "I'm not stupid, Mask." This guy was walking a fine line. He froze, his eyes wide. He seemed speechless for a moment. "You're right. It's been a while since I've talked to someone like you." He rubbed his neck, trying to find the words that would convince me to trust him again, at least until we escaped anyway. "Let's make a deal. I'll be more accommodating to you, but I need you to understand the gravity of the situation." Finally, I crossed my arms and scowled at him. "I'm listening." It was about time he filled me in. "From the look of that stuff over there." He nodded his head towards the items from the drawers. "These people might be playing a game of survival with us." I uncrossed my arms, walking up to Masky with intensity. "Wait," I said, as I stopped directly in front of him. I needed to clarify what he was telling me, because it was just too ridiculous, what he was telling me. This is stuff you see in criminal shows and movies. I began to whisper, remembering some of those movies and shows, my eyes flickering around the room. "Are you saying they want us to kill each other?" He nodded. "I don't want to kill you," I said, looking him in the eyes again. "I didn't want to kill anyone. I mean, Masky was a jerk, but nobody deserved to die." He chuckled, seeming to find what I whispered funny. He leaned into my ear and whispered, "Yeah, I don't think that's the case." He inhaled. I could feel his breath on my neck, making the hair on the back of my neck to stand up. These people seem to know a lot about me. I'm not exactly safe to be around. I jerked back away from him, getting distance between us. "What do you mean?" I needed to know why he wasn't safe. Because there was not safe, then there was not safe, as in get the hell away as far as possible not safe. He didn't answer me, and just turned to go sit down on the couch. That did not make me feel any better about this situation. Chapter 5. 16 hours 24 minutes and 17 seconds. My eyes flickered to the clock. The two of us were on opposite sides of the room. I had been taking the silent hour to recuperate. I had eaten 3 granola bars, and guzzled down a bottle and a half of water. After all that, I was feeling much better. At the moment, I was shuffling through the deck of cards. Masky had been staring at the same page in a random book for the whole time. He seemed to be thinking about something intensely. I was bored, and had started to add cards from the other decks, trying to see how many cards I could shuffle at once. It was too quiet in the room. If I had my headphones and iPod, I would be listening to my music, to drown out the silence, and my thoughts. Music always helped calm my nerves, and right now I really needed my music. I looked over at Masky. The wheels in my head were turning. Was I going to be able to go home? What would happen once the timer ran out? Why was this room filled with this stuff? Were they part of the puzzle Masky had mentioned? What did these people want? Why was Masky saying he wasn't safe? Was he going to kill me? These thoughts were not helping to keep me calm. The panic was starting to settle in my gut once again. I had to do something, now. I couldn't sit around and do nothing. I was not going to just roll over and die, like some pansy. My paranoia, and frustration getting the better of me, I grabbed a hammer, and ran up to the mirror and attempted to smash it against the glass, trying to break it. After a couple of swings, the mirror stayed perfectly intact. I slid my back against the perfectly smooth mirror into a sitting position, resting my head on my knees. Not even a crack. Nothing. And I had hit that stupid mirror with all the strength I possessed. And nothing. I wanted to cry. Heavy footsteps hurried towards me. What were you thinking? Masky's voice was panicking. He grabbed my wrists, pulling me to my feet, dragging me to the couch, away from the accursed mirror. Even if it broke, what do you think would have happened? What if there's an entire army in there? We wouldn't have a chance. Not just the two of us. His voice was dangerously low. It's better than doing nothing. I growled back at him. I wanted to chew him out, punch him, shout at him, something other than mumbling to each other. He placed a hand behind me. I flinched, still not trusting to even be this near him. It was already embarrassing enough that I was having a breakdown in front of another guy. He paused, looking away towards the wall as he awkwardly patted my back. Was he trying to comfort me? Just hold on a bit longer. I'm forming a plan. He whispered, smirking slightly. This was the first time he showed any emotion besides annoyance and distrust. He looked better when he smiled. I bet he has girls falling at his feet on the outside. After another hour passed, Masky began to rearrange the room. He had put the four-rack next to the door and spread 2 light blankets out in front of the mirror. The 4 remaining water bottles had been placed in front of the blankets and took the caps off. On the other side of the room, he began piling all the extra clothes, blankets, and pillows. He motioned for me to stand up, as he began covering the couch with the 2 remaining blanket. He stuffed the pile of cards underneath the edges of the blankets. Walking over to the pile of items, he handed me one of the hammers. He filled the 2 needles with the liquid sedative, making sure to put the caps back on the needle tips, and placed them in his pocket. Once he was done, he sat on the floor, patting the space next to him. I sat down hesitantly, eyeing the pocket that held the needles. "Remember our deal?" he said, drawing my eyes to his. I nodded. "You have to trust me, okay?" I nodded again. He leaned toward me, lightly placing his hand on the back of my neck, sliding his fingers in my hair. He pulled me forward, placing his lips upon mine. I could feel my eyes widen. My body froze. What is happening? What is he doing? Why is he kissing me, all of a sudden? He did know I was a guy, right? I didn't know what to do, or how to react, so I just stayed still. He began to slide his lips from mine to my cheek. "Play along. I'm going to explain the plan." He began to tangle his fingers in my hair, getting closer to my ear. "Something like this will distract them from really listening." "Oh, now I get it." He didn't mean none of this. We were finally going to try and escape. This got me out of my shock state, and I began to play along. Or tried to play along as best I could. I had yet to find that special someone to have my first kiss with, much less fake a make-out session with. All I could do was mimic couples I had seen in high school, or around town. Hooking my arms around him, moving my head slightly as if we were really kissing. I was a little stiff and awkward the whole time he was going over the plan. Honestly, I hoped that I could remember everything that he said. Being touched at all by a stranger, much less a guy, was a terrifying experience. I couldn't stop shaking. And I could tell if it was because of my instincts were telling me to stay away from Masky, or just my nerves, or the fake make-out with Masky. However, not once did he touch me inappropriately though. Small touches on my back, neck, and in my hair. Things to make it look like we were being intimate without any feeling behind it. When the clock reached 14:30 we would make our move. At the moment the clock read 15 hours 30 minutes and 55 seconds. For the next hour, the two of us just sat together. We talked in hushed tones about nothing in particular. For some reason, that I could not figure out why, my face felt like it was burning. I told him about my family, my life, interest, and hobbies. I made sure to not tell him where I lived, names, and places I liked to visit though. Just as a precaution. I didn't really want him to be able to find me, if I ever made me back home. Through the whole thing, he just sat and listened, with for the first time seemed like genuine interest. It was a nice change to the hectic day. I felt like I was talking to any regular friend. But I didn't know anything about Masky. So, Masky, what's your life like? Masky looked away from me, and I could tell that my question made him uneasy. He rubbed his face tiredly. I guess, I have a couple of friends. His tone at the end sounded on edge. Like there was a double meaning, included. It confused me. He sighed, again. Levi, I can't really tell you a lot about me. I could understand that, we didn't really trust each other. I guess, I like doing normal stuff, I never really had a family, so hearing about yours was interesting. Thanks for that. He paused, and looked at me again, like he was trying to think of more to say. His gaze seemed softer this time. Without warning, Masky suddenly reached for my face. I did everything in my power not to flinch from him. We were making progress, he was starting to act like a normal person, and not aggressive anymore. His fingertips caressed the skin around my right eye for a moment. I winced in pain, from the contact. Sorry, he pulled his hand back. Do you know how you got that? His voice was quiet, and a little angry. I couldn't understand why, it was just a black eye. Not my first one and it won't be my last. I shrugged. I think it might have happened, when they kidnapped me. I see. He looked to the floor in front of him, with a small grimace. He looked up to the clock suddenly, causing me to look, too. 14 hours 32 minutes and 14 seconds. We need to get started. He stood up, pulling me to my feet with him. I nodded, a small smile making its way on my face. Overall, Masky didn't seem like a bad guy. Maybe a little crazy and paranoid, but not bad. For a moment, I thought I seen a smile on his lips, but if it was there it was gone, in a blink of an eye. The two of us got to work. I couldn't help but look at the mirror once, trying to peer behind it. My own reflection just stared back at me. Nothing. Shrugging, I grabbed 2 bottles and dosed the blankets in water. Once that was done, I did the same to the mirror. Masky had kept the second hammer, it was hanging from his belt loop. He picked up one of the wet blankets and placed it on one side of the mirror, with a smirk. I put the second blanket on the other side of the mirror. Effectively covering the whole thing, and blocking our kidnapper's view of us for the moment. The blankets wouldn't stick for long, so we had to hurry. Now silence was the key. Masky began wheeling the gurney at an angle, beside the door. After that, he took the needle from the fore, sticking it in an odd angle in the key slot. The red blinking light switched from red to green, and the door unlatched. The card machine began to emit a small smoke. He opened the door wide, but didn't leave the room. While he did all that, I walked over to the couch and lit some matches, setting one of the playing cards, setting the others on fire like kindling. The fire on the couch began to spread quicker than I thought it would. It somewhat bothered me, as smoke began to fill the room. What if this didn't work? I worried. I didn't make a sound though. I had promised to trust Masky's plan, and I would do just about anything to get out of here. Masky was kneeling beside the door, behind the gurney, urging me silently to come and take cover. An alarm sounded throughout the building. Whether it was because of the fire, or a security alarm, I couldn't be sure. It was shrilling like a banshee's scream. Red and blue lights began flashing out in the hallway. I quickly ran over to Masky, hiding behind the gurney with him. No turning back, to us stayed as still as corpses, and waited. Men in the same white security guard uniforms from before began to flood into the room, shouting at one another. If I counted right, there were 10. A couple had already began to put out the fire. 2 were taking the blankets off the mirror. The rest were searching the room for us. Go. Masky whispered to me, over there shouting. We both held the bars of the gurney tightly, pulling it in front of the door, as fast as possible, trapping the men inside the room. It would buy us some time. Masky grabbed my wrist, in a death grip, pulling me into a sprint down the hall. Where are we going? I wheezed, trying to keep up, and to avoid being dragged. It felt like his grip was going to crush my bones. Masky rounded a corner, ignoring my question and me tripping over my feet to stay upright, pulling out one of the needles in his pocket. He pulled the cap off with his teeth. Once we rounded the corner, he shoved me against the opposite wall and crouched beside me. He peered around the corner and squirted the liquid out of the needle a little, much like a doctor would on those cheesy TV shows. Looking at me, he put a finger up to his mouth as if to shush me. I nodded. Seeing my understanding, Masky ran out from behind the corner and out of sight. I could hear grunts and small amounts of cursing. Then silence. Did he get caught? He probably got caught. Stealing my fear, I peeked around the corner, catching a glimpse of 3 men lying on the ground. One had the needle sticking out of his neck. Masky was hovering over the second and third with the hammer in his hand. Blood was splattered on his arm that held the hammer, and puddled on the floor, around them. Seeing him standing there, covered in blood, he looked calm. He wasn't even fazed by what he'd just done. Chills ran down my spine. This isn't the first time he's done this. Masky returned to me, grabbing my arm and pulling me along once again. To say I was shocked was an understatement. I was terrified. My legs were wobbling beneath me. Did you kill those men? I asked. Masky seemed to glare at my question. Probably. He said, voice cold. We can't focus on that right now. We need to get out of here. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to continue to carry me. These halls were never ending. Everything looked the same, blinding white, just like the room. Each corner began to blur with the next. Masky continued to drag me behind him, at a fast pace, showing no signs of slowing. Every guard that we came across was the same as the others. Masky would tell me to wait, sharp pounding noises and grunts would fill my ears, then there would be that vivid, contrasting red blood, that stained the white floor. All of a sudden, just when I was starting to think nothing would change and would drop from all the running, and pent of fear, there was a change. Instead of rounding the next corner, Masky pulled us into a dark room. He pulled the blinds down on the door window, and made me crouch underneath it. Listen for footsteps, he ordered. Silently, I looked around the room, littered with shelves and boxes that seemed to fill the small space. It reminded of some sort of storage or evidence room you see on TV. Weird trinkets, knickknacks, and really just junk spilled from the boxes. One of the boxes near me, I saw my Skullcandy headphones and MP3, just laying there, discarded on top. My babies. I silently rejoiced, not caring if Masky said something. I snagged my beloved headphones and put them around my neck, stuffing the cord and MP3 in my pants pocket. I heard Masky grunt disapprovingly, but chose to ignore it. Resuming my lookout duty, he had assigned me. Masky rummaged around the shelf for a brief moment, stopping at one container and pulling out what looked like a black and white mask. A mask? Really? All this for a stupid mask? I gawked at him, unbelieving. If he's been an ass all because of a mask, I will deck him. I silently raged. At least that explains his fake name now. He just missed his mask. Maybe he is crazy. I crossed my arms, re-evaluating my assessment of the guy who dragged me down several hallways for a stupid mask. And not the way out. I grouched. Thumping noises began to fill the hall, getting close at a fast pace. Masky, I called as quietly as possible. Yes, I thought he might actually be crazy, but he did say he knew how to get out of this place. Shit. He ran over to me, stuffing the mask in his coat pocket. We peeked out the blinds briefly, seeing that people were slowing down at the door. Voices boomed from outside. He might have gone in here to pick up that creepy mask. Did you draw the blinds? One was saying. Oh, they knew him well. No sir, it's against policy to close the blinds. We should take a look. The other said. Not allowed to close the blinds? Then why do they have them? I wondered, like a complete moron. Yeah, the boss will throw a fit if we don't check every square inch of this place. The two of us scampered to the other side of the room and into the small janitorial closet. Masky placed me behind the door and opened it, so that I was hidden. While he stood on the other side of the opening, pressed against the wall. Through the crack of the door, I could see his chest was rising and falling slowly. Not even fazed by any of this. He was totally calm. His eyes were cold, void of any humanity. Predator. My brain supplied. Making feel very grateful, I was not the focus of those eyes. There was something off about Masky, besides his fake now, but he definitely was used to fighting. Maybe he was here longer than I realized. The two men entered the room, leaving the door open and flipping on the light switch. This room always freaked me out. One of them said, shuddering, opening up all the blinds. Have you seen how many dolls are in here, Todd? Shut up, John. The other barked. As they began to search the room. Now, that guy mentioned it. I looked at the room of what I could see of it from my hiding spot. This room did have dolls in here. I felt myself go ghost white and still, literally couldn't breathe. I hate dolls. Chucky, creepy looking, glassy eye dolls, that stare at me unblinking, with their unchanging expressions. Why did he have to point that out? I silently cried. To get my mind off my slight phobia of the creepy dolls, I turned my eyes back to Masky, and matched his breathing, so I wouldn't blow our cover. I watched as Masky gripped his hammer at the ready. Todd drew closer, flashlight shining through the dim areas. He reached the closet, poking his head in. Everything started happening too fast. Masky jumped the man, swung his hammer into the side of his head. The other man, John, pressed a button on his radio. Room 315, evidence and conduits. He shouted into it. Masky was on him in an instant, tackling John to the floor and raising the hammer again. 3 more men filtered into the room, 2 grabbed Masky by the arms and forced him off the other man. The third grabbed the hammer, leaning his face toward his radio. Subject, Masky. In custody. Returning to detainment cell 222. Subgroup, proxy. Oh no. I got to do something. I panicked, going with my gut instinct. I couldn't let them take him. He did help me escape that room. He promised we would both get out of here. Masky did everything to make sure I was out of harm's way, to hide me in case one of us was captured. He might be crazy, who isn't in this world? I crept out from my hiding place, purposely ignoring the creepy dolls, holding my hammer with a shaky hand. I have to do this. I steeled up my resolve and ran up to the men, hammer raised, bringing it down on one of the men holding Masky. I aimed for the head, but ended up hitting the man on the back. He let go of Masky, from pure surprise. They must have thought me and Mask had split up. Masky acted instantly, punching the other guy in the temple as hard as he could, knocking the man out. John and the other man were quickly reaching to restrain him again. Masky yanked my hammer from my hand faster than I could see, giving everything that was happening all at once around me. He kicked one of the men in his chest, pushing him back, and swung at John. The hammer connected. Now only 3 remained. The one that I had attacked turned to me, grabbing by the throat and shoving me to the floor. I struggled to get free. Thankfully his grip was not as strong as Masky's had been. I was able to squirm out of the man's grip, and get to my feet. Swiftly kicking the man in the face as hard as I could. He went down. I growled as I rubbed my throat. Why was that everyone's go-to spot when fighting me, or trying to kill me? Not cool. I kicked him again for good measure. I heard a quiet chuckling and looked up. Masky was sitting on a pile of unconscious bodies, watching me, with a grin on his face. My blood was pumping with adrenaline and fear, my whole body was tingling all over from it. A small part of me felt empowered by the sensation. I let a raw breath, trying to calm down. Not bad, Masky said, smirking. He stood up and handed me back my hammer. I think it's time you meet my friends. He said, laughing a little. Friends. He gave me the second hammer to hold, while he secured the creepy mask on his face. Giving it another look, I noticed it had feminine feature more distinctly, black lips, black around the eyes, and very surprised looking black eyebrows. The more I looked at it, the more I felt like I seen it somewhere before, but that was impossible, right? We should be safe now. He shrugged. That guy said they caught me. The whole facility should have lowered their guard. He said, taking back his hammer. I looked at my hands, then at the man I had knocked out. I hope I didn't kill him. Okay. We exited the room. Masky still sprinted, way too fast, but finally he brought us to a stop in front of a couple of large, white, heavy-looking double doors. During the entire time we were running, I found out that Masky was right, security had died down, quite a whole place was actually silent. A person would almost think it was abandoned or something. We barely met any trouble when making our way to these doors. Masky pushed at the doors, but they didn't budge. He looked at me, then the doors. I nodded and pushed with him, they still wouldn't open. Masky let out a groan, as we took a step back. And here, I was hoping not to rely on their help. I looked at the obstacle in our way, and noticed panel for fingerprint, keycard, and number pad. The door would open without all 3. We could backtrack and go get all the stuff. I tried, suggesting. He looked over at me, and I was hit with sudden feeling of dread and fear renew of him. It had to be because of the mask, or what? Seriously, what was with this guy? I shuddered slightly. Yeah, that would be a waste of time. The others are already here, anyway. He said, his voice cold. Before I could ask what he meant by they, the door slid open. A young boy with blonde hair, black eyes with reed pupils and a link costume poked his head in. He had red liquid streaking from his eyes and down his cheeks, most likely paint. What was he supposed to be, a Dawn of the Dead Link or something? It made me uneasy. First time in my life I can say I was weary of a Zelda character, especially Link. I thought to myself. Promising myself never to admit it to anyone. What? You don't want to see us, or something? Cosplay Link teased, at Masky. I'm hurt, Masky. Two more people walked in. One was holding a hatchet over his shoulder. He had messy brown hair, orange goggles, and a smiling guard mouth. He wore a decorative gray hoodie, gloves, jeans, and sneakers. The other a yellow hoodie, pulled over a strange-looking black ski mask. However, instead of holes for the mouth and eyes, there was red stitching in the form of a frowning face. He also wore gloves, plain jeans, and sneakers. He held a rusted-looking pipe over his shoulder, in the same manner of the other one. You have all your belongings? He asked in a detached tone. I took a step back, so that I was standing, slightly behind Masky. Were these his friends? Was that what he meant by they? These guys had to be my age or a little older. Why were they all dressed weird? Yeah. They didn't even try to hide them. Masky answered, shrugging. The one with the goggles seemed to be twitching, like he couldn't stay still. Are we bringing him? He stuttered, excitedly. As soon as their attention turned to me, I was nervous all over again, and it scared me that I didn't understand why. I had so many questions. Don't let them escape. Thundered a voice behind you. Turning around, there stood a man with smooth, neatly combed hair and lab coat. Behind him were about 50 security guards and what looked like doctors. My heart jumped to my throat. We were so screwed. Before I could turn to Masky, I felt a sharp sting at the base of my neck. Instantly my limbs began to feel weak, and my eyesight became fuzzy. I felt myself start to fall, my legs no longer able to hold me. Instead of meeting the floor, though, I fell against Masky. I felt as he slowly lowered me to the floor. Sorry, Levi. I heard him say, before my eyes closed against my will. Chapter 6. Masky's POV. Once Levi was asleep, my fellow proxies and I were able to flee the experimental facility without much of a problem, killing a majority of the employees. Those stupid humans didn't even make a move toward the boy, probably thought I killed him. They were a facility dedicated to capturing and experimenting on us, Poxies, even Slenderman himself. Like they would ever catch him. Ha! My fellow proxies and I had been running through the woods, away from the facility, and away from the approaching police cars. I had Levi, slung over my shoulder in a fireman's hold. Strangely enough, I was hunting Levi, before we were put in that room. I had thought he was like any other human, and at first treated him like all the others. Now, it wasn't so simple. I stopped running, causing the others to stop as well. What am I supposed to do with him now? Kill him, maybe. What are you going to do about him? Ben Drowned asked, seeing that I was pondering over ideas. You could ask Slenderman to let you keep him. Hoodie suggested. I could do that. I didn't really want to kill Levi now. My time trapped in a room with him had forced me to bond with my intended prey. And I had made our captors' deaths painful, for it. However, I didn't want to take Levi from his home. It was clear he didn't know who I was. He probably didn't know anything about us creepypastas. I could probably take him back to his house, and request that he was restricted from being hunted. At least until I was ready to resume, What was interrupted? Yeah, that's what I would do. I felt a smile creep its way on my face. Levi would live his life until I felt ready to take it? I have another idea. I told my proxy companions, going my separate way, to take Levi home. Upon reaching his home, I wasn't a bit surprised to learn that no one had noticed his absence yet. After all, he was only gone for 24 hours. His parents knew he liked to stay at a friend's house for a couple of days without warning. Had I not planned on returning him tonight, I was confident that after another day or so, he would have been missed. So, it made it very easy for me to sneak him into his bedroom, and placed him in his bed. Digging into my pockets, I pulled out some pills Slenderman had created should we get caught by those not on our kill list. It would wipe away any memory of the entire event, and more importantly me. The bruise on his eye, however, would be the only evidence of the adventure he had at the facility. The sedative still ran strong through his system, so there was no worries of him waking up. I had to coax the pill down his throat, a bit, before he swallowed on his own in his sleep. I removed the headphones he had grabbed from the evidence room and placed them on his nightstand, and tucked him under the blankets. Levi sighed contentedly in his sleep, and rolled on his side. I found myself inching closer to him, moving a few pieces of blonde hair that fell in front of his eyes. For the first time, getting a good look at his face, now that it wasn't littered with fear and confusion. He looked peaceful, for the first time, around me. Granted, it was because he was asleep, but still, if I had a heart, I would be more inclined to say, Levi intrigued me. But what kind of proxy would I be, if I admitted that? Levi had handled himself well. He was intelligent, quick on his feet, kind, and just the right amount of confidence, but definitely not the type of person to be in dangerous situations, like the past 24 hours. It would be fun to watch him go back to a normal life, only to throw it back into chaos. I went to his desk where his laptop sat, and wrote on a sticky note, Creepypastas, and stuck it on his laptop's screen. It would be more fun if he knew, or at least suspected, that we creepypastas existed. It was really no fun, having a prey not even know who I was, therefore not even showing the fear I so craved to see. The only warning I was willing to leave him, of my presence. Before I descended from his widow, I looked over him once more. 1 month, Levi, then I will have made up my mind, as to what your fate will be. I promised him, smiling behind my mask. Jumping to the ground, and running into the woods. Levi's POV. I was rudely awoken by my mom shaking my shoulder. For some reason my alarm clock had not gone off, like usual. I must have forgotten to set it. I usually don't forget to set my alarm clock like that, weird. I rubbed my head, the lights in my room, causing it to ache, making want to bury myself under the covers. I had a slight feeling of déjà vu at the thought. When did I even go to bed? I couldn't even recall. Did I just crash after staying up for 3 days again? It wouldn't the first time, if I did. Finally, getting up, I noticed I didn't even bother to change into my PJs, and my window was wide open. Strange, no matter how tired I am, I usually am not so forgetful. Closing the windows and the curtains, to block out the horrid sun, I log onto my laptop. Waiting for it to boot up, I noticed a sticky note on the screen. Yawning and scratching my head, I pulled it off and looked at it. When did I put that there? Creepypastas. I read out loud. I think I heard something about this, from my friends Bonnie and Fred. Some crazy, spooky, urban legend stuff, or whatever. My friends seemed gung-ho about all of it, however I never really bothered with all the spooky stuff. I stared at the word, a little longer. Nah. I shrugged, balling the note and tossing it into the trash can beside my desk. I don't like spooky stuff, so no. Not even going to give it another thought. I immediately checked my emails, and was quickly reminded that I had exactly 1 month till I graduate, and I had 3 senior projects to complete, and tests to study for, and be ready to turn in less than 2 weeks. Well, shit. I grouched. Gathering up my headphones and plugging them into my computer, to block out the world as I got to work. Slenderman's POV. The boy was oblivious, not even realizing that he was being watched. An easy target. It was no wonder how he got kidnapped by the experiment facility. They were not beyond taking civilians off the street. Much like how we creepypastas did not care who our victims were. Masky had requested this one be put off bounds from being hunted. The kid did not remember anything, going about his life as normal. My pills that I had developed worked like a charm. Going back into the woods, I left my mark on the tree nearest his house at the edge. It wouldn't really guarantee that the others would leave him be, but the mark would signify the boy was reserved. However, Masky would have to make sure that no one got to his prey before him. Chapter 7. Levi's POV. 1 month later, and the night before graduation. I found myself skipping the classes, during the last few weeks, or jamming to a song on my headphones while in class, ignoring the last-minute lectures from the teachers, much to my parents' displeasure. What was the point of listening anymore? I had already passed the whole year. However, this last month, while exciting for all us graduates, it had tragedy within it as well. Our valedictorian had been killed during the second week of the month. Bonnie Haggard was my best friend and the smartest person in our senior class. We went out partying every weekend. She was found bludgeoned to death, one weekend, on her way home. The 2 weeks after, another one of my friend was murdered, Fred Miller. He was on the football team, not a star or anything, but he had the passion for it. He was also Bonnie's boyfriend. Those two were joined to the hip. I always teased them saying they would be married before they even started college. He had slipped into depression after Bonnie's death. He couldn't stand being alone, he could be found at my house all day and all night, just about it. He was on his way over the night he was murdered. My 2 only friends were taken from me, before we even began our real-life adventure, called college. Instead of drowning in my sorrows, I knew they would come haunt my ass if I so much as put my life on hold. They would want me to live life, not let it pass me by. So, tonight, I found myself jamming to some awesome songs from YouTube, my headphone speakers up to the loudest. While listening to some cool song a YouTuber created, I started messing around on Cleverbot. It was the night before graduation and with nothing to do really, I had decided to stay in. Cleverbot was a site I usually got on when I just wanted to pass the time. Besides, Cleverbot was really just a bunch of people talking to one another, thinking they were really talking to an AI. Me, hi. Cleverbot, you shouldn't have done that. I blinked. Wasn't that a saying from a fictional character? I stared at the phrase a bit longer, before responding. Me, shouldn't have done what? Cleverbot, you've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Me, okay, who is this? Cleverbot, Ben drowned. Me, okay, weird name, dude. Cleverbot, why don't you look behind you? There's a message outside your window. I stared and the sentence, debating whether or not to look at my window. It was crazy, for one. After all, this was some stranger thinking they were talking to a bot. They could just be fooling around, like I was. At least that's what I thought till Cleverbot responded, without me typing anything first. Cleverbot, seriously, go to your window, Levi, you've got a message. Okay, now I was freaked. I quickly shut down my laptop. It knew my name. Whoever was on the other end knew my name. I eyed my window, from where I sat. No way was I going to the window, it was too freaky. This had horror movie vibes all over it. Nope, definitely not going to the window. I don't care if there's anything there or not. Nope. After a minute or two of calming down, I dared to turn my laptop back on. I mean, they could have meant a different Levi, right? My laptop booted back up, and as soon as it finished loading, my screen static out on me before going straight back to Cleverbot. I hadn't even touched it yet. This was not possible. Cleverbot, that was not nice, Levi. What is going on? I tried to click out of Cleverbot. Cleverbot, try all you want, kid. I'm not going anywhere. I wasn't even responding back. Cleverbot, you were more at ease when you were listening to music. Here. The song I was listening to before I was first freaked out started playing. I felt myself go pale. Cleverbot, you're not looking too good, you feeling okay? Me, who is this? How do you know my name? Cleverbot, I already told you. Cleverbot, Ben drowned. Cleverbot, I know your name because I have been watching you for a month now. This was more than just a Cleverbot. More than a random person. My laptop had been hacked, and they were spying on me through my desktop camera. It was the only thing I could think of. I placed my hand on the camera, blocking its view to my room, as I tore a piece of camouflage duct tape to put over it. With that done, I felt a little better knowing they couldn't see me anymore. Cleverbot, lol, nice try, kid, but I can still see you. Cleverbot, I see you didn't take the hint and learn about us. That did it? I slammed my laptop closed and placed it in the desk drawer. Nope, never again. Never going to touch that laptop ever again. Though the last words it had sent me had my mind rolling from confusion. Take the hint and learn about us, what the hell was it talking about? What, damn hint? I scratched my head and looked at my window again. It was closed, so were the curtains. Man, there's go my sleep. No way was I going to be able to sleep now. And I had to be up early for graduation tomorrow. Then a graduation party later that night. I shivered slightly, that horror movie vibe still lingering around me. Nope, definitely not sleeping tonight. And I definitely wasn't going to get back on my laptop. Hacked or possessed, I didn't care what anyone called it. I hated spooky stuff, and my laptop was now a spooky item. I would need to get a new one, memory and backups be damned. I grabbed my MP3 and found some buds on there to chat to. I walked over to my bed, staying away from the window, and for extra measure, I kept my lights on, moved my chair so it jammed the closet door shut, and duct taped some bubble wrap I had been saving around the edge of my bed and my bedroom door, then grabbed my BB gun, on my way to bed, jumping so I didn't step the bubble wrap. Just let some stalker hacker try and get the jump on me. I settled down as my MP3 connected with one of my buddies, looking at the window. My curiosity was gnawing at me to go look, but my instincts held me back. But still, do I dare look? Chapter 8. In the end, I never went to the window. I was too much of a coward. Graduation morning came very slowly, after the event last, for what seemed like forever. At least for me it did. There was a moment between the speech of what to strive for in life and honorary mentions, where we had a moment of silence, for those who died, before they could graduate. Air pictures flashed on a screen, and there would be diplomas and medals given to their families. I felt a pain of loneliness and disappointment when my two best friends' faces flashed by. There was another feeling in there as well, dare I say, hate. Hate for the one that had ended their lives. With all said and done, I was now officially a graduate and soon to be college student. I went to the after party that was being thrown by the most popular kids of our year and hang out with what was left of my friends. Not my best friends, but friends all to same. This would be maybe the last time we would see each other, for a long time. It was a party to top all parties. Held in a place no parent would think to find their obedient and responsible, and newly appointed college kid. We were all partying and breaking the underage drinking law, in an empty house, far out in the country, that seemed to have been put up for sale and forgotten, by the whole town. We could play the loudest music and not worry about pestering police or parents coming by to ruin the fun. I had had a few drinks and some punch, but I think that had been spiked too. So, I wasn't really thinking straight at the moment. I looked at my key, definitely wasn't in any shape to drive. I looked down at the pool that many of us had abandoned our clothes and jumped in. Not me, I wasn't that wasted. Just to get rid of the temptation of driving buzzed, I let my keys sink into the pool, then laughed at myself for being so stupid. I would have to jump in to retrieve them later. I sipped on my beer. Well, aren't I a dummy? I laughed harder. Something funny. A voice said, stopping right beside me. The owner of said voice, stopping to stand right beside me, to look into the pool, where my keys, laid at the bottom. Idiots, was the reply. I looked up to tell the voice I was the idiot who threw his keys in the pool, but stopped. I didn't recognize the guy from our class. He was taller than me. He had short dark brown hair, eyes that were the same color as his hair, with dark circles under them. It looked like he hadn't slept in years. He was wearing a tan jacket, black shirt, black jeans, and black boots. Maybe he was invited. After all, it wasn't like there wasn't other people here who weren't in our class. He grimaced as he roamed his eyes from the bottom of the pool to the people jumping in, then he turned his gaze to me. A look of annoyance clear on his face. Dude, you need a beer, I said, handing him mine. This is a party after all. I walked away and to my car, or should I say slightly staggered to my car, smiling that I had just helped someone have fun, or make a bad decision in life. I pulled the handle on my car door and frowned when it didn't open. Oh right, I ditched my keys in the pool, so I wouldn't drive. Shit. I banged my head on the window. Something wrong. The pool guy's voice. He must have followed me. Yup, just buzzed, and without keys. I attempted to say the word right, because I should be able to speak right, damn it. I turned to face him, and leaned against my car, since I couldn't go anywhere, might as well have a nice conversation. He stared at me for a moment. Graduate, he said. Yup, I said. I am now officially labeled a college student. He looked around, as if looking for someone. You're not here with friends? He asked, focusing back on me. No, my two pal, got taken out before this month was up. Only I survived high school, I said, laughing at the end. Only I survived high school. It sounded like a story plot. Uh-huh. He had an annoyed look back on his face. Tim. What? I asked, my brain wasn't high functioning right now. My name, it's Tim. He repeated. Oh, right. My name is Levi, I said, holding my hand out. He looked at my hand for a moment, before walking away. They got any cheesecake here? He stopped and asked, looking back at me. Cheesecake? I thought, for a moment. I mean, we had a truckload of food and beverages here. I guess, I said, seeing that he wanted me to follow him. Well, it's not like I be leaving here anytime soon. The only thing that confused me about the situation, was that Tim, radiated a certain type of aura that I couldn't put my finger on. He seemed kind of a weird, quiet, and annoyed with humanity type of person. Blaming all this on my buzzed mind, I shrugged it away, and walked with him through the party, toward the house. We had to stop several times as a few people wanted to have a friendly chat about this past year, or about what college we were going to. All the conversation was directed at me, and Tim would stop and wait, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, looking impatient and annoyed every few time we were stopped. When we finally made it to the kitchen, I was surprised to find that we did in fact have cheesecake here. A boy in a yellow hoodie, and disheveled chestnut color hair was standing by the counter that all the desserts were laid out. He had a big slice of cheesecake on his plate. He didn't even look up, as we got closer to him. "Brian," Tim greeted, no even looking at the boy he just addressed. The boy/Brian, did not even acknowledge that Tim had even greeted him, he just took a bite of the cheesecake that was on his plate. "Friend of yours, yours?" I asked, going for the spiked punch, tasting that it had been spiked with more vodka than it had before. Yup, I wasn't going to being driving anytime soon, might not even be able to walk straight once I drink a couple more of these, probably was a good thing I threw my keys in the pool, after all. I gulped down the fruity drink in one go and refilled. "Yeah, a friend," Tim said, snacking on his cheesecake. I looked between them as I refilled my empty cup with more spiked punch. They didn't act like friends, they barely acknowledged each other. If it was Fred, Bonnie, and me, we would be stealing each other's food, or shoving each other in a rebellious competition of who would get irritated first, breaking out in random dances to the music blasting from the two giant speakers. I was still rational enough to realize that not all friends acted like we did, so I just shrugged off their encounter, and gulped down my drink again. After that, there was no more talking really. Just those two eating the cheesecake and me standing there awkwardly, getting even wasted. I honestly was not in the mood to party anymore, my sleepless night was catching up with, as well as missing my two best friends. I would have drowned out the noise around me with my headphones, but they were trapped in my locked car. I refilled my cup up some more. I moved toward the kitchen window, it was facing the one of the barns. The barn's window and doors were all locked, so we all just left it be. "It's a full moon tonight," I silently noted, just staring out the window. I didn't want to force Brian and Tim into talking, they seemed like the quiet types. The woods past the barn had a game trail leading into it, making the visual of the scene outside the window look creepy. The little girl in the pink dress running into the woods didn't help the creepy factor. Wait. I swallowed my spiked punch wrong and started spitting and choking, as I tried to just register what I just saw. Looking out the window with as much concentration, my buzzed brain could manage. "Who brought a kid to the party? You okay?" Tim asked, not looking up from his cheesecake. "No, someone brought a kid to the party, and she just ran into the woods," I said, panicky, pointing out the window. He and Brian looked to where I was pointing, but the little girl was already out of sight. "I don't see anyone." A static sound erupted from somewhere, causing the music to disappear. The sound made my head hurt. It only lasted a second, because I was slightly wasted. I would have sworn my eyesight also static out as well, but that was just my buzzed up imagination. "There was a girl," I persisted. "A little girl in a pink dress, and brown hair, holding a teddy bear in one hand. She went into the woods." Brian and Tim looked at each other, as if communicating something, with just a look, then looked at me. "Are you sure?" Tim finally asked, in that annoyed tone. "I am not that drunk," I said, jabbing him in the chest. The look on his face darkened at my action. "Fine, we will go look for her," Tim said, sounding angry and annoyed. He started walking out the back door, but stopped and turned to Brian. "Almost forgot," he said, tossing Brian a pill bottle. It had a weird symbol on the lid. "You stay here, me and Levi will look for the girl," he said, taking my wrist and pulling me after him. "Show me where you saw her," he said to me. I stumbled after him, shaking my head to clear it, when the static sound acted up again, distorting the music again, but was gone just as quick. They needed to fix those speakers, or get new ones. "What did you give Brian? Is he sick or something? Because, dude, we do not need to get arrested for drugs being here, at this party," I mean trespassing is enough, if we get caught. Oh my god, there's a minor here. We would go to prison. I rambled. Tim scoffed as we stood at the edge of the trees. Those were not drugs. Are you sure you seen a little girl? It's not like you're clear-headed, he said, letting go of my wrist and stuffing his hands in his jacket pockets, glaring at me with annoyance. I am not that drunk, I said again. I felt an urge to stomp my foot, but didn't. Instead I turned to the woods, and whoa, it looked creepier, just staring down the trail. Hey, little girl, I called. I saw you run in there. You need to come back. It's not safe. We waited a good minute. Nothing happened. I was about to call out again, because really I did not want to have to walk into the creepy-looking woods on an equally spooky trail. When a little girl's laughter sounded in the dark. See? I said, pointing into the woods and looking at Tim, who still looked annoyed. Please come out of the woods. I called back to her. We saw her walk toward us slowly, hugging her bear. She stopped several yards from us, giggling and smiling. I don't want to, she said, giggling. I looked at Tim, he just looked back at me, he face stuck in that forever expression of annoyance. I scoffed at him. Bastard was going to make me coax her out. Come on, we can get you some cake, or ice cream in the house. I tried, trying to come off as friendly. No. Play with me, she smiled, then turned around and ran back, deeper, into the woods. No, wait. I yelled, chasing after her, forgetting the creepy woods around me, and Tim, but I could hear him running behind me. Slenderman's POV. I watched from my spot hidden by the barn's shadow, that was created by the moon. Masky's plan seemed to be progressing nicely. Ben's report seemed to ring true, as the foolish, naive boy ran headfirst into the woods after Sally. It really was too simple. Too easy, to lure him away from the party. Away from the crowd. If he were to scream, or shout for help, the loud music that was playing would cover it, leaving no witnesses to the sound. Not that anyone would remember the party. I turned my head to the house full of loud music. By the time they noticed his absence, any evidence of our presence would be gone. We would be safe in our woods. Hoodie slowly made his way to me, handing me the empty pill bottle. He had his hood up and his mask on sideways, so he could continue to snack on the cheesecake he had brought with him. Can we go now? He asked. I nodded my head and walked into the woods, just off the trail, heading to the destination Masky was luring his prey. Levi's POV. After jogging down the trail after the kid for a while, I had to stop out of breath when the trail split into two. A wooded sign stood firmly in between the trail, but did not indicate where the two tails led to, just a weird red symbol, a circle with an X drawn through it. I strained my ears, trying to listen for the little girl that me and Tim had chased. The loud music from the party was already non-existent, and we had already lost sight of the kid a while back. I looked back at Tim, who despite running the same distance as me, wasn't even winded. That just wasn't fair. What should we do? I asked him, huffing and puffing, trying to get my breathing back. He growled, in annoyance, before answering. Wait here, I'll go get more people to help search for her. He turned and ran back the way we came. Wait. Don't leave me here by myself. I called after him, stepping to follow him. You're not alone, that kid is in here somewhere. What if she gets scared and decided to come back, and there's no one here? He called back, not even looking back, and sound non-apologetic. I looked at the trees that surrounded me, now that I was alone, listening to an owl, hooting somewhere in the distance. You're kidding, right? I whispered, mostly to myself, trying not to panic. This was not my ideal situation. I needed to get that kid and get out of these woods. Come on, play with me. The little girl's voice called from the right path, followed by a giggle. "Come on, kid, this is far from funny," I said, going down the path, only to hear her footstep running further away from me. "Let's head back now," I suggested. "No. Play with me. Now." Her voice was getting further away. "We can play at the party," I tried, pushing myself to catch up with her. There was no reply, just giggles. This was starting to turn into my worst nightmare. "Kid, come on. Playtime is over. I want to go back now. I should have just stayed put." The further I chased after her, the creepier the trees started looking. The hoot of the owl turned into a horrible screech. For a split second I would have sworn my vision static again, but I had no time to even notice it. Snarl. "Oh, shit." I skidded to a halt, tripping over my feet slightly. "What the hell was that?" Little GG girl," I stammered, my fear embracing me like an old friend. This was not happening. Did I somehow jump into a horror movie or something? A dog, at least I think it was a dog, came charging right toward me. I found my legs leading me back the way I came, running faster than I have ever ran in my life. I looked over my shoulder for a quick second, my eyes trained on the mouth, that was lined with large, sharp teeth. The creature was literally snapping at my heels. "Okay. We can play. We can play," I cried, running for my life, hoping that whatever was chasing me would somehow change into the little girl. Even though I am almost positive that she was dead now, so no need for me to join her. Or Fred. Or Bonnie. I wanted to live, damn it. At some point, call it adrenaline, or pure dumb luck, I had somehow gained more ground than the creature chasing me, but by no means was I slowing down. I could hear the beast snarling behind me, still chasing me, so it could gnaw on my bones. I recognized the back of the sign that let me know I was halfway back to the party. It gave me hope, pushing to run faster, toward safety. Static sounded in my ears again, the noise sending sharp pains in my skull, but I took it as a sign that I was nearing the party. Soon I would be safe. The beast that was chasing me surely wouldn't leave the woods, it wouldn't follow me, I concluded, ignoring the burning pain that was starting to form in my muscles from running. But no, I would not stop till I could dive headfirst into the house. In the back of my mind I wondered why I had not came upon Tim and the group of people he said he was going to go get. Static sounded in my ears again, a sharp stabbing pain, seeming to shock my brain cells. I reach up to hold my head, my pace stumbling some. Snarl. It was gaining ground. I shook my head, the pain dulled some and ran faster. I should be coming to the house now. My eyes frantically scanned the trail ahead of me, my ears strained to hear the sound of party music playing, of drunken laughter. I could hear none. This is impossible. Where's the house? I started panicking, tears began running down my face. Help! I yelled, as loud as my breathless lungs would allow. Static shocked through my head again, a lie, because there was no music playing from busted speakers. And yet, the trail just kept going, like it was endless. It started to twist and turn. The trees began encroaching on the trail. If my brain wasn't in a wild panic of fear, alcohol, and adrenaline, I would have probably thought that I wasn't on the some trail anymore. But that was impossible. It was just all in my mind. I must have passed out at the party and now I was having the most horrible nightmare of my life. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I mumbled, breathlessly, over and over, as stray branches whipped past my face. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Static interrupted my breathless chanting, this one, causing me to fall, holding my head. I sobbed, trying to shake the sound, the pain, out of my head. Then everything was quiet. Did it give up? I hoped so. Taking deep breaths, trying to calm my nerves, my heart. I would wake up soon. I had to wake up soon. I shook my head as the static sounded again, still as painful as the one that made me fall. Opening my eyes, I don't even remember closing them, I stared at the ground. No, not the ground. A shadow. I gulped, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. A shadow was looming over me. Growl. That sound was in front of me. Snarl. That sound resonated behind me, and getting closer. I looked up and screamed, ditching the trail and running headlong into the trees, silently hoping that weaving through them would aid my escape. I don't know what to call the thing in front of me. It looked like a naked hairless human, but not, it was too thin, disfigured, the skin on it was gray looking, and its fingers were too long, and its face, oh God, its face, I could only describe it as ghoul-like, with no eyes, though I suspected that it wasn't even close to a ghoul. I had two creatures chasing me now. Sweat poured off me, just like my fear. My heart was trying to escape my chest, when I slipped from running into a small creek. I got back up quickly, ignoring the fire that was now my muscle, and the suffocation, that was now my lungs unable to draw air, quick enough. The static was reappearing in my head a lot more frequently. I could feel my eyes bug out, from searching the area around me as I ran for my life, searching for any more danger. I was so caught up in my fear that when I chanced to look over my shoulder, I barely registered that the two creatures had not crossed the creek that I had moments ago lost my footing in. I took a moment to catch my breath and examine the creature that had first chased me. It was indeed a dog. It was husky-shaped, but larger than a husky. It had red skin and the only fur on it was a strip of it running from its head, back, to the end of its tail. It was staring at me with glowing yellow eye, and smiling at me, with a smile that should not be on a dog-like creature. The static was sounding every few minutes now, barely giving me time to recover from them. I panted as I slowly started backing away from the creek that held the two creatures at bay. I wanted to keep my eye on them to be sure they wouldn't resume their chase. But that didn't make any sense. Why were they not crossing that little stream? It wasn't deep, I had ran right through it. They were just standing there looking at me. No. They weren't looking at me. A twig snapped from behind me, causing my breath to leave me, as I instinctively froze. With wide eyes I turned slowly to look behind me. I yelled from fright and pain, when I came face to face with a feminine-looking mask, and a blow to the head, causing me to fall to the ground. Everything seemed to slow after that. I covered my head with my arms to try and soothe the pain the blow had caused. Static sounded again, intensifying the pain I was feeling, taking away my already blurry vision, and a split second. I looked up at my attacker, in time to see him bring the bat in his hands down upon my head one more time before I knew nothing else. Was that a faceless man in the distance? Was my last thought, before I embraced the darkness, with open arms. Chapter 9. Masky's POV. I couldn't help being pleased that the plan went so smoothly, that now, I had Levi slung over my shoulder, as Slenderman led us through the woods, to his new home for a while. Later, if I decided that I did not want to kill him, or break his mind, I would move him to the mansion with the rest of us. It would not do to share him, if in the end, Levi proved boring after a couple of days. I had lost my temper when he refused to follow Ben's instructions, the other night. Had he looked out his window, he would have avoided being greeted to our woods by Smile Dog and Rick. If he had opened his window, he would have found a note. I would have introduced myself in the note and asked for a meeting, like most humans seem to prefer to do, and let him make a choice, though of course it wouldn't have mattered what he chose in the end. He would have still ended up in their woods, with me, where I would determine if his heart would continue to beat. He smells nice. Smile Dog hummed. I looked over my shoulder to see him sniffing at Levi's hair. Rake sniffed with him. Yeah, and what does he smell like? I asked, curious. Fear. Smile Dog said, his smile getting wider. Terror, Rake mumbled. I felt my lips twitch to a smirk. Yes, I could feel Levi's heart beating frantically, even though he was unconscious. He groaned against my back, and his body tensed, then after a moment relaxed. Slender looked back briefly, not at me, but at Levi, before continuing onward till we reached a path that led to nowhere. I almost forgot, even unconscious he would still be affected by the Slender sickness. I would need to take care of that soon, or he really would die, or go insane. Slenderman motioned toward the cabin, that I would be using to house Levi. It was made from brick and wood, it was small, with a second floor, and basement. I had already been in the cabin and had prepared for his arrival. The cabin was in the middle of the woods, far from Slender Mansion. As for the pathway that led to the front door, it led to nowhere, but to the back of the cabin, just a precaution should Levi try and run from me. Even if he did, there was no way for him to reach other humans. This was his new home, these woods, till he died. I would be spending a lot of time here with Levi. Before I could open the front door, Sally decided to walk out of the entrance. Slendy. She jumped into Slender's arms and hugged him as most children would a father. Slender held her with one arm. What were you doing, Sally? I grouched, peeved that sanctum of my prey had been disturbed, before I could even settle him in. I wanted to give him a gift, Masky. She smiled. Slender patted her head, before turning to Hoodie, who handed me a pill bottle, that contained pills that would help keep the Slender sickness away. I nodded my thanks and watched as Rake, Slenderman, and Sally disappeared. Smile Dog ran off into the woods, muttering about needing to make sure the word was spreading. Hoodie started to leave, but stopped to look back, asking a silent question. I can handle it from here, I assured him. He nodded and jogged away, heading back to Slender Mansion. I slammed the door shut with my foot, careful not to hit Levi's head with it. The first floor of the cabin was simple: kitchen, living area, bathroom, staircase, door to the basement, and fireplace. The kitchen was not well stocked, with food, dishes, cookware, or silverware. The back door and window located in that area were bolted shut. The kitchen table I had bolted down, and instead of chairs, there were stools to sit on, and they too were bolted down as well. Wouldn't want to give Levi any potential weapons. In the living, I had a small bed tucked in the corner of the room, furthest from the door and the little hallway. Other than that, the only other furniture that was in the living area was a couch and lazy boy chair. Both were bolted to the floor, and facing the fireplace. The bathroom was located just beside the little hallway, and unlocked for easy access. The basement door was at the end of the little hallway, past the bathroom. Of course that door was locked. There was a staircase that led to the second floor, which held several rooms, including a room which I would be occupying for a while. I dumped Levi on his little bed in the living area, and reached under the bed, where I had bolted a long thick chain to the floor, and cuffed a thick leather shackle on one of his ankles. I had not forgotten the Levi would not remember me, but I planned on remedying that soon. Because of that I opted to not use a steel shackle. It was the closest I could come to showing some type of emotion towards my prey. My eyes drifted to Sally's gift to him, a battered teddy bear with one button eye. I guess I could let him keep it. Levi grimaced and groaned in pain in his sleep. Right, the Slender sickness. I uncapped the bottle and took one out. I lightly slapped the side of his face. I didn't expect him to fully come around. I had hit him harder than necessary with the bat, but just enough to swallow the pill that would take away the Slender sickness. His eyes cracked open, not really focusing on anything. Hey, I said, grabbing his jaw. He groaned in pain again. "Open your mouth," I instructed. His eyes focused a little bit, but he closed them again as the sickness hit him once again. However, he clamped his mouth shut and shook his head, either from the pain he was experiencing, or to my demand. I did not care. I had no time to play this ridiculous cycle humans seemed to enjoy going through. He would take this pill, if I had to shove it down his throat, then so be it. I squeezed the sides of his jaw. Immediately one of his hands grabbed at my wrists, as shouts of pain escaped him. I dropped the pill in, placing my hand over his mouth, relinquishing my grip on his jaw, so he would not spit it out. "Swallow," I growled out. This was getting annoyingly tedious now. He struggled a bit more, until he finally swallowed. I let him go, standing and watched as he curled in on himself, hands going to his head, and screamed from the slight pain of the concussion and slender sickness. I walked away and up the stairs, letting him ride out his pains, till the pill took effect, which would be long. He would quiet down then and slip back to sleep. He would be more clear-headed in the morning, and sober. Then the real game would begin. I slammed the door to my room closed, closing out his painful little cries. Levi's POV. I did not want to wake up. I cracked an eye open, then slammed it closed. Nope. Not gonna open my eyes. My head was killing me, and my body was sore. My head and legs especially were singing the song of pain this morning. What happened last night? Did I run a marathon last night or something? I rubbed my throbbing head. No more drinking. Ever. Slowly, I opened my eyes, so I wasn't onslaught by the headache coursing through my head, called hangover. Running, I knew I had been running, from something in the woods. I jumped up, and regretted the sudden movement. But still, I was chased by a demon dog and another demon creature. Then, I thought back, but all I could remember was a feminine-looking mask. I looked around, and was very confused. Where was I? A cabin obviously, but how did I get here? I stood, but stopped at the sound of rattling and looked down. What the flippin' hell? I stared wide-eyed at my right ankle. A rock settled in my stomach. No. No 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 non no 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 non, I chanted over and over, grabbing the steel links and leather cuff, trying to rip them off me. I could already feel myself starting to hyperventilate. What was going on? This was prank. It had to be. Or I was still sleeping. I stopped, trying to calm myself down, and think rationally. I could get out of this, I just needed to think clearly. I rubbed my head, my hand finding a large bump. So, last night was obviously not a dream. That meant I was really chased by demons. That meant the mask-wearing person was real too. I had to get out of here. I started pulling and yanking with renewed determination. I watched television, I seen news stories, I knew what happened to people in these types of situations. I did not want to be one of those people. I searched for the other end of the chain, finding it under my bed, pulling, and praying the bolts holding it down would give. In the end, after I don't know how long of me attempting to somehow develop superhuman strength, and free myself, I found myself curled up on the bed, hugging a teddy bear that had seen better days. Maybe it was left here by the last victim. They must have been a lot younger than me if they were kidnapped with their teddy bear. No, Levi. Don't think that I chided myself away from the horrible thought. I took a deep stabilizing breath and exhaled. I needed to test how far I could walk. I eyed the door closest to me. There was nothing really in the part of the cabin I in, but maybe that room would have something that could help me get loose. It was a bathroom. A small sink and tub and toilet crammed into the little room. I mean seriously, this room was cramped. I could reach it with a lot of slack on my chain. Next I tried the hallway next to the bathroom. I could enter the hallway, but my reach stopped at the bottom of the stairs, that led upstairs, keeping me from climbing them, and also from investigating where the door at the end of the hallway led to. Though I knew it was impossible, I tried to reach the kitchen, which was just past the hallway. I could even set foot in it. Lastly, I tried the front door. I had no trouble getting to it. In fact, I had even more slack on my chain than I did in the bathroom. But as luck would have it, whoever my kidnapper was not dumb enough to leave this door unlocked. Walking back to the bed, it didn't slip my notice that everything seemed bolted to the floor. I looked out the window by my bed. Wherever I was, this morning looked as gloomy as I was feeling. Still, with nothing left to do, I continued trying to free my ankle. I did not want to be here to meet my kidnapper. I started slamming my ankle onto the bed frame. Being sure that the lock that connected the cuff and the chain together would land each on the frame each time. If I could somehow break that lock, I could run away and worry about the cuff when I reached somewhere safe. My ankle was starting to hurt after a couple of minutes, but I didn't stop. Stop it! I jumped at the sudden angry and annoyed sounding voice that echoed throughout the room, slamming my back against the wall. I stared wide-eyed at the dude standing in front of me. He was wearing a feminine-looking mask. He stood with his arms crossed just by the hallway. Looking closely at his clothes, I realized exactly who he was. Tim. He scoffed. When I was human, sure. My name is Masky, was the reply. What? When he was human? Tim, let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise. I said. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I got the feeling he was rolling his eyes. Yeah, like I haven't heard that before. You're not going anywhere. If I catch you messing with your chain again, I'll cut your foot off. He walked into the kitchen. Why, Tim? I asked. He seemed like an okay guy at the party. Masky. He corrected me, rummaging through a cabinet. Before filling a plastic cup full of water, and stalking toward me. I pressed myself up against the wall, even though I couldn't get any further away. Here. He held out a pill and the cup of water to me. Cautiously, I took both items from him. What was he going to make me take? I really didn't want to chance anything right now, like being roofied, or poisoned slowly. My mind was coming up with all sorts of possible things swallowing this pill would do to me. Swallow it? I will know if you don't. He warned. Taking a calming breath, I decided that if I didn't willingly take it, he would somehow force me to. I tossed the pill in my mouth and gulped it down with the water. As soon as I swallowed, Tim, no Masky, grabbed my jaw, forcing my mouth to stay open in his grip. I grabbed at his wrists, trying to make him let go, as he stuck his fingers in my mouth, making sure I had really swallowed the pill. Good. He said, taking the cup away. He rinsed the cup and placed it back into the cabinet he got it from. I would conserve my energy if I were you. He said, going to the front door. You got a long night tonight. With that he left. I sat there for a few moments. What was I supposed to do? I tried to remember what I had heard on a television show to do, when in this type of situation. I was supposed to have him see me as a person. I needed to tell him little bits about myself, so that he would not feel obligated to not kill me, or whatever he kidnapped for. I stared at the kitchen, feeling my stomach start to ache from hunger. I wanted breakfast, but was unable to even step foot in it. Just looking at the kitchen and knowing I could not even reach food, was torture in itself. I hadn't eaten much last night, mostly helping myself to the drinks at the party. That was obviously a poor moment of judgment on my part. I laid on the bed and curled in on myself, staring at the battered teddy bear. There was nothing left for me to do, except wait for Masky to return. I don't know what I would prefer, Masky not returning, or being starved. I wish I had my headphones with me right now. Chapter 10. I opened my eyes, blinking he sleep out of them. Somehow I was able to fall asleep, after curling up on the bed, to wallow in the horrible situation that was now my life. Sleep was the only escape I had to this reality, at the moment. Something had woken from my escape and it only took my nose to identify what had woken me. As I sat up, static noise sounded in my head again, sending pain to shoot through me. I groaned and shook my head. I still didn't understand why that was happening. However, right now I was more focused on what had woken me up, turning my attention to the kitchen area. Masky sat at the table, watching me. In front of him was the source that had awoken me. Chinese takeout. I could feel myself start to drool. Egg rolls. We have things to discuss, you and I. Masky finally said. I nodded my head absent-mindedly, making my way to the table, without much thought, except food. My progress to the table was stopped short by the chain, again, keeping me from entering the kitchen. The static sounded again, causing me to grab my head. Masky cocked his head to the side, staring at me from behind that mask on his face. It was unnerving. You don't know what's going on, do you? It wasn't really said in a question. More like a statement. I shook my head, still reeling from the static that seemed to shock my brain with pain. Good. You're not supposed to know what's going on, he said. This confused me, but I decided to stay quiet. He continued. The first thing you need to know is that, you're in the middle of the woods, no one will hear you should you decide to be annoyingly loud, or annoying to begin with. Either actions on your part will result in your ultimate demise. He paused as I groaned, from the shocking static to my brain again. These. He held out his hand, showing a bunch of identical pills. You will take these, you're again, be sent to your grave early. I must have pulled a defiant face, because he stopped talking and stood up, and stalked my way. I didn't want to be forced to take some pills, when I didn't even know what they were. What if they were poison? What if they were some drug that he was trying to get me hooked on, so I would be dependent on him and become a mindless shell of a human? All these thoughts were racing through my brain, as I backed away from Masky, as he advanced. You will take these pills when I say you take them. Do you want to know what will happen if you miss a dosage? He snarled, advancing faster. I tripped and fell back onto my bed, in the far corner of the room. And no. No, I said, breathless, afraid of what he was going to show me, or do to me. He stopped, seeming to take a deep breath and balling his hands into fists. If you want to eat, you will take this first, he finally said, holding a pill for me to take. Without saying anything, I took it and swallowed. Just like last time, he took my jaw in his end, squeezing so my mouth stayed open, making sure I had really swallowed the stupid pill. He walked back to the table and brought me a takeout box. You're going to have to eat with your fingers. He watched me start eating. Chinese food never tasted so good before. I ate everything in record speed. What do you want with me? I finally asked. He was silent for a good minute. I don't know. He turned to the stairway and left. I took that as a signal that he was done talking. I chew on the last few bits of my food. Was that really it? That's all he was going to give me. I went to the bathroom and stared at my reflection in the mirror. I had very bad case of bedhead, but at least the static that seemed to keep reoccurring in my head was gone. Silently, except for the clanking of the chain, I went back to the bed, and grabbed the battered teddy bear. What now? I asked the toy. Of course, like any inanimate object, I got no response. I could try some of the movie tricks, that were used to slip out of handcuffs, right? I whispered to the bear. At least see if they work. Sighing, I put the teddy bear aside. Great, I reverting back to talking to toys like a 3-year-old. This is why I need my music, my headphones. However, it wasn't a bad idea. I mean, the worst, some of the stuff I wanted to try to use to get out the cuff, would be not working. Making up my mind, I decided that I would try it when night came. Which wouldn't be long now. I'll be going out for a while. Masky's voice interrupted my thoughts, causing me to jump. When I come back, we will jog your memory. Then we will decide together what your fate will be. He left, leaving me more confused than ever. Jog my memory, I scratched my head, in confusion. I didn't understand what was going on. I just wanted to leave and go home, and start my college student life. I waited a few minutes before, went to the bathroom, to make myself vomit, so I could rid my body of the pill, or at least try to. After heaving, what I was sure at least half of my stomach, I decided to try and use the soap to try and slip out of the cuff around my ankle. Rolling up my pants leg, and removed my socks and shoes, I turned on the water and began to work, getting my ankle and foot as slippery as possible. I would escape. I have to escape. An hour later, the cuff slipped free from my ankle. I couldn't believe that had worked. Running to the front door, I was ecstatic to find that it was unlocked. Goodbye, Mr. Teddy Bear. I saluted the toy as I ran from the cabin. Now all I had to do was find people, and then get in contact with the cops, and turn Masky in. Then go home and put all this behind me. I would go back to my normal life. Hopefully, that demon dog and monster wasn't anywhere near. I should probably report those sightings to the cops as well. I ran as fast as I could without tripping over the unpredictable ground. I decided to follow the trail that led into the woods. Surely it would lead to somewhere, right? I followed it for a while, till I saw another cabin. I walked to the front door, and tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. Hello, I need help. Please. I said, walking in. I froze. There was the chain I had slipped off my ankle, and the same battered teddy bear on the bed in the corner. I had looped back to the same freaking cabin. No, the trail looped me back. Damn it! I cursed, backtracking quickly and abandoning the trail. If I ran straight, I would end up somewhere, right? Yeah, I'll just run straight. What's the worst that could happen? As I ran, I noticed the sky was very gloomy, like it was going to rain, but it wasn't. In fact, if I thought about it, the morning had been kind of gloomy too. These woods even looked too creepy to be normal. There were no animal sounds, no crickets, no birds singing, no wind. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. After a while, I was beginning to run out of breath, and tripped when my vision filled with static, and my hearing started ringing after that. I was far enough away from that cabin and Masky, that I just stayed down, to catch my breath. I rubbed my head. A moment later I got up and just started walking. I walked for what seemed like hours, and I was beginning to get real sick of just seeing trees. Not to mention the static was starting to reoccur more often now. I was still unsure as to why that was happening, but the pain I was feeling after each episode was getting more painful. After a bit I spotted a piece of paper on a tree. It had a picture on it of trees and a stick figure. It looked like a little kid drew it. I looked around, not seeing anyone around. The static roared in my head again. I decided I would just keep one hand on my head, to at least hold back the pain throbbing in it. For some reason I felt obligated to take the picture and look for another one, if there even was another one. Maybe they would lead me to the kid or person who were drawing them, and I can finally get some help. Walking onward, after a couple of yards I spotted a truck parked beside a small building. Finally, signs of people. I mumbled, walking faster. I looked into the truck's window and tried to open the door. Damn! I cursed, finding it and the building door locked. I did, however, find another paper, hanging on the door of the building. This one read: Always watches. No eyes. That doesn't even make any sense. I grouched, ripping the paper of the building. Argh! I yelled in pain, and another wave of painful static exploded in my head again. The pain was so bad could practically hear my heartbeat in my ears. Faintly, I recognized the sound of something moving toward me. I straightened, ready to beg for help, just so I could get further away from Masky. "Sir, please, I need help. I've been kidnapped." I stopped talking, when I saw who had made the noise. I was a very tall man, in a black suit, only he wasn't normal, he was too tall, and his skin was white, but the most horrifying thing about him, he had no face. "Never mind," I shouted, running away from him, and back into the cover of the trees. As I ran, I could hear my heart beat more strongly in my ear, and that seemed to make the static even worse. Every time I stopped or looked back, it seemed the bone-white, faceless man was getting closer. I stumble onto another roughly drawn picture. "Don't look, or it takes you." "Seriously?" I shouted in frustration, realizing that these pictures were talking about the creature behind me. I looked back on instinct. Oh my God, he was way closer than before. Okay, no more looking back," I told myself, as I continued to try and put distance between me and the creature, and Masky. Hell, I didn't even know what direction I was going in anymore. Just when I thought I was thinking I was setting a good pace for myself, the static and pain hit like a bombshell. I tripped and my hands holding my head. This pain was worse than any other ache I was currently feeling. I crawled to my knees, but I just couldn't find the energy to even lift my head from the ground. The pain wasn't going away like before, it was constant. Something was circling around my leg, tightening its grip as it began to lift upward. "Please, just leave me alone," I pleaded, when I was lifted in the air by my leg, lifting me to where I was face to face with it. I could see black-like tentacles sprouting from its back, and I just knew that was what had hold of my leg. The constant static and pain, and this monster that had me in its grip. I couldn't take it. I wanted to get away, I wanted to go home. Or back to the cabin. The cabin was more safer than this creature, I was sure of it. Where was Masky? Surely, he had discovered I had escaped by now. Masky was more safer than this creature. I struggled, wiggling to try and slip out from the tentacle around my leg. I gritted my teeth, as felt my body start to shake. I couldn't understand why, except I was truly scared. I looked away, figuring if I didn't see my death, I could somehow convince myself of something. Long bone-white fingers gripped my hair, keeping my face looking at it, so that I was looking straight where its eyes should have been. I'd rather be back chained in a cabin with Masky than with this demon. I couldn't help but think. At least he was human. The heartbeat that had been beating in my ears, ever since the pain got to an unbearable level, seemed to increase, seeming to drown out everything. It was making the static and pain increase with it. I was starting to hyperventilate, as black spots clouded my vision. "Masky!" I sobbed, hoping that my kidnapper would come to my rescue before the pain became too much. I knew Masky at least wanted me alive. This demon would no doubt kill me. Slenderman's POV. The child blacked out, from pure fear. It wasn't uncommon, many have fainted from learning there really were creatures that go bump in the night. I sighed, as the boy dangled upside down from one of my tentacles, releasing his head. I had grabbed it to release him from the extra effects of the slender sickness that he had activated when he had grabbed the papers from the trees. I was tempted to have him take the place of my victim that had escaped, because he had entered my hunting grounds. Masky should have had him safely secured. I had warned him that if anything happened to his prey, there would be no consequence to the one who got to him. Not only had the boy escaped the cabin, but somehow didn't take his daily dosage, that would keep the slender sickness away. Masky will be delighted to know the boy had called for him before he passed out, I noted. I turned my head to greet Hoodie, when I heard him stalking through the woods. "Slendy, you called for me?" he asked. I nodded. I had summoned for Hoodie, when I first noticed the boy had somehow escaped Masky. I presented the boy to Hoodie, letting the unconscious child dangle between us. The reason I had called for Hoodie was because I could not reach Masky, which told me he was not in our woods, but in the human domain, and Hoodie was the main proxy who would know where he went to and could go get him. "Oh," Hoodie said, tilting his head. "I will go and inform Masky. I believe he went to go shopping for the human." We both looked at the boy's limp body as it convulsed from the pain the slender sickness was causing. Soon he wouldn't be able to take any more and would die, if not given the pills. I pointed Hoodie toward the nearest path, that would take him to the human domain. "I will hurry," Hoodie confirmed, jogging away, leaving me with the unconscious child. I sighed again as I switched from holding the boy upside down by his leg, by wrapping a tentacle around his midsection. The things I do for my proxies, I thought, as I examined an limp body within my grasp. I rubbed my hand on my face, as I felt my victim escape me, having found the necessary amount of paper. Now I would have to find another victim. Masky owes me a victim, I thought, lifting a no-existent eyebrow, as I watched the human child groan in his unconscious state and convulse from pain again. Masky's POV. After hearing from Hoodie, I hurried back to the cabin. I can't believe Levi had managed to slip out of his ankle shackle. If I had known he was capable of doing so, I would have fitted him in the metal shackle. I just hoped his brain didn't break because of the slender sickness. There was only two ways that could go, neither of them good. I paced back and forth in front of the door of the cabin, and shamefully I all but jumped for the door when I heard someone approach, and ripping it open, already knowing who it was. I came face to face with an unconscious Levi, who was being held by one of Slendy's tentacles. I looked past Levi to look to see Hoodie, an upset Slenderman. He held Levi out closer to me, arms crossed, one finger tapping in irritation. He made Slendy lose his victim. Hoodie confirmed. "Oh," I said. Slendy straightened to his full height, keeping his arms crossed. "Sorry," I said, not knowing what else to say. Chapter 11. Levi's POV. I was more than surprised to find myself waking up, especially after remembering the white faceless man in a suit, and being caught by him. To say that I was even more surprised to wake up lying on a concrete floor, and to see Masky staring at me, through that stupid mask. I didn't jump, or scream, but I did move away from him, till I was sitting up with my back pressed up against the wall nearest to me. Masky stayed in his sitting position, watching me, and not making a move to stop my attempt to get away from him. He stared at me for a good moment, not saying a word. However, he was not what I was worried about at the moment. I was wondering how I ended up back with Masky. I am almost certain that I should be dead. I am very certain I had not dreamed that creature. Confused. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. "Don't be. Slenderman decided not to kill you. He returned you to me. Right now you are in the basement. I'm going to keep you down here for a bit after that stunt you pulled till I'm sure you learned and recognize your mistake," Masky said, tilting his head. "That thing was real?" I asked, not believing he was talking about that monster I seen. "Yes, Slenderman is real, white, faceless, tentacles, and wearing a suit. He is real. So was the dog that chased you in the woods. That was Smile Dog. And the other creature was the Rick. The little girl in the woods, Sally. All real." I was silent. He was not telling me what I was hearing. My ears were playing a trick on me. My brain was going crazy from what has happened. I shook my head, in denial as I tried to keep myself calm. Masky stood up and looked down at me, from my spot. "Deny the truth all you want. But I am going to leave you in here, for a couple of hours with a new friend, I guess I should say, although, I wouldn't too attached if I were you," he said, moving away, revealing a black-haired girl, dressed in a white blouse and mini-skirt, tied to a chair and gagged. She jumped when Masky turned to her. I heard him chuckle softly by her movements of fear. He turned his creepy masked face back to me. "I'll leave you two alone, you have a lot to talk about." Me and the girl both watched as Masky walked up the stairs and out the door, the lock seeming to make a loud clicking sound. I got up and held my hands up in a "I mean no harms" gesture, as I made my way towards the girl, when she jumped from my movements. "It's okay. I'm like you. I was kidnapped and brought here, just like you," I told her. She visibly relaxed, and I began releasing her. "My name's Alexis," she said, when I removed her gag. "Mine's Levi," I said, helping her out of the chair. She had a large bruise on the side of her head. It made me think that she was probably hit in the head and brought here like I was. I sincerely hoped she wasn't chased by monsters like I was. "Levi, we have to get out of here," she said, immediately. "We do not want to be here when one of them comes back." She made a dash for the only exit, the door at the top of the stairs. She placed her ear against the door. "I can't hear anything, maybe he left." "So, you know about the monster?" I asked her, my brain seeming to only register the word them. "More or less, most people just know them as creepypastas," she said, jiggling the doorknob, and kicking the door when it failed to open. "Creepypastas," I repeated. "That's the urban legends my friend used to go on about. Think. If I known they were real, I would have listened to their stupid stories," I said, recognizing the word. "Wait." She came back to me. "You don't know about creepypastas?" she demanded, her face changing into a grimace as her hand went to rub her head as if in pain. "No, I didn't pay attention to them. I try to stay away from spooky or creepy stuff," I admitted. She looked at me in disbelief. I shrugged at her look. I did not like dolls, or spooky stuff. "What can I say, I'm a wimp," I admitted to her. I was already used to people calling me that, and I had no problem telling people this either. "Okay, listen," she said, her hand grabbing her head again. "Creepypastas are not just legends, they're real. And as of right now, we need to find a way out of here, or the proxy up there," she pointed to the door, "is going to kill us." "Proxy?" I repeated. "Yes, Masky is a proxy, who takes his orders from Slenderman," she said, rubbing her head again. "He succumbed to the Slender sickness, and so that he would not lose his mind or die from it, he made a deal with Slenderman and became his proxy. Now he kills people, or whoever Slenderman tells him to kill," she said quickly. My brain barely processed what she was saying. "Ugh, okay, I'll start over, and try to give you a quick course of what creepypastas are," she said, sitting herself on the floor, pulling me down to join her. "We'll educate you and work a plan of attack when Masky comes back," she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. Masky's POV. I had left the cabin, to leave Levi to get to know his new friend, and made my way to the mansion. Hopefully, he would utilize the knowledge I had presented to him. She wouldn't last for long. I had snagged her from Jeff, so I wasn't too unset when he landed a punch as soon as I entered the kitchen, where Toby was enjoying himself in a large stack of waffles, Hoodie was eating a cheesecake, EJ was nibbling on a kidney, and Ben was busy playing a game on his 3DS. Everyone had their masks off, as was normal when we were all just hanging out at the mansion. Slenderman was sitting at the counter, looking at a newspaper. I rubbed my sore cheek, glaring slightly at Jeff for his immaturity. "That's for taking my kill," Jeff growled. I just looked at him. "It was necessary," I said finally. Shoving me aside, Jeff stormed out, growling. "Ass." Sighing, I sat down beside Hoodie, who as usual sat as far as he could away from EJ. I guess it creeped him out that EJ preferred to eat human kidneys. There was a sandwich waiting for me. Punish him, yet? Hoodie asked. No, the death of his new friend and teacher should be traumatizing enough to get the message across. I answered, taking a bite out of the sandwich. He'll find the key to the basement door, in her remains. If he's smart he won't attempt to leave again. Hoodie didn't reply. How long are you going to leave him there? Toby asked, between a bite of waffles. Until I'm sure, she's dead. Levi should be fined for a while. I answered, recalculating the time in my head, to make sure I didn't return to 2 bodies in the basement. That would be disappointing. I fingered the pill bottle in my pocket. I had brought them with me, in case Levi did escape the basement. He was going to have to learn he was to depend on me, and me alone. I was in charge of his life and his death. If he fails to remember, will you kill him? Ben asked, not taking his eyes off his game. I don't know. I said, thinking about it. It would be kind of fun to chip away at his sanity if he did fail to remember. I want his kidneys, if you do kill him. EJ said. I opted to not answer that, for Hoodie's sake. I can't figure out why I can't bring myself to kill him. I tried to, several times when Slendy brought him back. I huffed, puzzled. Slendy had sat there and watched me try to kill him, till I had decided that maybe if he knew who I was and where he was, would be more motivation for me to kill him, once he looked at me with recognition and fear. I had to take Jeff's prey though. She was a fan of ours, especially of Jeff. Jeff for some reason enjoyed killing off his fan base. I guess he liked proving to them how truly terrifying and beautiful he was in person before they went to sleep. Where's Laughing Jack? I asked, after a few moments of not hearing the psychotic clown's laugh, or taunting Jeff, within the mansion. Ben shrugged, too engrossed in his game to answer verbally. Slendy sent him to Paris, for his next victim. Hoodie said. What did he do to deserve to be sent so far away? I asked. He replaced Slendy's suits, with maid dresses. And made Sally cry, he hid her bare. EJ said. I nodded. As we settled into a steady conversation, of who would go to the human domain next for their victim. Slendy writing out the schedule so there would be no confusion. Levi's POV. After finding that this basement had no small window or any other way of escaping, Alexis and me were both pushing on the door, twisting the doorknob as we did, hoping that our combined weight would somehow be enough to have the lock give out. After Alexis had given me a crash course through what exactly the creepypastas were, what Masky was, she finally admitted that she was seeing and hearing static, which was causing her great pains. She suspected this was the slender sickness. I was also starting to re-show signs of the sickness. So that explained why it was happening to me, ever since I got here. I told her this and about the pills that were on the other side of the door, and she concluded that those were to hold off the sickness and we needed to get out and get those pills, before one of us succumbed to it. We had no idea how long we were locked in the basement. All we knew was that we were thirsty and hungry. We were both sweating, having been trying anything and everything to get out of the basement. As Alexis's pain started getting more closer together, she started crying. We got to get out. I can't take it anymore. She wailed, throwing herself at the door one more time, before sliding to the floor. I slammed myself against a few more times, even after static and pain flashed in my head. Just rest, Alexis, I bust through this door and we'll get those pills, and get outta here. I grunted, not willing to get up. No one's going to murder us, I said, slamming myself against the door. Levi, I can't anymore, it's too much. My head, she quickly ran down the stairs, her hand going to cover her mouth, and puked in the furthest corner. It won't stop, there's no break, between. She tried to speak, but kept getting sick. Hearing another person, in so much pain, and sick, just made me try even harder. My shoulder and arm were hurting, my head was hurting. The relief for the slender sickness that was obviously affecting Alexis more than me, was just beyond our reach. My shoulder could fall off, if it meant getting out of this basement. Something was bothering me though. If Masky's a killer, and the white faceless man in the woods was in fact the Slenderman, why have they not killed me yet? Oh my god. Alexis yelped. I'm puking up blood, and... a key. She wheezed, before resuming to vomit more. A key. I said, continuing to try and force the door open. You swallowed your house key? I asked, not really processing what she had said, and analyzing it. I heard her groan in pain and her labor breathing. I was not expecting her immediate response, but after several beats later and there was still no response, I stilled. Everything had gone quiet. I turned around and saw her collapsed in a heap. Alexis! I called. She didn't move. I stopped trying to get the door opened and ran to her side to check on her. Alexis! I tried again, shaking her shoulder, making an effort not to look at the blood she had puke up. She still didn't move, she wasn't even breathing. Rolling her over, I prepared to give her CPR, only when I saw her face did I realize that would be useless. She had blood dripping from her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Now I'm no doctor, but I'm almost positive that when that happens, there's no saving a person, especially once they have stopped breathing. Oh my god. I breathed, realizing this is how the slender sickness kills, and that if I didn't get out of this room I would join her. I back away from her body, squatting to my knees to try and get myself calmed down enough to continue trying to escape. White noise filled my ears, static flashed my vision. Panicky I stood and spun around, looking around the room. We had to have missed a window, or another door. Didn't basements in murder and horror movies always have at least one of those things attached to it? The basement I was in couldn't be that different. Nothing. What do I do? I asked, my eyes landing on the dead body of Alexis. I was kind of silently hoping she was somehow rise from the dead, and help me. My eyes moved to the object that laid innocently in blood and vomit. The key that I had thought was to her house, but when I saw it, I noticed it was too odd looking to be to a house. I grabbed my head again, not because of white noise or static, but at the memory of what will happen should stay locked on the basement. Ew. Gross. Yuck. I mentally fussed, as I gritted my teeth and picked it up. What could it hurt to try? I mean, yeah, it was a long shot, but what other option here did I have? Running back up the stairs, I prayed to a god, that this would somehow open the door. My hand was shaking as I tried to fit it in the keyhole, and was shell-shocked that the odd-looking key actually opened the door. I didn't waste time to stop and think about it. I ran into the main room of the cabin and into the kitchen. The only thing on my mind at the moment was those pills. I needed those pills. I tried to open the cabinets and was devastated to find them all locked. The fridge was locked, there wasn't even any water turned on. The bastard turned the water off. Everything was literally bolted or locked shut. He had to have those pills somewhere. I looked toward the stairs leading to the second floor, the part of the cabin I had yet to explore yet. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time. The quicker I found those pills, the faster I can leave this cabin. I ran into the first room I came across, but stopped. Tee room was obviously the room Masky was using, but it lacked personal touches. All that was in the room was a perfectly made bed, a plain-looking desk with a simple chair, and a single with black curtains that were drawn closed. The only reason I even knew it was Masky's room was because the closet door was open, revealing 2 of the same jackets, shirts, and jeans, and a bat sitting in the corner, near the door. But not seeing much in the room, I still practically turned the room upside down just to be sure that he did not have the pills hidden somewhere in it. I had to pause slightly when my head was overcome with white noise and static. Breathing through it, I stomped out of the room, grabbing the bat on my way to another room. The other rooms seemed to be bedrooms, all in the same design as Masky's, only not occupied. So far neither held the pills. It was when I was searching the second to last room on the second floor, did I hear the front door of the cabin open and close. Oh, no. He's back. I gulped. I closed the door to the room I was in, biting the inside of my jaw, as I tried to stay silent as white noise and static erupted in my head. It did not escape my attention this time that they were reoccurring more closer together now, and that worried me. My first response was to tiptoe to the one window that seemed to be in every one, and try to open it, and silently cursed when it refused to open. I could hear Masky walk around the main area of the cabin, and my grip tightened on the bat, as I held it at the ready, when I heard the stairs creak, signaling he was coming upstairs, where I was trapped. I listened as he first stopped at the first room, his room, and slowly made his way to each room, and I just knew from the slight pause at each room, he was looking in them, looking for me. I positioned myself so I would have a clear aim at his face, when he finally got to my room. He finally stepped in front of the room door, the shadows of his boots, blocking the light on the other side. I tensed, I felt like a batter, in the major leagues, and this swing would determine the outcome. Slowly the doorknob turned, and after a beat, the door slammed open. At that some moment I swung the bat with as much force I could manage. Only he was ready for it. Masky grunted slightly as his hand grabbed the bat, stopping it from hitting its target. I tried to yank it from his grip, as he kept a solid grip on it. His emotionless mask staring right at me, as we had a tug of war with the bat. Masky was strong, and I had to use every muscle within my body and arms to not let go of my only weapon. Seeing I wasn't going to give up on my struggle, Masky turned his body, so that I was pulled from the room and slammed on the opposite wall, pushing the bat close to my throat with his weight. I had to fight to ignore the white noise and static that brought pain, and not allow him to get me trapped. I pushed back, the bat still pushed up close to my neck. I stared at the soulless eyes of the mask, as I need him. A satisfying grunt of pain escaped from underneath the mask, as his grip slacked enough for me to shove him away and into the room I was just in. Masky fell onto his back and curled slightly in on himself. It might have been a sissy move, but it worked. I was about to run for the stairs, when I noticed a pill bottle had slipped from Masky's pocket. That bastard had them with him the whole time. I cursed. That also meant he had anticipated at least one of us, Alexis or me, to escape the basement. Against my gut telling me to forget the pills and run, I went to scoop the bottle up, shaking it to make sure there was some in it. I startled, when I noticed Masky getting to his feet. He was radiating anger, I could practically see it rolling of him. "Oh, I'm so dead," I mumbled, dashing for the stairs. Masky wasted no time catching up, grabbing my shoulder. Just as I was at the top of the stairs, I dropped the bottle of pills down the stairs, so I could use both hands to grip the bat as I turned around, swinging the bat, nailing him on his shoulder, as he once again grabbed the bat with his free hand. We were once again in a tug of war with the bat. "Let go," I growled, in frustration, forgetting that I was standing seriously close to the edge of the stairs. I heard him grunt in annoyance, and then changed from trying to yank the bat from my grip to pushed me backwards, and held the bat with one hand. He punched me in the jaw with his free hand. The force of his punch stunned me, and my grip on the bat loosened and I found myself falling backwards. Everything seemed to go in slow motion, as I tumbled down the stairs, my cracking up against hardwood on my way down. I landed face first on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. When I opened my eyes, I was afraid to know I had hit my head hard enough that I was seeing double. I tried getting, but it seemed that with my head a-swimming and doubled vision, my body didn't want to move. I literally fell back down onto the floor when I tried. Chapter 12. Masky's POV. I watched as Levi fell down the stairs, hitting his head on his way. I casually followed after him, opting to walk rather than take the hard way. I was pleased to see that he had not succumbed to the sickness. I was slightly worried, considering I had left him locked in the basement for a full 20 hours. When I had found the basement door open, but no Levi, for a moment I feared he had ran into the woods again, till I heard him moving around upstairs. Seeing my bat missing in my room alerted me that he might be armed, so I was prepared when he attacked. I had expected him to put up a fight, but I was also confident that I could subdue him easily. I had not meant for him to end up getting a concussion down the stairs, but if that was how I could get him unarmed and restrained, then so be it. The slender sickness should be getting unbearable, right about now. I watched him closely as I approached his fallen form. Seeing him struggle to stand up after taking such a fall. He still had too much fight in him. However, the girl had done her job. He knew what I was now. He knew to fear me now. I could probably kill him now, and these foreign feeling in my chest would die with him. I smiled, behind my mask, as I pulled my knife from my back pocket. I nudged him with my foot, to get him on his back, and straddle his stomach, trapping his arms with my knees. He began to struggle again, moving his head side to side, trying to wiggle free, even though he knew it was useless. "I will make it quick," I mumbled. It was the least I could do. I would make it quick for us both. This game, I would end it now. I placed the knife at his throat. "And no. Please, don't," he begged, sobbing, realizing what I was going to do. "It will only hurt for a moment," I promised, running my free hand in his blonde hair. "Why am I comforting him? Why do this?" he cried out, the fear evident in his voice. Before I could stop myself, I found myself answering. "You were meant to die, long before this day. I was interrupted last time. I needed to kill him now. He was making me feel strange. Dare I say, human again." I gritted my teeth. I pressed the knife into his skin, shushing whatever was going to come out of his mouth. He closed his eyes as most victims did, not wanting to see his death. I sighed, removing the knife from his bared throat. I couldn't do it. I still couldn't do it. "Why?" I growled, making sure that I took the key from him, and getting off of him quickly, and grabbing a handful of his hair, and dragged him back to the basement, locking it. He had too much fight still in him, and his sickness was not so bad to where he would beg to do anything for those pills. I ignored his pounding fists on the door, and went to the kitchen, stabbing the knife into the table and taking off my mask, putting my heads in my head. "Hoodie, I know you're there," I said, knowing my best friend was almost always nearby. Silently he joined me at the table. "Couldn't do it?" he stated. "What did they do to us in that facility?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. "Nothing. You watched the tapes with us to know this," he said. I rolled my eyes. Levi's pounding on the basement door had ceased. I looked up at Hoodie, who had his mask on his face, and yet I still knew he was studying me. "What?" "Slendy suggested that you quit trying to kill him and let the sickness do its job," he said. "I tried that. I can't do that," I growled. "Perhaps, you are feeling what humans call affection towards him," he suggested, tilting his head. I stared at Hoodie for a moment. This guy wouldn't know emotion if it bit him. His was the only one of us proxies that stayed detached of showing any kind of expression or emotion. "And you would know this how?" I prompted, lifting an eyebrow. "I killed a young couple a few days ago." "You are acting like the male," he said, simply. "You just compared me to a victim," I said. "I don't wish to kill you though," he said, taking a key from his pocket and unlocking the fridge, pulling out a cheesecake slice. Lifting his mask slightly so he could eat it. I shook my head, with a sigh. Come on, I need to blow off some steam, I said, grabbing my knife. Hoodie, following close behind. Rosewood Park should have a good variety of prey, Hoodie suggested, mouthful of cheesecake. Levi's POV. I sat in the corner of the basement that had a perfect view of the basement door, as well as staying as far away as possible from Alexis's body. My head was killing me, not only from the large bump on it, but the white noise and static was constant now. I had lost track of how long Masky had thrown me back in here, but I was sure it was hours. I could barely remember how long I have been imprisoned in this damn cabin. When was the graduation party, the night I was taken? 2 days ago? 3 days ago? I couldn't remember. I just want to go home, I said to the empty and lonely room, putting my head on my knees, staring at the door. Sometime later. I don't remember falling asleep, and I don't remember ever being let out of the basement. I don't remember being fitted with a steel ankle shackle, that was obviously replacing the leather one. I had woken back on my small bed in the main room of the cabin. The white noise and the static were still constant, and it was freaking me out that I could not remember how I ended back up here chained to the bed again. Maybe I wasn't even in a cabin. Maybe there was no Masky or Alexis. Maybe I was in a mental facility and I was trapped in illusion of my own mind. I curled up on my side, trying to just disappear into the mattress. I wanted to go home. I wanted my music. I wanted Bonnie and Fred back. I wanted to be told I wasn't losing my mind. Looks like it's time for you to take a pill, said the voice that I hoped was in my head. I looked up to see Masky standing over me, staring at me through his emotionless mask. Am I going insane? I asked. As of this moment, I'd say you are very close to either losing your mind or dying, he answered, in an emotionless voice. Let me go home. I tried to demand, but my voice betrayed me, making me sound weak. You can never go back. You are too broken, he said, holding out a pill. I went to take it from him, but he pulled his hand away. Do you understand? He demanded. You do whatever I say, or I will let you succumb to the sickness just as the body in the basement did. I nodded my understanding, holding my hand out for the pill. I just wanted to stop the static and white noise, anything to feel sane again. He gave it to me. I swallowed it gratefully, and this time Masky did not have to check my mouth to ensure that I had indeed taken the pill. I opened my mouth up for him, showing him that I had indeed swallowed. He nodded his head with a satisfying grunt. Good boy. And walked to go sit in the kitchen. I watched him, and he watched me. Neither of us talking, or moving. At some point I grabbed the battered old teddy bear that seemed to always be waiting for me on the bed, and hugged it close. As if the universe was unhappy with the uncomfortable silence that lingered in the cabin around us, the door slammed open, causing me to jump. Masky just turned his head to see who had barged into his home. I will not tell you again to shut the hell up, growled an angry voice, the owner of said voice marching into the cabin. He was a tall guy, looked a close to my age, paper white skin, and pitch black shaggy-like hair, wearing plain jeans, and a white hoodie. To me he seemed like an angry emo. He was followed by an equally tall, black and white, creepy clown. But Jeffy, you would love the carnival, the creepy-looking clown said, getting up into angry guy's space, who seemed to growl angrily at the invasion. I just laid there, not moving, or breathing, especially, when I noticed angry emo was dragging a body by its leg behind him. Though I could still see the person breathing, so that meant whoever they had kidnapped was only unconscious. Pushing creepy clown away, with enough force to force him out of the cabin, angry emo slammed the door in his face. Seeming pleased with himself, he dragged his poor victim toward the basement, carelessly, letting them fall down the stairs, slamming that door, much like the front door, and locking it. He turned to Masky, who was still just watching. My kill. You don't get to take this one, this time. He growled. You could knock, you know. Masky sighed. I jumped again when the creepy clown appeared in the room in the form of black smoke. This was just all so crazy. I really hoped I was crazy, then all of this would all make sense and I at least had a chance of waking up from all of this. Masky, you know Jeffrey is not capable of such things, his beauty hinders such actions. The creepy clown laughed. From my corner of the room, the clown's words, I examined the angry guy. His face would have been okay if it wasn't for the deep scars that carved his mouth into a forever smile, and the fact he had no eyelids. Seriously, what happened to the guy? Why, the hell should I knock anyway? We all use this cabin. Angry emo, Jeffrey, growled out, clearly annoyed with the clown. Masky simply pointed in my direction, much to my discomfort at having the attention to now 3 urban legend killers. I gulped, as I tried to will myself to turn invisible. Oh. Creepy clown, said, jumping up and down, much in the way a child would when happy, clapping his hands. So it's true. Then, as if my mind wasn't shell-shocked enough these past few days, he reached for me, his black and white sleeved arms and clawed hands, stretching all the way to my side of the room and pulled me from the bed, toward him. Laughing, he ignored my struggles to get out of his grip, till I was positioned to standing in front of him, my mouth gaping open in a silent scream, and shock. Did that, really, just happen? You still haven't killed him yet? Jeffrey growled. What the hell is wrong with you? You need someone to hold your hand and walk you through it? Ha 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 ha. Creepy clown was laughing, at my expression still. Oh, Jeffy, I think he's cute. Let's me and you get a pet, too. It will bring us closer together. The creepy clown said, squeezing me in a hug. Shut up, LJ. No one wants to be near your candy ass. Jeff snapped. Jeffy, you say the sweetest things. Gushed the clown, LJ. Switching from holding me in a hug, much to my relief, to putting his arms around Jeff, who punched him upside the jaw, and getting away from him. Is there anything else you needed besides storing your prey for later entertainment? Masky asked, irritation creeping in his voice. Slendy wants you to hurry up and do whatever the hell you're going to do with him. Jeff said, stalking to the front door. The operator is coming for a visit, before he goes back, doing whatever the hell it is he does. Before the LJ followed after, what seemed to me anyway, his main source of entertainment, he pinched my cheeks, like one would do a small child. I'll bring candy, next time, Levi. Lots and lots of candy. Ha ha ha. Masky closed the door behind them, and then came to stand in front of me. Tilting his head to the side, he waved his hand in front of my still gaping mouth. Levi. He moved his head to the other side, one of his hands coming to rub the back of his neck. His arms stretched. I said, slowly. Yes. He said, confirming the image my brain was replaying over and over again. Impossible. I mumbled, eyes still wide. No. We are all monsters. Laughing Jack is an imagination. He can do a lot more than stretch his arms. Masky said, hands on my shoulders, and directing me back to my small bed in the corner, after seeing I was still struggling to accept this as reality. I looked up at him, when he pushed me to sit down. You're not. I stopped when he tilted his head again. You're human. I said, remembering that he was at the party, where he had abducted me. Not anymore, I'm not. He said. Jeff and Slendy are right. He sighed. Right about what? I asked. Tomorrow, we will start the game. You will remember, or you will die. He said, leaving me alone. Chapter 13. Masky's POV. I was pacing the kitchen of the slender mansion. What was I going to do? I needed to create a game that would jog Levi's memory and not kill him immediately like most prey. Hoodie, Slendy, and Toby were sitting at the counter watching me pacing back and forth. Seriously, I could not figure out what was so special about Levi. When we were trapped in that facility, my desire to kill him had slowly disappeared the longer I was with him. Now that he was here, I still couldn't kill him. I only found him annoying and irritating. It was difficult to keep seeing him as prey. Yo! Watch it! EJ shouted in surprise, when I almost barreled into him, causing him to send his kidney that he was snacking on, flying towards Hoodie. Hoodie caught it of course and was immediately grossed out, and instead of holding it, he tossed it into Toby's waffles. Hey! My WW waffles! Toby cried, pushing away the ruin meal, frowning. Sorry, EJ. I said, resuming my pacing. That's okay. EJ said, taking the discarded fork and plate of waffles, stabbing the syrup-covered kidney with the fork and taking a bite. This is good. I see why you like waffles now, Toby. He said, rubbing the kidney in the syrup again. Ew. That is not how you eat waffles. Toby said, looking like the very act was a crime. Slendy placed another plate in front of Toby, to hush him up again. Hoodie made a noise that signified that the very sight was disgusting to him, as he placed himself in my path, causing me to stop pacing again. What game will you choose? He asked, knowing exactly what I was pacing for. I don't know. I mumbled, opting to walk around him. Let me hunt him. EJ offered, still chewing on the kidney covered in syrup. You're just after his kidney. Ben said, jumping in the conversation, walking into the room. He can live without one kidney. EJ defended. Slendy got up making a groaning sound and walked out of the room, clearly deciding to ignore all of us. What about the rake? EJ suggested. The goal is to jog his memory, so he will remember Masky and the experimental facility. Not give him more nightmarish trauma. Ben said, flipping open his 3DS. How about I play with him? I can warp his reality that will resemble your first experience. It will be harmless, except that he might lose track of time and his mental health might decline. He suggested, grinning happily as he began a Pokemon battle. He won't even have to be moved from the cabin. It can't be that simple either. I growled. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Are you still on about the pest in the cabin? Jeff asked angrily, as he stalked in. Hey, Masky, hey, Masky. Hey, Masky. Hey, Masky. Toby called, waving his arms around erratically, fork in hand. I tilted my head in his direction, with a patient look. Yes, Toby. I acknowledged. Let me hunt him, he offered, with a big grin. No, Toby. I said. My eyes going back to Ben. I like his idea better. Masky. Hoodie said, tapping my shoulder. Turning around, I looked to where he was pointing. Slendy stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, as he held a struggling Jeff in his tentacles. Let go of me, Slenderdick! Jeff cursed, but unable to finish as a tentacle wrapped around his neck, choking him slightly. Slenderman. I said Slenderman. He choked out. Slendy released him, with a satisfying nod, dropping a still angry-looking Jeff on the floor at my feet, before taking a seat and the counter again. What did you do this time? EJ asked. Nothing. Jeff said with a huff, picking himself up. LJ's arm stretched into the room, slapping him on the back of the head. He tried to enter the cabin and kill the cutie. LJ said, his body catching up with his arm. Then Slendy came and grabbed him by the ear. Ha ha ha. He laughed, paying no heed to the death glare Jeff was sending his way. "Jeff," I threatened, Hoodie, holding me back from throttling the forever smiling bastard. "He's corrupting your judgment. The fact that you haven't killed him or his family yet are proof of that." Jeff growled. "It's called feelings, Jeffrey," LJ snickered, pinching the Jeff's scarred cheek, while shoving a lollipop in his mouth. "I'm gonna make you go to sleep." Jeff grouched annoyingly to the clown, spitting out the candy. "And I hate candy." I sighed and shook my head. "I can handle him, just fine. There is nothing wrong with my judgment." We were all silenced by the sound of tapping, which happened to be Slendy, watching us with mild impatience. Seeing he had our attention, he pointed to his watch. "The operator is coming today," Hoodie said. "Looks like you're going to be late returning," EJ said, licking the blood from his kidney and then rubbing it across the plate to gather the syrup off the plate. Toby, who had long since refilled his plate with waffle, nodded his head in agreement, with his mouth full. "Where's Sally, puppeteer and painter at?" Ben said. "The room with silent." "This might not good," Hoodie mumbled. "Ha, ha, 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 ha." LJ started rolling on the floor, finding our realization funny. "Let the games begin." Jeff smiled. "Shut up, Jeff," I said, walking past him. "Walking right into the operator. Maybe he'll still be alive when I get back," I thought as I noticed I would not be able to miss the meeting with our guest. Levi's POV. I sat huddled on my bed, hugging the battered teddy bear for comfort. It was the only thing I had that was familiar and wasn't a terrifying killer. Masky was long gone. He left sometime when I had drifted to sleep. I was beginning to wonder if this area of woods only had two types of the time of day, nighttime and spooky thick fog daytime, with little sun. It was really depressing to look out the window, by the bed. Masky had left a pill near the bed so I could take when I woke up. I was tempted to think that was nice of him, but I still wasn't sure why he was keeping me alive. My eyes moved to the basement door, where the person, that the impossible stretchy-armed clown, LJ, and that blood-covered and smiley Jeff guy had brought in, was banging on the door, which had woken me up. I had tried to get as close as I could without the metal shackle pulling and biting into my ankle. Whoever they were, they suspected that it was I, who had kidnapped them and refused to talk to me. This left me all the time in the world to try and come up with a plan that would keep me alive. I didn't know what Masky wanted from me. He had said he was a monster, but he didn't look like one. But after Alexis had told me what creepypastas were, I knew he was definitely a murderer. All those criminals show on TV had always mentioned that as long as the criminal kept seeing their victim as another human being worthy of respect, the victims were more than likely be able to stay alive and in some cases be released or escape. I needed to keep Masky seeing me as human, which would help keep me breathing. The front door creaked open. I tensed slightly, thinking it was Masky, but I realized that the person walking through the door was not Masky, it was the little girl that had landed me in this situation. I think Masky had called her Sally. She was in a pink dress, and light brown hair, and holding a teddy bear. "Hiya, I'm Sally. And you're Levi, right?" she asked, skipping over to me, and squealed, jumping up and down. I hit my head on the wall from flinching. I felt a little embarrassed to be so cautious of a little kid. "You're holding my present. I'm so happy you like him," she said, pointing to the battered teddy bear in arms. So she gave me the bear, as a present. I looked between the bear and her, feeling only slightly upset. My only source of comfort had come from, well, a creepypasta. However, she was still a kid. Upon a closer look I noticed she had blood streaking from her head, like she was hurt there or something. If I was going to stay alive, I needed to treat these creepypastas as I would any other person. "Are you okay? You're bleeding." I asked. I couldn't bring myself to move toward her. So I indicated, the spot be pointing to my own head. She touched her head, where the blood was. Oh. Are you afraid of blood? She asked, not answering my question. No, but. Good. She interrupted me, a big smile on her face. Because we all get blood on us, especially when we go out hunting. Hunting? I repeated after her. Yes, it's how we choose our prey. You're the first one, Masky hasn't killed right away, so you must be special. She grinned. They don't see other people as people. They call us prey. It gave me shivers, at that realization. So how do you hunt? I dreaded asking, but she had dodged the question about her head injury, and I did not want to make her upset. God only knew what would happen then. I don't hunt. I play. But sometimes, there are some who don't want to play, and that makes me upset. She smiled, that sweet innocent smile at me. Would you like to play with me? I wasn't sure I trusted her. We can have a tea party, and I'll be the mommy, you'll be the daddy, and our bears can be our kids. She said, clapping her hands together. The fridge and cabinets are all locked. I said, hoping that bit of info would save me from having to play with her, without getting her upset. I really didn't want to know how she reacted to someone who didn't want to play games with her. Silly, she giggled, it's a pretend tea party. She grabbed for the battered teddy bear in my arms, and began placing them in a sitting position on the floor. What if Masky comes back? I tried one more time to get out of this. Then he can be the uncle. She grinned. This is Mr. D. She said, waving her teddy bear's arms. What's your called? Shit, I don't make a habit naming toys. Freddy. I blurted, hurriedly, then facepalmed at having named a teddy bear after one of my dead friends. I can almost hear his laughter from the dead. Hi, Freddy. I'm Mr. D. It's nice to meet you. She said, lowering her voice how she envisioned he bear would sound. Could it talk? Do you like pizza? I like pizza. Sally. I looked back to the door at the new voice. Another guy around my age stood there. He wore a black coat and pants, black gloves, and gray beanie hat. His skin was very pale and he had golden eyes, and was his mouth gold, too? Puppeteer. You're just in time for the tea party. Sally rejoiced. Masky will not like you here. Come on, painter wanted to paint another picture of you. This time as a princess of your choice. No. She huffed. Me and Levi are going to have a tea party. He moved his inhuman golden eyes to me, putting his hands out slightly, like he was holding something invisible. So you're Levi. At his words, golden thin strings seemed to manifest from his fingertips, slinking their way to me and attaching themselves to me. Once all connected, my body began moving on its own, the strings tugging me forward like a puppet. I was moving with each slight movement his fingers made, like he was doing this. No, that's wrong, he was doing this. I tried so hard not to show my panic, as I got closer to him. He was smirking at me in a knowing manner. Delicious. He mumbled when my body stopped to a halt in front of him. No wonder Masky likes him. I'm standing right here, asshole. I silently grouched. I was getting tired of hearing these people talk about me like I wasn't even here. His anxiety in quite delectable, good height too. He mused, putting his hand on my jaw, moving my face from side to side, and rotating my arms. No matter how much tried, I could not move my body. His smirk grew wider. How would you like to be my puppet? He asked, draping an arm across my shoulder. No, he's playing with me. Sally said, stomping her foot. This is insane. I can't even move my head. I did not like the fact that the only thing I could move was my eyes. He can still play as a puppet, Sally. He nudged my motionless body in the ribs. What do you say, Levi, want to come home with me, and be my new puppet? He asked. My head nodded on its own. I was trying my hardest to shake my head no. If this guy took me, I would die. I would be dead. Perfect. He smiled. We'll let Helen paint your portrait, then I'll introduce you to your new brothers and sisters. I'm going to make you into the perfect puppet. He said, patting my head. All around the mulberry bush. The monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in good fun. Pop! Goes the weasel. Oh, no. Not him. Sally all but whine. Come on, Mr. D, we'll play with Levi and Freddy later. LJ might take you again. She said, hugging her bear, and disappeared. Even though I suspected she had some creepy power like the rest, I could still feel my eyes widen. She did not just disappear, she faded away. Puppeteer, all but groaned, slapping a hand over his eyes in annoyance. Ha ha ha. I brought candy. LJ cheered, popping into the room. Take your poison candy somewhere else, clown. Levi's mine now. Puppeteer smirked, pulling my still form closer to him. I really wanted to move. I wanted these golden strings to fall off me, so I could have control back. Oh, pulling a switcheroo on Masky, are we, Levi? LJ grinned, reaching for the string attached to the top of my head, pulling it in a jerky up and down motion, making my head nod. No, no. I rather stay here with Masky. One psycho is enough. I wanted to say. I thought you were meeting with the operator, like everyone else. Puppeteer, asked, smacking the clown's hands away from his strings. I was told to leave. Ha ha. The clown laughed. Sometimes I think you do that, just to out of the boring stuff. Puppeteer, huffed, lifting an eyebrow. Oh, Pinocchio, why would you say such a thing? I am all about work. LJ said, gleefully, pulling out a lollipop and licking it. Was any of this really real? This can't really be real. These people were all weird and creepy. And I thought I knew what weird was. I mean, I prided myself with being weird. Levi, a hand waved in front of my face, snapping out of my thought. LJ is holding a small piece of hard candy to my mouth. Say, all three, his hand gripping my jaw open. A big grin on his face. Laughing Jack. The voice I didn't think I would ever be grateful to hear snapped. We all looked to Masky, who stood in the doorway. He pointed his finger toward the clown, still holding my jaw open, and still holding the candy just in my mouth. Don't you dare feed that to him, he snarled. Puppeteer's strings vanished, causing me to slump slightly, but I regained my balance and started trying to pry the clown's hand off my face. I am sad to say, I was reminded I was weaker than these guys. His arm didn't budge. Masky, you ditching the meeting, too? Puppeteer smirked. Slender, suggested I leave. Turns out he doesn't trust none of you. Masky growled, stalking forward, and gripping my shoulder in a tight grip. And rightly so. I would not say this out loud, but dude, was I relieved to see my masked kidnapper. I breathed out in relief, that I hadn't even realized I was holding. Painter is looking for you, Puppeteer. Mask informed, kneeling down slightly and grabbing my ankle. I dare not move. I knew I wouldn't be able to make a run for it with these three surrounding me. You were to bring him new supplies. Oh, yeah. The golden-eyed proxy smirked, snapping his fingers. I forgot about that. He walked toward the stairs. I think he said they were in his room here. Laughing Jack, Slender wants you back at the meeting. Masky, said, hand gripping my elbow this time as he dropped my shackle and stood, his masked face, staring at me. Okay, but what are yo dash? Laughing Jack, asked, but was silenced when Masky tilted his head in his direction. Go on, I'll be there shortly. Masky inquired. The creepy clown looked between me and Masky before a smile re-emerged on his face and he popped out of the room. We didn't move. I couldn't move. The mask was haunting to look at. I could just feel his eyes burning into mine, even if I couldn't see them. My heart started thumping faster the longer we stood there, just staring, and my face was burning up. Oh, I hope I'm not coming down with something. This was not the ideal situation to get sick. He loosened his grip. What is going on here? He knows I could probably make a run for it now, right? I went to take a step back, and his grip tightened again. Tim? I asked, deciding that for him to continue to see me as an equal and human, was to show him that I seen him as human, too. His hand released me as if I had burned him by the name alone. Run. He said, in a monotone voice, devoid of any emotion. I backed up slightly, my fight or flight instincts sending warning bells to go off in my head. That change in his voice was terrifying. Okay, maybe it wasn't a good idea to call him that. Run. Now. He said, pulling a pocket knife from his pocket, voice still monotone, and stalking toward me, with silent menacing movements. I tripped over my own feet as I chose flight, and attempted to turn for the door. Masky still walking slowly toward me. In a mad scramble to get back to my feet I dashed out the door, not looking back. I thought I heard him say something, but was too busy having a silent anxiety attack. Masky's POV. Let the game begin, I mumbled, as I took my mask off once Levi was out of sight, and turned around to see Puppeteer watching from the stairs, painter's unopened paints and brushes in hand. I would let Levi have the run of the woods till the meeting was over, and if he stayed alive long enough then, I would hand him over to Ben. I know you don't want to hear this, Masky. Puppeteer sighed, coming to stand beside me and look in the direction that Levi had ran in. But you have got it bad. He started snickering. I ignored him, already leaving him behind to go back to the mansion. My prey would need a head start. I hope Levi would be grateful for this, and to Slenderman for suggesting this. I wonder how he will feel, seeing his dead friends again. The thought me smile. Chapter 14. Levi's POV. I knew better than to trust the paths in these woods. I knew better than to trust any sound or creature in these woods either. I found myself mumbling a song that would calm my nerves as I jogged along, but it just wasn't the same, without my headphones. Why did these woods have to be so spooky looking? I hated this. I don't know what I'm going to do once the slender sickness hit again. I should turn back. Masky wasn't that bad. I mean, he hasn't killed me yet. Ah, shut up, Levi. Now you're just thinking crazy. I almost wanted to hit myself for thinking that in the first place. Sighing, I stopped jogging. If someone was chasing me, they probably would have shown up by now, or caught me again. I haven't seen any weird creatures or psychopathic killers and kidnappers since I was told to run. Why had Masky told me to run anyway? What exactly did he want? Nothing made sense anymore. I just want to go home. I mumbled to myself, closing my eyes. Levi. Is that you? My eyes popped open. That sounded like Bonnie. But that was crazy. You're not going crazy, Levi. I looked up and there she stood. Impossible. I scrambled away from her, and to my feet, hugging close to the nearest tree, for emotional support. Don't just stare at me, like you seen a ghost, Lee. She crossed her arms. Why you're. I stammered, unable to even form a sentence, my eyes wide. She was dressed in her favorite purple dress, that she was buried in. Wow. He's really freaking out. Stay away from me. I shouted as I jumped away from Freddy, who was standing behind me, dressed in his church clothes. His family had decided to bury him in. My eyes darting between the two of them as they shared what looked like a concerned look. I was on the very edge of having a panic attack. My heart couldn't take this creepy stuff. What happened to my normal life? SHH, SHH. It's okay. Not Freddy cooed, walking slowly toward me, his hands out in front of him in a calming gesture. Levi, dude, it me golden boy Freddy. He said, soothingly as he reached to, I don't what he was going to do. I panicked and ran. Levi. I heard him and Bonnie both called out for me. Nope, nope, nope. I repeated over and over in my head. Come on, dude. Stop and listen for a sec. I tripped over myself, seeing Freddy magically appear in my path. I tumbled down a hill. I had somehow not noticed I had ran atop of and landed in a small creek. Picking myself up, I fell back on my butt. Shit. I cried. Feeling my ankle throb with pain. Oh my god. Are you okay, Lee? Not Bonnie's face peered over my shoulder. No. Get away from me. You're supposed to be dead. I shrieked, scrambling backwards, catching dirt and small rocks in the back of my pants, and scraping my palms to shreds, till my back hit the side of a tree. Both Not Bonnie and Not Freddy were standing in front of me now, watching as I tried to hobble away. Till Not Freddy was back to blocking my path again. Jumping away from him, I slumped to the ground and covered my eyes, as I hyperventilated, not wanting to see what else was going to pop up. I'm in hell. I dead and in hell. I died, and I didn't go to heaven. I am in hell. I gasped out, shaking my head. That explained it? That explained all this impossible creepypasta bullshit and imaginary clowns and ghost little girl, and my dead friends, and the faceless man in a suit, and those weird creatures. I'm dead. I died. Hands were rubbing circle on my back. You're okay, dude. SHH. It's okay, everything's fine. I know this is all creepy and spooky, but you just gotta breathe slowly. Not Freddy was cooing. Not Bonnie was on my other side, simulating deep slow breaths. Slow intake of breath, slow exhale of breath. I found myself imitating her and calming down. I knew I shouldn't have downloaded and burned all those songs on CDs and sell them. Or go to that graduation party and drink before I was of age. Now, I'm in hell living out my worst nightmare. I sobbed, eyes still covered. It was better if I just pretended I was blind. Not Freddy chuckled. Is that really the only two things you've done that was illegal? I should have told my parents I was bio. I found myself continuing. Dude, I know you. You're gay. Not Freddy corrected, as he patted my head, trying to comfort me. He sounded and acted so much like my dead friend I found it comforting. I shook my head, denying his claim. You still in denial about that? Not Bonnie asked, gently prying my hands from my face. Lee, sweetie, you practically flirted me under the table when we first met Freddy. And you haven't dated a girl in like ever. Yeah, you haven't even looked at a girl the way I do, Bonnie. But I have seen you crush over Zach Bagans that Ghost Adventures dude, and you don't even like ghost stuff. Not Freddy chuckle, trying to help her pry my hands from my eyes. Don't forget about the YouTubers Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and Cryoetic. Not Bonnie added. And you're not in hell. Not Freddy finished. And yes, we are dead, but we're also here. Not Bonnie said, giving up on trying to pry my hands from my eyes, and instead pulled me into a hug. For a moment I panicked and started struggling in her arms. Freddy, I mean not Freddy, followed her lead. He held up an iPod for me to see, before he slipped it into my pocket, with a reassuring smile. They felt so real. So, not dead. It was nice to have something familiar, even if it meant I was dead, or mentally insane and I was really drugged up to my ears with psychotics in a mental facility. I found myself slowly relaxing in their arms. That's our Lee. We'll keep the spooks away. Not Bonnie said, soothingly, seeing me calming down. Not Freddie made a humming our favorite song in that deep, rumbling humming noise that he used to do, for me and Bonnie after learning we swooned over the sound. And the bastard claimed he couldn't sing. Dude, could totally carry a tune worthy of a country artist. I was both mentally and emotionally drained, as my adrenaline faded. I found myself sinking deeper into the embrace of these copies of my friends. I could allow myself, just this once, that to pretend this was normal, after all it felt normal. At least this once. I could ignore the intense white noise that sounded in my head and the slight glitches and golden thin spider-like strings that seemed to vanish faster than I could blink. I could ignore all that. Laughing Jack's POV. We came out of hiding, as soon as Levi was asleep. We watched as Ben and Puppeteer realized their hold on the two dead bodies, nothing but rotting flesh and bones, that were wrapped around him in a loving hug. So touching. I grinned, looking at the lovely image this brought. One living boy, protected and asleep in the embrace of his dead friends. Jeff huffed in annoyance. He wasn't happy about being here, but then, he was never happy, unless he was covered in blood. Such a good look for him. So sexy, with his pale-toned body and black hair. He was indeed beautiful. One day he would get Jeff to admit that he felt affection toward him, too. EJ stood a few feet away. He was warned not to get too close to Levi, if he couldn't promise to leave his kidneys and other organs alone. Grinning pinched Jeffy's scarred cheek. Doesn't it just melt your stone-cold heart? I cackled. He slapped my hand away. Let's get this over with before Masky starts catching on to what we are planning. He snarled. Why, of course, I said, giving him a playful butler's bow. I always wanted to hold a sleeping beauty in my arms. I said, picking up Levi, rubbing my nose in his hair. I hope Masky guts you, fawning all over his kill. Jeff huffed, walking away. Pouting, I looked at Levi, who was trapped in whatever delusional dream Ben had created for him. Think he fell for it? I whispered, gripping his blonde hair and nodding his head for him. I smiled wider, slinging him over my shoulder. Yeah, I think so, too. He's totally into me, I said, patting Levi, cute ass. Skipping us through the forest, but not before winding up a little music box and leaving it with the sweet decaying bodies. Masky's POV. Hoodie was watching me pace again in the mansion's foyer. He was sitting in front of the door, making sure I did not leave or go to Ben and Puppeteer, who were at this moment playing with Levi. I was not happy what Ben and Smile Dog found in Levi's and his friends' past social media messages and videos. It was all just to make his dead friends more real to him. I meant it to be a gift. To give him some company as he walked through our woods. Puppeteer was helping Ben control their bodies and Ben held the illusions of living bodies. I wanted to stop as soon as I heard Puppeteers narrating Levi's crush. Bastard knew it would get to me, as he stood there mimicking their voices. This was your idea, Masky, and it's too late to quit now, Hoodie said. I turned toward Slender, who was sitting on a leather chair, chin resting in his hand, as he read a book. I thought you were going to kill one of those YouTubers, I growled out. He looked at me and shrugged. Markiplier is entertaining, as are the others, Ben said, over Hoodie's shoulder. Yeah, Smile Dog said, by Slender's feet. Besides, lots of people would notice should they go missing, he said. I tsked, and went to the window, crossing my arms. What about Jeff? He will not hunt Levi, Ben said, preparing to transfer himself into the iPod we had given Levi by going into Smile Dog's laptop to travel by. Well, See ya, later he said, zipping into the laptop. Really, really got it bad. Puppeteer snickered. Just admit you got no plan. No game you want to play with him. Shut up. I said, a little annoyed. Ah, look, he's jealous. He teased. I clenched my teeth together, so I would not comment to his childishness, but he was right. But it was too late to send Levi back into society. His brain would no longer be stable enough, without the constant presence of darkness. By bringing him here, I had decided for him to break his mind, and I had done it in the most cruel way, without even giving him a choice and leaving him ignorant of his fate. Why did I even bring him here? Hoodie approached me holding 2 plates of cheesecake. One for me and one for him. You'll figure it out soon, he said, holding out one of the plates. Sighing, I silently accepted the plate he offered. Both of us choosing to just sit and wait in silence. The cheesecake tasted a little weird. Hoodie must have gotten a different brand. Meanwhile, somewhere in the woods, a large group of men in white uniforms walked cautiously through the woods, that were rumored to hold the most sighting for a creature called the Rick, more commonly known as a creepypasta. These woods were perfect for such a creature, and the disappearances linked to these woods and bodies sometimes found, were enough evidence the rumors held some truth to them. They were ecstatic they had finally found a portal to Creepypasta woods. It meant they were one step closer to finding the true monster they wanted, Slenderman. They could feel the woods shifting around them. They had searched for years for this opportunity, to finally enter the home of the legendary Creepypastas. They paused as they heard a song being sung echo through the trees. It was a child's song. They decided to follow it, take the singer by surprise. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in good fun. Pop goes the weasel. The innocent little tune led them deeper into the woods and off the trails. It did not escape their notice that the sky was turning gray, even though it was still early in the day. They kept the weapons at the ready. After all, these were not normal woods. A penny for a spool of thread. A nickel for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. The tune started changing direction, leading them, or was the sing just walking away? One of the men looked down and seen bit of fallen candy on the ground. So, it was Laughing Jack they were chasing. He would be their first proxy to capture here. The one that had seen the candy first picked up a lollipop, and examined it. Don't eat it, their commander ordered, slapping it out of his hand. The group started walking again, following the song. All, but the one who had picked up the lollipop. It looked so good. He couldn't help himself, he picked it up. Looking to make sure none of his companions were looking, popped a jawbreaker in his mouth and pocketing the rest. Jimmy's got the whooping cough. And Timmy's got the measles. That's the way the story goes. Pop goes the weasel. The song was coming to an end. The men started running after the clown, hoping to start seeing a glimpse of him and catch him before the song ended. None of them noticed that 2 more men had stopped, spotting an abandoned batch of candy, that seemed to call out their names. There, their commander said, spotting the evil clown skipping through the wood. It looked like he had some slung over his shoulder. He's got a victim, was the excited exclaim, as they moved onward. I've no time to wait and sigh. No patience to wait till by and by. Kiss me quick, I'm off, goodbye. Pop goes the weasel. The group stopped after coming across 2 decaying bodies, with a little music box sitting between them, playing the little tune they had been following. Laughing Jack had disappeared. Their commander growled in frustration, until he noticed tracks leading away, and faint music chiming along a hidden path. We got him, let's go, he urged his men. 2 more men were deterred from following though, as they heard a something moving behind them. Turning, they not only realized that some of their companion were missing, But they soon found knives, being slammed into their throats, cutting off any warning they were going sound for their companions. You'd think, for people dedicated to hunting us, they would know better than to walk into a trap. The proxy wearing the blue mask, with inky black liquid leaking from the eyes, eyeless Jack, said to Jeff as he lowered his kill to the ground. "Dumb fuckers, don't know who they're messing with." Jeff's carved smile seemed to widen, he was having fun. The two proxies continued stalking the group of pathetic humans, as they blindly followed LJ, like mice following a piper. Puppeteer's strings came into view as he came upon his temporary puppets, and choreographed their movements so they would stand. "Who's ready for the carnival? We have a show to put on," he said, glancing back at Painter, flashing him a smile. "Come, assistant, we have a show to put on." He hooked arms with his friend, who let him drag him along. Laughing Jack skipped along. This was too much fun. Slenderman always came up with the best plans. The group of men were still in the woods, and it gave him enough time to situate Levi. He was buzzing with joy that cutie pie Levi would get to see his very own playground. Humming his signature song, LJ buckled the blonde into the ride. "You're going to love this, Levi," he said, pinching the unconscious boy's cheek. "Don't forget to put your hands in the air," he said, going to the controls to the ride. "Enjoy the ride," he cheered, pulling the lever, starting the ride, and cackled in glee as he popped away. Levi's POV. "I woke with wind rushing past my face and my hair. I could not for the life of me comprehend what was going on anymore, except I was on a roller coaster and I couldn't even bring myself to be surprised at not seeing not Bonnie and not Freddy next to me anymore. I had known they were some sort of illusion, or hallucination. Usually I loved roller coasters, but for some reason this one just screamed dangerous, like it was going faster than normal. I didn't scream, or put my hands up like I would usually do on these rides. Instead I gripped the handbars for all I was worth, and when the coaster reached to the highest hump, I looked out to see exactly what type of creepy carnival I had awoken to. There were no bright colors. Just a lot of black, white, gray, and red. The music was a distorted instrumental of Pop Goes the Weasel. When the coaster slowed down, signaling the end of the ride, it didn't stop, but kept going. "Oh, for the love of all that's holy!" I shouted in annoyance. I mean, seriously, I was stuck on this ride. It was going to keep looping. Let me off. I banged my fist on the handbar. Something dinged in my pocket. Stunned that I actually had some sort of electronic on me that was working, I pulled out an iPod. How long have I had this? Cleverbot, hello, Levi. Cleverbot, enjoying the carnival? Not again. Who the fuck are you? I growled, tired of all these supernatural things happening to me. I mean, I could probably accept Masky. He was human, at least. Cleverbot, really? This question again, Levi. Cleverbot, I'm hurt. Cry me a river. I have had an unbelievable couple of days, and I am in no mood. Ben drowned, I snapped. Not realizing that I wasn't even typing back my responses and the gadget was still responding back. The name Cleverbot changed to Ben. I was more than sure that Ben was possibly a proxy, but Alexis had not mentioned him. At least, I didn't remember her mentioning him. Ben, you're a lot braver, when you don't have to face your fears head on, huh? I will toss this device right now, I threatened, holding it out to the side. Ben, you do that and you won't make it out of this carnival alive. LJ can be very unpredictable at times. I thought about it for a minute. This thing could be bluffing. I brought the device closer to me. How do I know I can even trust your word? I asked. Ben, you can't, but you don't have much choice right now. I sighed and nodded and then felt stupid for nodding. Okay, so how do I get off this thing? I finally said, already going on my 4th round on the coaster. Ben, that's simple. You jump off. Smiley face. Oh, no. I hung my head. This was going to suck big time. This coaster didn't slow like normal coasters, because it never stopped. The iPod screen turned black. Guess Ben drowned was going to let me splatter my brains on the ground in privacy. Warily, I glanced out the side of the coaster. It was going to start slowing down again soon. That's when I would jump off. Unbuckling myself from the seat and holding on for dear life on the handbar. As the coaster slowed, and counting to 3, I jumped. With my ankle still a little sore, I landed awkwardly, and fell on my knees. The iPod screen turned back on. Ben, good job. Now make your way over to the House of Mirrors. Ben, be quick about it. Groaning, I began questioning again why I was listening to this thing. I looked around and was more than a little reluctant to walk into the black-covered tent, with an even darker opening. No way. I said, shaking my head. Bad things would happen in there. I just know it. Gunshots sounded behind me, making me duck slightly. I shot for the tent. Okay, bad things happening out here, I said, gripping the iPod in a death grip as it dinged in the tent, and surrounded by nothing but my reflection. I looked to see what Ben had to say. Ben, seems like we have more guests here. Maybe you should go greet them. LOL. You must be crazy. They have guns. I snapped, backing away from the entrance of the tent and jumping when my back hit a mirror that made my reflection look large and bloated. Ben, I'm sure they won't shut you. Yeah, sure, we'll just not test that theory, I said, walking along. I'm sure if anyone were to see me right now, I would look like Igor's cousin. I so hunched in on myself. The distorted Pop Goes the Weasel melody sounded even horrible in here. And I was more than positive that the mirrors were making horrible creaking noises. I could take slight comfort in the dim lights that shone by each few mirror. Ben, would you rather Masky locked you back in that cabin, then? I did not answer. I would rather not be here at all, but here I was. The more I thought about it though, Masky was keeping me alive. If I had met Masky as just Tim and he was a normal guy and all, I would totally fall for him. That fantasy was just that though, a fantasy. I just needed to survive and get home, then move out of the country. And get some serious therapy treatment, so I wouldn't be haunted by nightmares for the rest of my life. Ben, well. Out of the blue a mirror cracked, causing me to yelp in fright. Don't do that, I pleaded, both hands gripping the iPod now. Ben, I didn't do that. Another mirror cracked. I started running. I don't believe you, I said, panic clearly in my voice. I didn't stop either, I only ran faster when I noticed my reflection on my left change into Masky. No. Wait. That can't be right. I shook my head and looked to my right to see that reflection had turned into Masky as well. I knew it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, I cried, trying not to look at the reflections that all seemed to be Masky. When I could see the exit I dove for it, like stepping outside would give me my sanity back. I was wrong. Grabbing my head, I groaned as the white noise decided to make its presence known. Ben, you need your medication. Nah, you don't say, Sherlock, I snapped. Now where do I need to go? And I hope you're leading toward an exit, I said, rubbing my sore ankle, before standing up. Ben, do you like puppet shows, Levi? I looked around, and gulped when I noticed a tent decorated with dolls. Not a fan. Nope, I said. Direct me somewhere else, please. Ben, LOLXD no can do. Gunshots sounded again, along with some shouts of fright and pain. For a moment I thought the whole carnival glitch out of existence. Going through the tent, I kept my eyes on the ground, because no matter where you looked in this tent, there were dolls, and I could not stand dolls. Rubbing my arm, in anxiousness, walked up to the stage, trying my best to ignore the white noise sounding in my head. The light snapped on, revealing two human-sized puppets hanging by their strings. Looking at their faces, I stopped. Both were wearing Masky's mask. I still didn't want to get any closer though, especially when I noticed that both puppets were wearing Bonnie's and Freddy's clothes, and were just rotted flesh hanging by the strings. Oh, God! I gasped, turning away from the sight, covering my mouth with my hand as I gagged. Ben, aren't you going to take the pill bottle? Confused, I turned back to the puppets and looked for the pill bottle that Ben was talking about, and wished I really didn't need it, when I found the bottle, in corpse Bonnie's hand. I took a tiny step forward, but froze again, when both Bonnie and Freddy's corpses started moving. They were walking, off their stage. Bonnie sing-songed, as they pulled the identical masks off, revealing their half-decomposed face. Nothing like the Bonnie and Freddy I had seen in the woods. What took you so long? Freddy asked. I tried to keep my eyes on both of them, but they were moving in different directions, and the white noise in my head was not helping me keep track of them. Look at how long you made us wait. Bonnie pouted, bumping into my shoulder. We're rotting. Freddy said, half the rotting skin off his face. You're not going to make him wait long. Like you did us, are you? They asked together. My fight or flight instincts were on overload. I immediately wanted to go with flight, but as soon as I bolted, there they were, blocking my path shoulder to shoulder, with terrifying decaying smiles on their faces. He who? I finally asked. They both laughed, sounding nothing like my two best friends. Him. Bonnie emphasized. He gave you a head start in this game. Freddy said. A courting game. Bonnie said. They were back to circling me. You're talking about Masky? I asked, but they continued speaking as if I had never spoke. It's been a while, and these woods are no longer safe for you. Freddy said, tugging on my ear as he passed. Trespassers. Bonnie confirmed. Trapped in this maze with you. A distraction. Dangerous to him. Freddy said. Deadly for you, should they catch you. Bonnie finished for him. They stopped circling, and Bonnie dropped the pill bottle. It rolled to my feet. He's searching. Who will you go to? Freddy wondered, as they stopped to stand in front of me. They backed away from me slowly. The trespassers. Bonnie asked. Or Masky. They finished together. I grabbed my head as it started pulsing, and my throat was starting to bending to pick it up. I kept my eyes on them both now that they were both staying in one spot. I backed away slowly toward the exit of the tent as I popped a pill in my mouth. In a blink of an eye, they vanished. Even the dolls that decorated the tent were gone, almost like they were nothing but a manifestation of the slender sickness. Looking around wildly, I didn't bother looking at the iPod in my hands and just made a mad dash through the carnival to find its exit. I covered my ears trying to block out the mad sounds of shooting and shouts that seemed to ring throughout the carnival, to ignore the haunting distorted music. Ignoring the slight throbbing in my ankle. Slenderman's POV. I was very impressed that all my proxies had come together, to help Masky. Really though, Masky and Hoodie were two of my most faithful, and most behaved, when it didn't come to stealing the cheesecakes I baked anyway. It was only fair to reward the behavior. Me and Hoodie walked around the edge of Laughing Jack's carnival, listening to his and the others' laughter as they played with the trespassers for a bit, leading them. I wondered, slightly, how Ben was doing with the child. Hopefully he was having an easier time leading him to his spot. Hoodie carried a sleeping Masky on his back. Give him cheesecake and it was only too easy to give him a sedative. It was probably the same with Hoodie. If I had a mouth I would smile at the thought. Slende, are you sure it was wise to let those men in here? Hoodie asked, hefting Masky up higher on his back when he started slipping. I nodded my head and continued walking, taking us into the carnival. He's not going to like this when he wakes up. Hoodie mumbled. I tilted my head. Yes, Masky would not like this, but it was too late now. Everything was in motion, Levi would be Masky's. He didn't have to remember. He just had to remember the feelings he started feeling for Masky at the facility. If that didn't work, I tapped my chin. I guess we can always try to brainwash him. It couldn't be that hard to do. Already the boy was learning that those pills meant life. Now we just had to drive home that Masky meant life, and maybe more. Masky and Hoodie haven't been human for a long time, and it seemed Levi brought back something in Masky. It was the reason I had decided to help him. Me and Hoodie paused when we caught sight of Levi, across our path, just 3 yards away, in a full-on sprint, not even seeing us. He was talking to himself. Exit. Gotta find the exit. 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 He's coming around nicely, I think. Hoodie commented, when the boy disappeared turning a corner. I nodded. He's got speed too. I couldn't help but notice. Slender. Hoodie. Painter called, running up to us, followed by Puppeteer. Are you about to place Masky now? He questioned. I nodded my head. We just finished giving Levi the best puppet show he has ever seen. Puppeteer smiled. It was a masterpiece, and his anxiety, so delicious. I don't think I'll be hungry for a while, he said, patting his stomach, earning Painter to smack him on the back of the head for me. We're heading back now, Painter said, dragging Puppeteer behind him. We'll leave the rest to you all. Hoodie grunted as he once again fixed Masky's position. Where do you want him, Slende? I looked around us. It had to be the perfect position. Not finding it here, motioned for Hoodie to continue following me. Masky was already starting to fidget in his sleep, on Hoodie's back. He would waking soon. Levi's POV. I panted, breathless from my all-out sprint across the entire carnival. This place was huge. It was like what Creepy, Corpse, turned Puppet Bonnie and Freddy had said. This place was a maze, and I was one of the mouse trapped within it. It was as I was catching my breath, that I was hearing something other than the distort tune playing throughout the carnival. Was that? Looking at the iPod, which the sound was emanating from Pokemon. I panted, watching a shiny Charizard, battling a shiny Eevee. You're kidding me, right? I shook the device. Ben, hey. Quit that? Ben, I'm in the middle of a battle. The screen turned black on me. Dick. I grouched, stuffing the iPod in my pocket. Looking around with no help from Ben. I found to my dismay I was back at the roller coaster I had started at. Damn. I huffed. Where was that stupid exit? There. Thunder a deep voice. Whipping my head around, I seen a guy in white, and holding a gun, start running toward me, followed by even more guys. Hands in the air. One shouted. Shaking my head, I ran away from them. They were obviously the ones firing shots this whole time. I didn't feel very obligate to follow commands from these guys. Dodge and weave. Dodge and weave. I muttered, ducking my head low, so I wouldn't be hit by a flying bullet. Masky's POV. I was going to kill Hoodie for this. I groaned, shaking my head, to clear it. They had dosed me. I almost wanted to go back to sleep, seeing that I was at Laughing Jack's carnival. Now the one question that still had me slightly annoyed. Why the hell was I placed here anyway? It wasn't like Slenderman to just drop me anywhere without warning first. I was just about to just get up and leave this ridiculousness and just go about to search for Levi. It was foolish of me to just send him out into the woods. Really, what was I thinking? I should just send him back home. Well, maybe not home, he didn't have one to return to. I had give Jeff permission to kill the family and I had no doubt that he had already done it. No, I would put somewhere else, somewhere I knew was safe. Make him forget again, and never interfere with his life again. I wonder if Slenderman has anything to make him forget personal stuff, like his family. It would be like a reboot at life. I would have to keep Jeff and the others away from him. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I thumbed the knife in my pocket in thought. The sound of gunshots, and terrifying screams of fear, brought reflex reaction to bring up my weapon. I lowered it though when I spotted Levi, running toward me, being chased by men on white coats. Oh, wonderful. These guys again. I growled out. Levi skidded slightly when he saw me, and turned a hard right to avoid the men chasing him and me. Run, Masky, he called, not stopping. Look, there's another one. The group of men split off. Good thing I know my way around L.J.'s carnival. I started running, preparing to lose and kill my new prey. I'm gonna make you wish you never stepped foot in these woods. You're never going to chase Levi ever again, I promised with a growl. Chapter 15. Levi's POV. I was wheezing for breath, leaning against the roller coaster structure that I seemed to always find my way back to. I don't know how I did it, but I lost those guys who were shooting at me. I kind of felt bad that Masky was being chased by them too, but that was how the cookie crumbled, and it gave me a chance to slip away at one point. This whole place was strange. The longer I stayed here, the more I kept seeing Masky's mask popping up everywhere. I swear that I was seeing clones of him walking around, but that was just crazy. Or it was my mind telling me he was the only way I was ever going to make it out of here alive. I honestly was almost believing that. The stupid device dinged in my pocket, signaling that Ben was ready to be of some help now. Looking at the screen, I really just wanted to toss the device. Ben, have a good run? Winky face, LOL. Shut up, I growled. Ben, so, you don't want to know how to get out of the carnival? Yes. I want out of the carnival. It's been fun. Now let me out, I said, a hint of sarcasm dripping into my voice. Ben, turn to your left, and walk straight. Ben, you should see the exit. Smiley face, I just came from there, I said, looking in the direction he was telling me to go. Ben, go back. And check again, Levi. Fine, I mumbled, not really wanting to basically retrace my steps back to the psychos with the guns. I was cautious this time. Not wanting to draw attention to myself by just walking carelessly out in the open. I felt like I was in one of those cheesy spy movies, as I carefully peeked around corners before even walking forward. I could still hear shooting and shouts. Just when I was about to tell Ben I told you so, when I actually had to come to a complete stop. How was this even possible? What the hell is going on? I said out loud, as I stared at the entrance of the carnival. This was not here before. I know this was not here before. Ben, don't just stand there. Ben, didn't you want to leave? I cautiously stepped one foot out of the carnival, not trusting my eyes, since it seems they failed me already. I mean seriously, how I have missed such a big entrance, that had a big sign written in red exit. It just wasn't possible, but then there were a lot of things happening here that shouldn't be possibly. When the exit did not vanish, I stepped all the way out, and like a marathon runner, dashed down the path that led away from the creepy, horror movie-worthy carnival. I gripped the iPod, when I finally felt like I was far enough away from the carnival, the dangers that were in it, to slow to a jog. Okay, where is this path going to lead me? I demanded. Ben, I don't know what you mean. Quit being a smart ass and tell me. I said, shaking the device. Ben, okay, okay. Ben, but first. Yes. I said, suddenly not trusting Ben. Not that I trusted him at all. Ben, where do you wish to go? I stopped my jog, so I could be sure I was reading that right. What? Ben, where do you wish to go? Ben, really, Levi, it's not like I can stutter in text, and it's not a difficult question. Ben, tell where you wish to go. I want to leave this place. I practically screeched, at the iPod. Ben, no need to lose you pants. Ben, I can hear you just fine. Ben, walk straight, if you wish to leave. I narrowed my eyes at the words on the screen, before pocketing it. This better not be a trick. I mumbled, as I followed the path. When you watch television or movies and see the characters running and dodging bullets, like bosses, you think it's easy and would be cool to do as well, and I used to be one of those people. Not anymore. This was not awesome. This was not cool. I wanted my normal life back. I couldn't help but to monologue to myself as I walked along, trying to distract myself and failing, as my eyes were constantly scanning the path ahead of me. My ears were straining to hear if there was anything following or behind me. I became wary as I saw a house came into view. A normal, suburban-looking house with its door open. I stopped, as I got just a few yards away from it. Looking around, I noticed that I was indeed on a street filled with houses, but this one was the only one with its door open, inviting any who came upon it to enter. While the other houses were shut tight, curtains closed, all the same color. This one was made of brick, with blue window shutters, and flower curtains that were pulled open. No one was outside, either. All the cars and bicycles seemed like perfectly placed pieces, to project a perfectly normal-looking neighborhood. I didn't trust it. At the sound of a ding from my pocket, I pulled out the iPod. Ben, well, what are you waiting for? Ben, go in. I don't trust this. I said, still looking around. I was paranoid now. This is too convenient, too perfect. I backed up a few paces, but stopped when I noticed that I was about to re-enter the woods, where the path I had followed had magically vanished. Either way, I did not want to go back to the woods, even if I was a bit worried if Masky had gotten away. I really shouldn't be worried about him, he was probably better off than I was. Ben, what are you talking about? Ben, I led you here, because you said. Ben, I want to leave this place. Ben, you are now out of the woods. Ben, you're welcome. The house looked innocent enough, but not so innocent at the same time. Maybe I could bypass this house and go to another house. Or maybe to the traffic, I could hear, but couldn't see. This was the part in the scary movies where the victims find a seemingly safe place and think they've escaped whatever hell they were running from. What will happen if I go in there? I asked Ben. Ben, what do you mean? Ben, you go in. Ben, and then you leave our dimension. Ben, you go home. Ben, I set you free, to reunite with the other prey. I stayed silent. Ben, isn't what you wanted? Ben, to get away from us monsters? I never called any of you monsters. I mumbled, not looking at the iPod anymore, as I walked into the house. It was a well-furnished house. It was literally a normal furnished house on the inside, almost like someone should be living here, but by the dust that layered on everything, it was obvious that no one has lived in this house for a long time. I walked slowly through the house, peeking into each room. The living area. The kitchen and dining room. The study. Climbing up the stairs, I cringed when some on the stairs squeaked. All the rooms upstairs had their doors closed, and after trying to open all of them, I found them all locked as well. I almost jumped out of my skin when I descended the stairs and heard horns honking, a few dogs barking, and signs of life outside the house. Peeking out the window, I had to rub my eyes, for I did not believe what I was seeing. The neighborhood was normal now, there were people moving about, and cars coming and going on the street. What? I mumbled. Ben, told you I would deliver you back to your own kind. How? The street was empty, this was like a ghost neighborhood, before. I mumbled. Ben, just a bit of transportation. Ben, oh, look. Ben, looks like your friend from the carnival have made it out too. My head snapped back to the window, and watched with horror as a group of those men with the gun emerged from the woods. I didn't see Masky with them, so maybe he got away. However, I became even more horrified, to see a black van arrive and a few more men dressed the same getting out of the vehicle. Hastily, I backed away from the window, and hurried my way to the one door I had not tried. The door, that I knew led to a basement. I really didn't want to go to the basement, especially since it seems like my life had turned into a horror movies and turned upside down on its head. Those men had guns, and therefore, basement versus guns, I picked basement. Basements were non-lethal, and I was more likely to come out alive. I breathed a sigh of relief when the door opened up, and was not locked. Jumping down the stairs, I found myself a nice hiding spot behind some boxes and chest, that were pressed up tight against the far wall, that even I was amazed, that I could squeeze myself behind them. I huddled into myself and hugged the iPod close when I heard stomping and above my head. I could hear them, kicking the locked doors open on the second floor. There was one guy I could hear shouting orders, but the words were muffled, so I couldn't tell what was said. I held my breath, when they kicked the door to the basement open, and came stomping down the stairs. I closed my eyes, and listened to them knocking things over, praying they would somehow bypass me. This area is clear. I don't think anyone approached the house. Someone reported. Looks like it. Let's move on to the other houses. Slowly, I let out the breath I had been holding. Somehow, they really did opt to not look at my hiding spot. Maybe the simplest was the best. I jumped when all of a sudden the iPod in my hand started blaring a Zelda tune from Majora's Mask, the reverse song of healing, the song of unhealing. I felt like Ben just single-handedly hammered the nail in my coffin, as I heard the men start running back to the basement. Ben. I squeaked, restraining myself not to smash the device in my hand. Ben, I said, I'd deliver you to our other prey. Ben, my promise isn't kept, unless they find you. Ben, besides, you're too broken, to really function with humanity anymore. Ben, this has been a fun game. Ben, bye Levi. Ben, LOLD. And just like that, the iPod started deleting and turned itself off, just as I was dragged out from my hiding spot. I dropped the iPod, as I attempted to struggle. I almost got away, only to run into more men, only they were pointing their guns at me. Oh, shit. I cursed, putting my hands up. I swear to you guys, I swore, something I try to never do. I'm not one of them. I'm a victim. I was kidnapped. Oh, God. Please. Please don't kill me. I pleaded, my mouth running on its own, as all I could see was the barrel of the guns, pointing at me. I never felt so much fear, even with Masky, and his friends. I mean I felt uneasy around them, but these men that had actually attempted to shoot me before, and I really didn't want to die. One of the men started laughing, as if my pleading for my life was hilarious to him, as he pulled the trigger. I fell backward, and landed roughly on my back. My shoulder stung and I wanted to grab it out of reflex, but couldn't. My mind at the moment could not comprehend that I had been shot with a dart. No, The only thing running through my mind was that I had been shot and now my body would not move. I cried out as a booted foot stomped on my stomach. "Good night, little proxy." The man that had shot me sneered, as he shot me again in my other shoulder. Darkness took hold of my vision instantly. Slenderman's POV. I was very pleased with my proxies, even Masky. He was putting up quite a fight against the intruders I had allowed into our woods. Like flies to a flame, they had came into our woods and into L.J.'s carnival without much trickery needed. Ben had been ordered to watch over the child, and deliver him to the facility men. Of course the plan also required for Masky to be captured too. It was easy to fool the humans trying to catch us, and all that was needed to have the boy go wherever we wanted was to fall back on our usual routine, when it comes to dealing with prey. Masky, however, was a proxy, and had required some motivation, so after placing him in the carnival, we just needed to have him see his prey, in danger of being stolen from him. Hoodie stood beside me quietly, as we watched the men restrain Masky. I knew despite his disassociation with emotions, he did not like setting his friend up to be captured. Everyone was watching, as Masky was subdued and carted off. I had made sure that they would be able to find their way out of our woods. I did not want parasites lingering in out home. Jeff, Rake, Smile Dog, and LJ would have to do patrol for a couple of days to make sure none of the parasites lingered. Ben showed up just as they vanished. "Levi has been delivered. Safe and mostly sound and sane," he informed, with his usual mischievous smile. I nodded my head in approval. "I need a cheesecake," Hoodie announced, heading for the mansion. I felt sympathy for him. After all, he and Masky were almost like brothers, but Masky wasn't doing the child or himself any good by ignoring his human feelings. Masky and Hoodie were no longer human, but that didn't mean they didn't still possess human emotions. The human emotions were just very faint, still there. It would no good to ignore them. It would only cause problems. After all, it was too late for either of them to become human again. Levi's POV. A feeling or déjà vu when my eyes opened. Not only were my muscles burning with soreness, from all the running I had done in the woods, but my head felt foggy, like it was moving in slow mode. Why does it feel like I've been through this before? The question was quite frustrating. The room was too bright, and when I looked around I found the room was also too white. I laying on bed you find in a prison, with an uncomfortable mattress. Even the bed Masky gave was more comfortable than this. Now that I thought about, even though the bed back at the cabin looked worn, the mattress was actually very comfortable, which was weird for an old bed. Shaking my head to help clear it, I sat up, only find my hands cuffed and linked by a chain that was wrapped around my just above my waist, in the same way you usually see on television, or news when you see an inmate. I couldn't bring my hands up, except a few inches, which meant I had no way to protect my face, should the need arise. Another glance around the room. Now that my head was clearing, I realized I was in a padded room. The only thing that wasn't padded was the obviously thick steel door, with a small barred window. Oh God! I really have gone crazy. I panicked, yanking at the restraints that held my hands captive. I know I said, I'd rather be crazy, so I could wake up and get out of those woods, but I changed my mind. I don't want to be crazy. The woods and those crazy characters that I had encountered weren't so bad. Masky wasn't so bad. I mean, yeah, he threatened, but never actually hurt me to end my life. Nor had the others. I ran up to the door, getting up close so I could bang on it. "Hey! There's been a mistake. Let me out. I wanna see who's in charge," I said, banging on the door trying to make enough noise to draw someone near. I only stopped for a second when white noise resonated in my head. It was like a switch was flipped as the memories of how I ended up here came to me. Ignoring the discomfort that was added by the white noise, I started banging my hands harder on the door. Let me out. I wanna talk to the floor manager. I wanna see who's in charge. I started shouting at the top of my lungs. Shut up. Another voice cut through the racket I was making, as a man in a white security uniform marched up to my door and slammed the butt of the gun on the bars of the window. Please, there's been a mistake. I tried to reason. The man laughed, in a way that just sounded like it was full of bad intentions. Yeah, that's what they all say. Just sit back and relax. You're going to be here for a while. He walked away. I backed up from the door, shocked. What were they going to do to me? I sat back on the bed, and lowered my head so I could cover my face with my hands. I should have just stayed with Masky. I mumbled dejectedly to myself. Chapter 16. I was kicking and screaming as two men in white uniforms dragged me down a hall. They had busted into my cell, after I had been in there what felt like forever, and was now currently, wrestling me down a very long and too wide hallway. There were a few security guards with weapons drawn and pointed at me every few steps. Every so often I caught a glimpse of things, creature, peeking out of their door windows. I swear, though I even saw a scary chicken in one of them holding a cupcake. I had no idea what was going on anymore. I was feeling déjà vu and fear all at the same time. I had no idea how long I'd been here. All I knew was that the white noise was almost constant. Every so often I would see a decomposed Bonnie, or Freddy, standing next to one of the guards with weapons, and then they would vanish. Or a flash of the creepy woods I had been in would flicker in my vision, along with a faceless man in a suit. I was going crazy, and these bastards were not listening to me, when I had told them I needed the pill bottle back. That damn bottle, those damn pills, seemed to always be just in my grasp before they were taken away again. I didn't want to end up like Alexis. This was all part of the reason why I was kicking and screaming. The rest was my instincts telling me they were taking somewhere far worse than that little cell I had been in. Please, just listen to me. I pleaded, struggling as much as I could. As we approached a door that was opened with a key card, by a guard. They quickly threw me in the room, slamming the door shut. The light in this room was bright, and it was a struggle to get to my feet with my hands restricted to my waist. Looking around, I swear, I felt like I'd been in this room before. A bed on the far wall. A couch. A one-way mirror, on another wall. How do I even know that was a one-way mirror? A door that led to a restroom. How do I know this? I gave my head a slight shake, trying to clear the white noise that was sounding in it. Trying to take deep breaths to calm myself, for my heart was trying to beat out of my chest. I curled myself up on the couch, and sobbed, closing my eyes to hide them from the brightness of the room. Bonnie's voice dripped, with eerie concern and affection. You're not real, you're in my head. I mumbled, flinching as I felt Freddy's hand pat my shoulder. Poorly he cooed. Why was my brain doing this to me? They weren't here. They were figments of my imagination. I tried to convince myself. Was this my punishment for not listening to Masky? You ran the wrong way, Bonnie giggled. No knight in shining armor will save you now, Freddy informed. Poor Levi, Bonnie cooed, her hand going to caress my hair, in a form of comfort, but I felt anything but comfort. Please leave me alone. I sobbed. I just want. Yes, Lee, Freddy asked. What do you want? Bonnie questioned. Or a better question, Freddy added. Who do you want? They said together. Their hands leaving me. Who did I want? What did they mean by that? I wanted the, but not them. Not the dead them. I wanted the real them. The white noise got worse, and for a second, even with my eyes closed, I saw a flash of the white faceless man. No, it wasn't them I wanted. The question wasn't who I wanted. No, the question was who I needed. I needed Masky. Masky kept the bad things away, even if he was one of the bad things. At least he was trying to keep me alive. Those pills, that kept the white noise away. He wasn't just trying to keep me alive, but sane as well. Masky, I mumbled, as the white noise increased, before cutting off. That didn't mean it was gone, it would start up again. Why hadn't I noticed before that Masky didn't kidnap me to kill me? But if he didn't kidnap me to kill me, why kidnap me at all? Did he just want a friend? This was really bothering me. Why? Why everything? And what was the deal with these guys in white uniform? Everything felt so familiar and yet not at the same time. Even Masky, I knew I should not feel anything toward him, but he felt safe to me and not at the same time. My body jumped when the door slammed opened again, along with the sound of a person being thrown in the room, as the door slammed shut again. I bit my lip and squished my eyes shut even tighter. I couldn't tell what was in my head and what was real anymore. The white noise was starting up again. I felt a presence hover over me. I refused to open my eyes. I really should have stayed with Masky. Levi, hot breath ghosted against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. My eyes snapped open. Masky? I asked, not turning my head, just moving my eyes. Masky didn't have his mask on, so I could clearly see his dark brown hair and matching brown eyes, with the dark circles under them. He was staring at me with concern, and for once I could truly see he was concerned. Upon seeing my eyes on him, his face went back to its annoyed expression. I rolled over so I was facing him, but I stayed curled up on the couch. He seemed to still be in his usual clothes, except unlike me, they had put Masky in a straitjacket. "Are you hurt?" he asked, breaking the long silence that had filled the room. I shook my head, no. Even though my ribs were kind of aching. "Don't lie to me," he growled. "My sides ache," I blurted. His voice seemed to thunder and merge with the white noise in my head. Behind him, I could see decomposed Bonnie and Freddie standing behind him, creepy smiles on their faces. When I blinked though, they were gone. "Levi," Masky called, kicking the couch, since he could not use his arms. My eyes snapped back to him. He stared into my eyes intently. "What are you seeing?" he demanded. "Bonnie, and Freddie," I mumbled. "Shit." He cursed, and walked away, leaving me confused. Masky's POV. I cursed, when Levi confirmed he was seeing things. His two dead best friends. His slender sickness was worse now, but at least he was alive, though maybe that wasn't a good thing. Most people would be dead by now, with the sickness so bad. I guess Levi's one of the special few that would keep their life, but lose their mind instead. I didn't know what Slendy was up to, letting those pests into our woods and dropping me and Levi in L.J.'s carnival so we would get captured. I would just have roll with whatever came my way. Slendy obviously did this for a reason. However, I did not appreciate that he was letting Levi lose his mind. I looked around the room. It was almost identical to the one me and Levi first met in. The only thing different was that we were both restrained. I struggled in my straitjacket slightly, testing my restricted movements, trying to find a way to wiggle out of it. Levi wasn't as restricted as I was. They had placed him in a waist chain and nothing else, so he still had the use of his hands. I could easily get him out of those chains, but first he would have to get me out of this straitjacket. Narrowing my eyes as I looked at the one-way mirror, then to the dresser with drawers in one of the corners. I already knew what was in them. These people were highly predictable and repetitive. "Levi," I said, walking back over to him. His eyes were unfocused. He was seeing something I couldn't, something only his mind conjure up. Something only the slender sickness could cause. "Levi," I tried again, kneeling to his level. He was mumbling, talking to something only he could hear. I growl in annoyance. How was I going to snap him out of this state without the use of my hands? Looking back at the one-way mirror, I sighed. Looking back into Levi's wide blue eyes, I leaned in and kissed his lips, stopping his mumbling. He shrieked into me mouth as he was abruptly brought out of whatever illusion of the mind he was seeing. He tried to move his head, but I began to roughly continue, not allowing him to escape me. I had only planned to give him a peck on the lips, but as soon as our lips met, I found myself unable to stop and deepen the kiss. I was even more surprised when Levi started kissing back, his chained hands gripping the front of my straitjacket. For once, I felt whole. I didn't feel like a monster, that I have begun to be called. I felt, dare I say, human. This feeling that I felt growing in my chest, was this love. I wanted to hold him and protect him. Levi, I said, pulling away, smiling softly as he whimpered as I broke the kiss. His face was red from the deep blush that spread across his face. I need you to focus and get me out of this, now. I said, as gently as I could, seeing his flutter a little and focusing on me. I needed my arms free for another reason now. Levi's POV. Freddie and Bonnie and the tall white faceless man in a suit were taunting me. Flickering in and out of existence, ignoring my pleas to leave me alone. They and the white noise vanished when I felt lips press against mine. My eyes landing on Masky's deep brown, I shrieked from the sudden closeness. I had not noticed him getting so close. He was looking at me with a look I was not familiar with. I tried to move my head and break the kiss, but I was trapped between him and the back of the couch. When he noticed what I was doing, the kiss became a bit rough, and with great skill, he slipped his tongue in my mouth, running it against the inside of my cheek. My body seemed to react on its own, my hands reaching as far the short waist chain would allow and gripped the front of his straitjacket, and returned his kiss. I couldn't stop myself. He made the white noise disappear. He made the ghosts that were haunting me vanish. When he broke the kiss, a whimper escaped me. I didn't want him to stop, the white noise would return. I wanted to be close to him. I needed him. I wanted him. Levi, I need you to focus and get me out of this, now. He said gently, never taking his eye off of mine. I nodded and sat up. Masky showed me his back where the straps of the straitjacket connected. It was a slow process, with my hands restrained as they were, but soon I was able to release Masky from the confines of the straitjacket, letting it fall the floor. As soon as his arms were free, he pushed me onto the couch, positioning himself on top of me. His strong legs wrapped around mine, keeping them still. He leaned over me, one hand beside my head, holding weight as his other hand caressed my face, in a manner that felt so nice. That hand traveled down the side of my face, to my throat. Fingers wrapped around my neck and squeezed, making my gasp out, as he kissed me again. I could barely struggle, but something about this seemed familiar. Masky was on me in an instant, shoving me down on the couch. He managed to position himself on my stomach, wrapping his hands around my neck, faster than what I thought possible, choking me. His eyes were dark and intense as I struggled to breathe. I kicked, and coughed, as I tried to somehow throw him off of me. I threw punches, and struggled. I even tried to scratch at his hands. The whole time, he didn't even budge, almost like my efforts didn't make a difference. He was stronger than me. His grip was getting tighter, cutting off my airways. I could feel my movements start to slow, and my eyes rolling back into my head. Masky turned his head toward the mirror again. "Is this what you want?" he shouted, his grip tightened even more than before. "That's right. We've been in this situation before." I couldn't remember everything, but Masky had saved me from a similar situation. That explained how he seemed to know of me, even though I know nothing of him. Even with this knowledge, I could not stop myself from returning the kiss, even though I was struggling to breathe. I noticed that he was not totally cutting off my air, just tightening his grip enough as a warning to not fight back. Not that I was in any position to do such a thing. He pulled back with a growl escaping his lips. I could never figure out what it was about you that stopped me from killing you. He mumbled roughly into my ear, grip tightening a little more. It sent a wave of panic through me, as it was now almost impossible to breathe. But, now, I've figured it out. He growled, nibbling roughly on my ear, making a whimper from pain escape me. You are mine, he said, licking the spot he had roughly chewed my ear, soothing the slight pain. You are my prey, he said, kissing me again, assaulting my mouth once more with his tongue, cutting off what little air supply I was getting. My hands clawed at his shirt, to push him back, but I couldn't because of the waist chain. He moved his hands down to capture mine, releasing my throat. I tried sucking air through my nose, but it wasn't giving me air fast enough. I moaned and groaned into his mouth trying to tell him, but he wasn't budging. He just stared into my eyes. His calm dark brown eyes, never blinking, trapping my wide and panicked ones. Those dark brown colored eyes that portrayed the darkness that they had seen in this life and the tiny specks of gold scattered in them, showing only a little softness to a rather dark demeanor. I could fall in love with the look in his eyes, if I wasn't on the verge of suffocating at the moment. Black dots began dancing in my own vision when he finally pulled away, letting me cough and gasp out, dragging as much air as I could to my poor lungs. He got off me, letting me roll over and away from him, as my hands moved to my throat, rubbing the soreness that lingered from his grip. Wait, I looked at my hands, which were free of the waist chain. I looked up at Masky, who had a slight smirk playing on his lips. You bastard, I said, my voice, not holding an ounce of anger in it. I was just happy to be out of those chains. The white noise started up again, and flashes of Bonnie and Freddy returned, causing me to grip my head, from the pain that radiated from it. I would gladly go and be Masky's captive now, if it meant he would stay and make all this stop. Now that I knew where me and Masky first met, I could probably even forgive him for kidnapping me in the first place. If the bastard had approached me like a normal person, odds were, I fell for him immediately. But I know now from being with Masky, that he wasn't normal, that kidnapping was probably normal for him. Once we got out of here, we were going to have a long chat. Human to human. Arms wrapped around me again, chasing away the white noise and flashing vision once again. You're broken, let me fix you, he whispered in my ear, dragging me over to the bed. Masky's POV. Situating Levi and myself on the bed, in a position that required me to cuddle him. It wasn't long before he fell asleep, snoring softly, groaning every now and again from the slender sickness. I buried my nose into his blonde hair. For once, finally letting myself enjoy his presence and the softness of his hair. Only I would ever do this, every part of him, belonged to me. He was mine. Once I killed everyone in this place, and took Levi back home. I would make sure no one touched him but me ever again. Levi no longer belonged to the world of humans. He belonged in my darkness, to be my light. To be mine at all times. I gently let my hand rub Levi's side, watching his face when he flinched in his sleep as my hand ran across his lower ribs. They didn't feel broken. I kissed Levi's temple and moved my eyes toward the one-way mirror, throwing a promising and deadly glare at the ones watching from behind it. Don't worry, Levi. I will make them pay in blood for touching you, I promised, whispering in his ear, letting him sleep. I glared challengingly at the mirror, daring anyone to step foot into this room. It wouldn't take me long to figure out how to escape this room, but first I needed to tend to Levi first. Chapter 17. After I was sure Levi was in a deep sleep, and no one was going to come through the door, I had decided to empty the cabinet in the room. Finding that it held contents similar to when I first met Levi, the only difference, there was a bottle with one pill in it and a note that said choose. Seriously, these humans still thought I needed these pills. What a laugh. I had long since given in to my sickness. Slende had spared me and granted me the gift of being his proxy. I haven't regret the choice ever since that day. My eyes shifted back to Levi, who since my departure from the bed, was groaning in his sleep from pain and discomfort of the slender sickness, destroying his sanity. I grinned. He was so far gone. Earlier, I wonder if he was aware of responding to my kiss. To gripping me closer. It was all in selfishness, his actions were. I knew that the sickness lessened when around Slende or any other proxy. After all, it wasn't any fun hunting prey, if they could not comprehend to some level, that they were about to die. If I give him this pill, he may reject me. He hasn't regained his memory back yet of our first meeting. At the moment, I wasn't sure if I wanted him to remember anymore. I no longer wanted to hunt him. I wanted to keep him. And it wouldn't do if he tried to escape me. I pocketed it. I was in the process of covering up the mirror, much like in the form that we used to escape the last time, when he started screaming in absolute pain and fear. I didn't hurry over to him. It was just the slender sickness eating away at his sanity. He would be fine. Levi's POV. Drifting in and out of sleep, I felt Masky leave me, but sleep would not allow me to awake, my eyes were just too heavy. I could barely hear him moving around the room. Somehow, I knew he was constructing a way for us to escape. We were going to escape this room. We would obscure the view of whoever was watching us through the mirror. We would then somehow find a way to trick the men in white uniforms to open the door for us, allowing us to escape this room. I didn't care anymore, as long as Masky was near to keep the slender sickness away, till I found some pills, I would follow his lead. Levi Bonnie's and Freddy's voice sing-song. I groaned. Masky needed to come back. They were back. We know you can hear us, Bonnie's voice whispered in my ear. Where was Masky? I needed him. I tried to close my ears to their voice. I never thought I would hate the sound of my two best friends' voice, but I do. Don't ignore us, Freddy whispered in my other ear. You can't escape us, Bonnie added. I opened my eyes. I wasn't in the room with Masky anymore, but I was still in the bed. I was back in the woods, the trees had no leaves and there was a deep fog surrounding everything. Bonnie and Freddy stood on either side of my bed. Their skin was gray now, and falling off their body. Their whole appearance had changed. Bonnie was still in her purple dress, but it had red electric guitars on the skirt and she had bunny ears on top of her head. It almost looked like the Halloween costume she had wore one year. Freddy had also changed too. His suit was brown complete with a bow tie and top hat, with bare ears sticking out from it. They looked creepier now in their past Halloween costumes. They looked like creepy and spooky zombies. They no longer acted like my friends anymore. Their voice held malice and they seemed to enjoy my discomfort. You will join us soon, Freddy chuckled, hand coming to touch me, but stopped a few inches from my cheek. He grinned wider. Don't you want to join us? Bonnie pouted. It wasn't a real pout, it was a fake pout. I shook my head no. Yes you do, Freddy chided. You'll be just like us. Bonnie said, a crooked grin spreading on her face. You'll lose your sanity, Freddy said. And we'll finally be together again, Bonnie finished for him. I shook my head again. Don't you like us anymore? Bonnie asked. Don't you want to know who killed us? Freddy asked. Yes, I would like to know who killed them, but how was an illusion of my brain going to help me find out who killed them? It was impossible. It's not impossible, Levi, Bonnie said. Yes. You already know who killed us, Freddy said. But will he choose to save you? Bonnie wondered out loud, her eerie look sending shivers down my spine. Or let you slip away, Freddy chuckled. I curled up, bring my hands to cover my ears. That's when I felt wetness on my hands. Taking them away from my ears, I looked at them. "Oh, that's not good," Bonnie smiled, gripping my hand, covered in blood. "It will be soon now," Freddy said. "What?" I was bleeding from my ears. "Just like Alexis, before she died?" I sat up, bring both hands up to my face, not believing my eyes. "This isn't real. It can't be real." Masky was just here beside me. Where was Masky? How did I end up back in these woods? I looked back to Bonnie and Freddy, but Freddy had moved to stand beside Bonnie, and behind them stood the one creature I kept seeing. The tall, white faceless man in a suit, stood just behind them, his head angled at me. Goosebumps formed on my skin. "You will belong to him soon," Bonnie and Freddy said, together, heads tilting to the side. "You're doing this, aren't you?" I accused the faceless creature. He didn't move. White noise started filling my eardrums. The world around us started glitching out, even Bonnie and Freddy started glitching in and out. "Answer me. It all you, isn't it? Get out of my head," I shouted. Bonnie and Freddy vanished, and the faceless man lurched at me, gripping my forearms. "Levi," it said my name in the most menacing voice, with no mouth. I screamed from fright and instantly struggled to get away. As if it wasn't frightening enough. The skin where a mouth should have been ripped and formed a mouth exposing piercing sharp teeth. "Lee 7. It said, again with it new skin ripped mouth. Coming closer, grip tightening on my arms. "No." I screamed. "Levi, wake up. No. Leave me alone." I started kicking, yet hitting nothing. "Masky, help me," I cried. "Levi, focus." I was pulled into a crushing hug, stopping my movements. "It's me. Masky. Open your eyes." The white noise stopped. "Masky." I cracked an eyelid open. Masky's face was so close to mine. "Yes, it's me," he said. I took in deep breaths. Even though Masky was close now, the wall behind him was flashing from painful white wall to creepy trees from the woods, so fast, I was glad I didn't have epilepsy. "Everything will be fine," Masky said, letting me go. I didn't want him to move away from me, so I clutched for dear life at the front of his jacket. He chuckled at my action, but I didn't find how any of this was humorous. I was losing my mind at this very second. "You trust me, right?" he asked, prying my hand off his jacket. I nodded my head. "I mean, if my memory was correct, then we had been in this situation before, right?" "Good. Not that you really have a choice." He smirked, going to a pile of stuff that was on the floor. He picked up 2 needles, filling them up with clear liquid and pocketing them. Somehow, I knew it was anesthesia he was filling them with. He slipped both hammers in his belt loop, and pocketed one of the knives. He tossed me the matches, pointing to the couch. "Light it on fire," he said, already pushing the bed at an angle by the door. I looked toward the mirror, but it was covered up by blankets. This was so familiar, that it almost scared me. "Masky, have I been here before?" I asked. "Shut up and do as you're told, Levi. We've no time for stupid questions," he grunted, as he positioned the bed. I nodded again. The white noise picked back up again as I approached the couch. Bonnie and Freddy were sitting on it, smiling at me, as I struck the match. "Hope you can run, Levi," Freddy said, lounging back, an arm stretched out behind Bonnie. He had his head tilted, the decaying skin on his neck was ripping at the posture of his body. "We're going to get you," Bonnie giggles, laying her head on Freddy's shoulder, blood was leaking from her eyes. I tried to steady my hand that held the match, so I could light the couch and them on fire, without burning myself. They watch with obvious glee. "Boo." They both lurched forward at me, merging together to form the white faceless man in a suit. I screamed and dropped the match on the couch, effectively lighting it on fire. "Get over here," Masky said, coming to drag me over to the bed he had pushed nearer to the door. Pushing down, so that we were hidden, just as the alarm started blaring. The doors were practically kicked off the hinges, as men in white uniforms flooded into the room. Some going to put out the fire and the rest busted down the other door in the room. Masky pulled me with him as he ran out of the room, closing the doors behind us, locking the men in the smoke-filled room. Red lights flashed in the hallway, combined with the white noise. Pain was erupting all in my brain. Briefly Freddy and Bonnie flashed in front of me laughing as they burned, before vanishing again. "Make it stop." Masky was practically dragging me behind him. Turning and navigating the confusing hallways, till he finally turned a corner and pressed me against the opposite wall, putting his finger to his lips, signaling for me to be quiet. I nodded, wincing as the walls around me flashed to trees, then back to wall. Masky disappeared back the way we came. Grunts and curses sound, along with thuds. I knew those sounds were bodies hitting the floor, but I checked anyway to make sure Masky was okay. I didn't want to lose him. He lessened the sickness. He was standing over the bodies, of 4 men, one with a needle in his neck, the other 3 bludgeoned to death by the hammer Masky held in his hand, their blood painting the 2 white floor, and splattered on Masky, who looked very pleased with himself. He quickly grabbed my wrist again and began running again. It was then that I realized that part of the hallway we would pass had double door, that were starting to close automatically. We barely made it through one. "Damn it!" Masky cursed, picking up speed. Any faster and he would literally be dragging me. My legs were already about to give out. "Faster, Levi," he urged. I tried. I really tried, but I wasn't an athlete. I was a lazy introvert that played too many games on his laptop for fun. There was literally no way I could make my legs move any faster, especially when all I wanted to do was collapse. Masky's POV. Levi was dragging behind. I had to tighten my grip around his wrist, so in case he fell I would still be able to pull him along. It would be tedious, but by being a proxy, I was slightly stronger than other humans. If he didn't want to be dragged, he better keep his footing and ignore images his disintegrating sanity was showing him. Those images weren't going to get him out of here. I was. I hope Slendy lets me keep him human. Levi wouldn't make a good proxy. That left the question though. What was he good for? I already knew. He would be mine, and be a source of light for me. To pull me out of the darkness that seemed to swallow me up at times. Stress relief. A needed distraction. A companion. Yes, he would be and was all of those. I took a quick glance back, to check on Levi. His eyes were wide and unfocused again, his mind lost to the illusion of his disintegrating sanity. At least his body was still moving. He would be fine. I refocused back to the hallway ahead of us, searching for the room I knew held my mask. It was always the same room number, that it was almost funny thinking that these were the people hunting us down. They were just so stupid and repetitive. Masky. I took a glance back again, at the sound of my name, but when he said nothing else I just shrugged it off. "Ah, there." I smirked, as I spotted the room number and sign on an upcoming door. Room 315, Evidence and Conduits. Yanking the door open, and dragging Levi in behind me, made sure to close it, and pushed him against it, placing him in a crouched position. I looked into his eyes one more time. They were still unfocused. Guess he wasn't going to be looking out for passerbyers this time. Sigh, I went to walk away. I didn't really need him to listen out for me, I could hear just fine, maybe even better than Levi. I only took one step, when I felt my arm tugged backwards. I looked back down at Levi, who held my hand in a death grip. Masky. I scoffed, when he again said nothing else. We didn't have time for this. I started to pry his hand off. Finally free, I started searching the shelves for my mask. I will admit, these guys didn't leave it out in the opening like before. I was going to have to really search for it. Masky. I ignored him. I knew he wouldn't say anything more, except my name at this point. I was busy listening and searching for my missing mask. I was beginning to think that maybe I was wrong and they hadn't put my mask here after all. It was taking too much time to find it. Masky. What, Levi? I growled, frustrated, turning back to him. He was looking at something behind me. I turned to see what had his attention, but seen nothing. Watch out for them, he said, his eyes now moving frantically around the room, but seeing not the room, but something else. I didn't hear anyone near the room yet, so we were still safe. What do you see, Levi? I said, kneeling in front of him, indulging his unstable sanity. Woods, dolls. He rambled, not able to finish, reaching to grip my wrist as a source of comfort. I let him. The faceless man in the suit, he's coming to get me, don't let him get me. He finally continued, becoming panicked, scrambling to get closer to me, making too much noise. Levi. Levi. I said, sternly gripping his chin, and bring his face close to mine, silencing and stopping his panicked movements. Hush. I whispered, gazing into his eye-wide panicked eye. They were focusing a little. Hush. Everything is fine. I pecked his lips, never taking my eyes off him. Don't fight him, I said, nuzzling my face into the side of his neck. Levi sobbed silently, his hands never loosing their grip. I smirked as I nibbled on his ear. You're so beautiful, like Levi. I don't think I want to save your sanity, I mumbled, just enjoying another moment with my Levi. Absent-mindedly, I slipped my hand into my pocket, rolling that one pill around with my fingers. It wasn't too late to save his sanity. But why would I want to do that? Yeah, he was suffering at the moment, but I could get Slendy to fix that. Once all his sanity was gone, there wouldn't be a risk of him pushing me away. Not with the bond and trust that was forming between us. He knew, he needed me, now. Do you think they went in there? A irritating male voice, that belonged to one of the annoying people who brought us here, sounded outside the door. Maybe, said another. Prey trying to be predator, is what we like to call them. I gritted my teeth in annoyance, that my moment with Levi was interrupted. I quickly pulled him to the back of the room and had him sit against the far wall, in plain view, should they open that door. Stay here. I'll chase the monsters away, I said, caressing his cheek, trying to not add to his panic state. He nodded his understanding. Good. Not too far gone that he couldn't hear me. I smirked as I gripped a hammer, and made a shushing sound, when Levi stated, whimpering as I backed away from Levi, placing myself behind a shelf, near enough so I could still see him and the door. The door swung open and immediately, their eyes landed on Levi, who was sitting like a good boy. The two prey descended upon him immediately, not even bothering to look around the rest of the room. That's it? Take the bait, I smirked. Levi's POV. 1 minute I would be in the building being dragged down a hallway by Masky, then the next I would be back in the woods that had creepy dolls stuck in the wood of the trees, facing the faceless man. Every time I returned here, the faceless man would move closer and closer to me. The ripped skin that formed its mouth spread in a slight smile that showed his pointed teeth. He had not made a move anymore, now he just had his arms crossed, with one finger tapping in a slow rhythm, like he was waiting patiently for me to do something. It was creeping me out. I could still feel that Masky was holding my hand, but I couldn't see him. That terrified me. Masky, I called in slight whispered, not taking my eyes off the smiling faceless man. Hopefully, the sound of Masky's voice would snap me out of this. I'd rather be back in the hallway. I didn't get a reply. I don't want to be here. I sobbed. Not daring to move. It won't be long. The faceless man said, his voice accompanied by white noise. It's a game, you see. A game. I repeated. Who are you? I asked, trying to remember everything Alexis had told me about the creepypastas, but I was so scared I could even remember a single word. I believe this guy was the Slenderman. You are correct, child. I am the Slenderman. I gasped out, no longer holding my breath. I hadn't even noticed I stopped breathing till then. He tilted his head, as if studying me, even with no eyes. Your fear is delicious, I see why Masky likes you, the perfect gift. He stood silent for a moment, a pale white hand moving to his chin as if considering something. I see, that's too bad, maybe you are not worthy being around him, or us. He moved a step closer. Yes, Levi, Bonnie giggled somewhere in the darkness of the woods. You are delicious, Freddy joined her. I couldn't see them, but it seemed like their voices came closer with the Slenderman. I didn't want him anywhere near me. Stay awa dash. The words barely escaped past my mouth as I back away in a hurry. He grinned, and it looked menacing with all those pointed teeth and ripped skin. Don't worry, child, no matter what he chooses, I will break you quickly. He chuckled. Masky. I called for him again. I wanted him to snap me out of this. Yes, soon we will see Masky too, Bonnie said, full of glee. What, Levi? Came his reply, but he sounded too far away. I had to let him know about this new threat. They were going to go after him next. Watch out for them, I said, gulping as Bonnie and Freddy started laughing. Ah, Bonnie cooed. Isn't that sweet, Freddy said. What do you see, Levi? That's right, he couldn't see what I was seeing. My eyes were trying to watch everything. I flinched when I noticed the Slenderman was gone. I looked around me, spinning in a circle, before I spotted him. He was bending down to my level, grin still on his face. Tell him, child, tell him, what you see. I grabbed my head as the white noise got worse, the more they continued to talk. This was too much. Too much. Too much. Too much, too much, too much, too much. Slenderman's POV. I tapped my chin in thought as we watch Masky and the child from Smile Dog's laptop. Hoodie sat beside me, holding Masky's mask, watching intently to every movement they made. Masky had not yet decided to save the child's sanity. Maybe he preferred him like us. Not that I would make Levi a proxy, he was useless to me. I would only gift him if Masky decided he wanted him in the end. I caught LJ and Jeff eyeing me, so I tilted my head toward them in a silent question. I didn't want to miss everything that was about to happen with Masky and the child. I found this better than those horrible television shows Toby and LJ liked to watch. You're terrifying, LJ complimented. Fuck, Slendy. Is that really how you torture your victims? Jeff asked. I turned my head back, thought he screamed. The child is too timid. Hoodie acknowledged. I nodded. What the hell does that mean? Jeff grunted, returning his attention back to the screen. It means Slendy isn't even trying to scare him. Ben said. Masky hasn't given him the pill. The kid's psyche is fragile at the moment. Slendy would break him at this moment if he was trying. So, Masky's letting him descend into madness. LJ chimed in. That sounds correct. Smile Dog said. Toby chewed on one side of his cheek. So what happens if he chooses to not give the K-kid the PP pill? He asked. I straightened my posture to look at them all, crossing my arms. He will no longer exist, sanity-wise. Slendy will break him, and leave him as a doll, to help ensure that Masky will know the kid will never leave this forest. Hoodie mumbled, focused on the screen. So, we're waiting to see if Masky trusts him. Sally asked, from my lap. I nodded. If he gives the kid the pill, he will be spared from the sickness, but will live with us. Ben said, no longer interested in Masky's predicament, but the shiny EV on his 3DS. If Masky trusts him not to run, Slendy will let the kid keep his sanity. He will be able to travel with Masky, instead of being a mindless doll. Oh, Sally said, catching on. I hope Masky trusts him. Levi is fun to play with, she said, shifting in my lap and getting comfortable. I slapped L.J's approaching hand away, catching him in the act of trying to poke Sally in the side. Then returned my attention back to the screen. I too was curious what fate Masky would choose for the child. Better than any soap opera. Chapter 18. Levi's POV. Stay here. I'll chase the monsters away. I could hear Masky's voice say this to me. I could feel his hands guide me to somewhere, and sat me down next to a large tree. I could no longer see him. My world was stuck in this forever dark woods. I was surrounded by nothing but trees. The Slenderman had long ago disappeared when Masky's voice had broke through the darkness, giving me something to hold onto. I was trying to do exactly what he told me to do. I was trying to sit as still as possible, against the tree he had placed me at. Levi, Freddy's voice called, from somewhere in the darkness. Where are you? Bonnie's voice followed after him. No, none. I mumbled quietly to myself, covering my eyes and shaking my head. This was not happening. I was in a building with Masky. I knew this. Yet, why was I in a forest surrounded by darkness? Oh, Freddy, I do believe he's hiding from us, Bonnie fake pouted. My body stiffened. I could hear them moving around and searching for me. I pressed myself closer to the tree. I was trying to blend in, so they would find me. He's around here somewhere. We'll find him. I caught a glimpse of them walking toward me. I moved my eyes quickly to try and find if there was somewhere else I could hide. No, Masky said to stay. He would chase the monsters away. I stayed where I was, trusting Masky, even though I wanted to run. I was choosing to trust Masky. Levi, come out, Bonnie called in a sing-song tone. They came closer, Freddy being the first to come into clear view, then Bonnie, emerging from the darkness. Stalking toward me, slowly. They knew where I was now. They could see me now. There you are, Freddy said, reaching for me. Naughty Levi, Bonnie tsked. Please no. I begged, shrinking away from their touch. You're ours now, Freddy said, grabbing my arm tightly and dragging me to my feet. I struggled and screamed, begging for Masky to hurry up and save me. Be a good boy and behave now, Bonnie shushed, tightening her grip on my other arm. No. I struggled harder. I don't want to go with you. They laughed at my efforts and started dragging me away from the spot Masky had told me to stay. I didn't stop struggling though, until suddenly, I saw Masky's form flash behind Freddy, holding a hammer in his hand. He saw me and smirked, as I watched him bash Freddy's head in, releasing me from his grip. I turned my head away as blood splattered on my face. Bonnie shrieked in surprise and anger, and her grip loosened as she turned her attention to where Masky had been, but he was already vanishing from this dark forest I was trapped in, leaving me here. While Bonnie was distracted, I yanked my arm from her grasp and took my chance to make a run for it. And where do you think you're going? She screeched, as she took chase after me. I didn't look back. I had to find my way from this darkness. I had to beat this slender sickness somehow. I had to find my way back to Masky. I could no longer hear him, but if he could somehow appear and disappear from this dark forest, then I could surely find my way out. Masky's POV. The two facility workers had taken the bait. As soon as they saw Levi, they immediately stalked their way over to him. My poor Levi was just sitting there, like a good boy, mumbling to himself, not seeing the dangerous spot I had set him in. I almost felt bad that I was letting the slender sickness eat away at his sanity. I briefly wondered how much longer Levi even had, until his sanity was truly gone. I needed to get him to Slendy before it was all gone. That way he could make Levi a proxy, and he would be forced to forever stay by my side. It was the only way, since I had failed to make him remember. Quietly I sneaked behind one of the men who had already grabbed my Levi, and readied my hammer. Gotcha! You little piece of shit. Levi, to his credit, did react to their touch, struggling to get away. Don't cause us any trouble, the other said, also grabbing Levi and pulling him to his feet. No. No, 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 no. He struggled harder. I don't want to go with you, Levi shouted, redoubling his efforts in trying to get away. He stopped momentarily and looked directly at me as I angled myself to take out one of the men that had hold of him. Seeing that he saw me, I gave him a small smirk to reassure him. He looked so gorgeous, covered in the blood of my victims. The other guy jerked away in surprise, giving Levi an opportunity to yank his arm out of the other prey's grip, and ran out of the room. Get back here, you fucking dash, the living prey shouted, as he looked in the direction that Levi ran in, giving me enough time to end his life too, and not finishing his insulting words. Not that they mattered anyway. Unlike last time, these two had not radioed in that they had caught us, so I would let Levi run free in this building, and pick off the rest of the living facility members. I'm sure Levi is more than likely running from the slender sickness and darkness eating away his sanity, than the dangers of this place, or me. The sooner that he stopped running from the sickness, and accept his fate, the horrors that he was experiencing would end, and then all he would have to worry about was just me and him. I would finally have someone in my life that didn't make me feel like a monster. Have you heard from Jeremy and Mike yet? Negative, sir. I rolled my eyes at the passing conversation, nearing the room, cracking the stiffness out of my neck. I pushed those thoughts away. Time to get to work, I mumbled, walking out the door. It's been a while since I have killed without my mask, but if I can replace it later. As I exited the room, I thought I saw the yellow hoodie that Hoodie liked to wear, but it was gone in a flash. I decided to let it be. If Hoodie was here, he was here to help and nothing else. I had other things to worry about at the moment. Slenderman's POV. I had barely noticed that Hoodie was no longer watching the outcome with Levi and Masky anymore. He had sneaked out and we were not too sure when exactly he had left or where he was going. Not really wanting leave the show on Smile Dog's laptop, I decided that whatever Hoodie was doing, he obviously wanted to be alone. Despite his disassociation with emotions, he deeply cared for Masky as a brother. Ever since Masky has brought the child home, Hoodie has been wanting Masky to hurry up and finish whatever his goal was for Levi. If I had to guess, I would say he was going to the facility. I thought about stopping him, but why mess up a good show? Found him, Smile Dog said, pointing his paw at the right bottom corner of the screen. What the hell is he up to? Jeff scoffed. Maybe we should go join in the fun, Jeffy, smiled LJ, who was about to pop out of the room and take Jeff with him. Do it, clown, and I'll make you go to sleep, Jeff growled, grabbing hold of the front of LJ's outfit, threatening him with his knife. Kidding, LJ said, immediately at seeing how very reluctant Jeff was to participate in his fun idea. I agreed with Jeff. No one else needed to leave and interfere with Masky and the child. Seeing the Jeff had LJ reined in and the clown would not be leaving to cause trouble, I turned my full attention to the screen. Hoodie was skulking through the facility building, not drawing attention to himself. He was wearing Masky's masks. I wondered slightly what he was planning to do by wearing the mask. He passed by Masky, trying to stay out of sight. It became clear that he was looking for the child, who was running around blindly through the building. He was trapped in the darkness of the sickness, and I must say that he was doing very well at protecting the last of his sanity. Although, I must admit I was holding it back just a bit, I was trying to condition his brain to rely on Masky's presence. I didn't want to destroy without Masky making the decision. There was still time. They have had 24 since they were caught. At sunset, I would make the decision should Masky still be undecided. Hoodie had found the child now, but was not letting him see him. He was silently guiding the boy to the exit. Clearing the path for him, with the help of a pipe he must have picked up somewhere. I tapped my chin. Was Hoodie helping? That was out of the ordinary for him. Hoodie only helped if it involved a group killing. The child was close to the exit, and Masky was well on his way to cleaning the facility of its filth. Hoodie had the child cornered now. Still wearing Masky's mask. They were facing each other. The child was talking to Hoodie. Hoodie shook his head once, before removing Masky's mask and dropping it on the floor. The child moved away from him, at the sight of Hoodie's red-stitched frowning mask. We could see the child's eyes widen at the sight of Hoodie, covered in blood. He stalked toward the child, and the child backed up with each step Hoodie took, till his back hit the wall. Hoodie didn't seem to mind, if his body language was anything to go by. I was deeply interested in his plan though, as he quickly grabbed the boy by the hair, and started dragging the boy out of the facility. However, before he left, he purposely stepped in a blood puddle, leaving bloody footprints, as he took the boy. We lost visual after that. Seeing that there wasn't much to see now, I got up, stretching my muscles. Even though I was sure Masky could handle with what pests were still in the facility. Now that there was nothing left to see on those cameras, I needed to prepare for whatever decision Masky would make for the child. I was curious in Hoodie's actions. It's very rare for him to go rouge like that. Oh well, the child was his problem till Masky can catch up. Levi's POV. I didn't know where I was going, but this time I could not ignore my fight or flight instincts. I couldn't stop running. If I stopped, I knew that I would be doomed. Every now and then I would look over my shoulder. Sometimes I think I could see a glimpse of Masky's mask, peering at me from the darkness. That was impossible though, as Masky did not have his mask these last few hours. I could still hear Bonnie's shrieking voice, that seemed to multiply the further I seemed to run from her. She was following me. I stopped only when I came face to face with nothing but darkness, no trees, just darkness. I didn't want to go into the darkness. I couldn't step in the darkness. The darkness was bad. I had barely noticed that Bonnie's shrieking had stopped. Afraid, are you? I turned around at breakneck speed, coming face to face with Masky's mask. Did that mean Masky somehow got his mask back? Behind him, I could see the corpse of Bonnie at his feet, a puddle of blood leaking from her head. This Masky was not dressed like my Masky. He wore a yellow hoodie, black gloves, and carried a bloody pipe. Masky? I asked, hopefully. He shook his head. A black-gloved hand reaching and taking off his mask, revealing a void of black within the hoodie, with red stitches forming eyes and a frowning face. I am Hoodie, he said, voice monotone, dropping Masky's mask, letting it sink into the surrounding darkness. And you are Levi. Nice to meet you again, he said, walking toward me. Every step he took, I took a step back. Not wanting him to get close. I am Masky's friend. He was different from Masky, he seemed more lethal than Masky. My back hit something, but I could not bring myself to turn around to see what was stopping my escape from this guy, Hoodie. I accept that Masky does not want you dead yet, and your darkness is delightfully delicious. He stopped advancing just a foot in front of me and grabbed a handful of my hair. Out of reflect I reached for that hand to try and get him to let go. But I am not emotionally inclined to keep you alive, like Masky. He said. Try not to tempt me. He said, turning around. Before walking, he purposely stepped into the puddle of blood, pooling around Bonnie, then continued to drag me with him. He said nothing else after that. He seemed to be able to see things I couldn't, as he was walking, then stopping, acting like he was using something hide his presence, but all I could see was darkness. I gasped from breath even though he had us walking a sedated pace. I was so scared that I was fighting gone hyperventilating, that was why I was gasping. WWWHE. I tried to ask. Quiet. Hoodie said, looking from side to side, before taking a right. It felt like we entered a vortex for a split second. Before he took another right, the darkness started receding a little, slowly turning into night, which started to reveal a path. We were following a path this whole time. I stopped wanting to fight his hold, when I seen that at the end of that path was Masky's cabin. You should be feeling slightly better now, he said, as we approached the cabin door. He let go of my hair and opened the door, and it was like everything that was plaguing my mind vanished and I could see things as they really were for the first time. I didn't hesitate to step into the cabin. It felt like sanctuary, from the horrors that seemed to want to haunt me ever since I attempted to leave Masky's side. Go lay down, Hoodie instructed, pointing a gloved hand toward my bed in the corner of the living area. You must be tired. I slowly walked to the bed, keeping an eye on Hoodie, as he placed his pipe against the wall. He looked my way one more time to make sure I was indeed going to my bed, before he went to the kitchen. He may have helped me escape the darkness and Bonnie, but by no means did I trust him. He wasn't Masky, and he had no reason to keep me alive. He had said so himself. However, he was right when he said, I must be tired. The bed was so inviting, and I just wanted to go to sleep. I sighed at the comfort just sitting on the bed brought. I groaned when white noise started sounding my head once again. It hurt more than any other time. I guess coming back here did not mean I was cured. Don't go to sleep, Hoodie said from the kitchen, messing with something I could not see. I looked at him confused, biting back another groan at the white noise ringing in my head. Sleeping will make it worse, he warned. Was he talking about the slender sickness? But I really wanted to go to sleep. It felt like I haven't slept for days. The darkness will return, he said, as if he sensed my thought. Fight a little longer. Okay, so no sleeping. No sleeping. I found my teddy bear, that Sally had given to me, and decided that this one time I would not be hold to my pride or dignity at being seen, holding it for comfort. I had no pride or dignity left. I did not know how much time in silence passed, but I jumped and yelped at suddenly looking up to see Hoodie, standing in front of me and grabbing my hair once more. Pulling me off the bed, he positioned me to where I was kneeling in front of him. He stood behind me, using his one free hand to pull something from his pocket. Cold metal pressed against my throat. I didn't have to look to know it was a knife. He's almost here, Hoodie mumbled. Time to go back to the darkness. The white noise not only started up in my head, but static filled my vision, taking my hearing and my sight all at once. It was almost like whatever was keeping me stable and in the cabin had let me go. I found myself falling, but into the world filled with darkness. Surrounded by nothing but tree with dolls sticking from them. Not again. I almost whines, dreadfully, as I looked around. Masky's POV. It felt so good to be covered in blood. So fun to watch the life disappear from the eyes of my prey. A few times I could see Levi's green eyes, and imagined how they would look upon me, when I found him again, covered in blood. I planned on picking him up and coating him with the blood that covered me, and carry him back to my bedroom in Slender Mansion. I would toss him on my bed and take him, just as the last of sanity vanished. He would call out my name. I grinned, as I watched the pest before me fall to the floor, coating the facility's white floor red. Levi should be somewhere. I haven't heard him scream from fright recently. It put me on edge and I forced to ignore those delightful thoughts, till I found him. Maybe I will punish him a bit too, for making me search for him. As I walked down the second floor hallway I started noticing bodies that I had not killed. So Hoodie had decided to help. Maybe he had Levi. I narrowed my eyes at that thought. Hoodie had no emotions. He would not feel obligated to protect Levi, even if we were close. I came across a room that had my mask laying in the middle of the floor, with the body of one of the many pests that lingered in this facility. I had my suspicions now, as to how my mask ended up here. I looked around the room just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, before I actually went in to get my mask. Upon picking it up, there was a little note written in the inside of my mask, and I quickly recognized it as Hoodie's handwriting. Confirming my suspicions, cabin, was all it said. I put my mask on. Hoodie was treading on dangerous waters now. He knew no one was to touch Levi without my consent first. Levi was mine. There was no reason for him to take Levi away from here. I had everything under control. Hoodie knew I wasn't beyond taking violent measure with him. It wouldn't be the first time me and him had been on opposing sides. I started walking toward the exit on the first floor, ending the life of pests that were still alive and sought death. I didn't linger like I had been doing. As a proxy, I knew even if it was Hoodie who had Levi, that it would be unwise to actually trust any of them with Levi, in such a vulnerable condition. Stepping outside was like stepping free from a cage. By this time I was left with only one weapon now, one knife. Instead of enjoying the moment and the night air, I went straight to the closest trail in the wood to transport myself back to our woods. I did not put my weapon down. As I headed straight for the cabin, I would not hesitate to use this on Hoodie if I had to. I decided I didn't care to check to see if any more of my fellow proxies was around assisting Hoodie. I could care less at this moment. Levi was mine. Hoodie, I said, keeping my voice even and calm, but Hoodie probably already knew how pissed off I was. He had Levi, on his knees in front of him, hand gripping his hair, exposing his throat, with a knife's blade pressed against it. My poor Levi was still trapped in the darkness of the slender sickness. Masky, Hoodie greeted, not acknowledging my silent anger. Not even fazed that I had my knife ready. What do you think you're doing? I demanded. You are taking too long. He answered. I, like the others, have grown impatient. All prey must die. Levi is dash I started to say. Prey. He interrupted me. Not proxy material. Doesn't matter. I countered. He's mine. To do with as I please. Wrong. Hoodie corrected, voice carrying no emotion. I was jealous that by becoming a proxy Hoodie was able to disassociate himself from what was left of his humanity. He is Slendy's. To do with as he sees fit. We execute any and all prey. He pressed the knife slightly into Levi's exposed throat, drawing a few drops of blood. Hoodie, I said, warning. Levi's body stiffened. Masky, I'm here, Levi, I said, hoping he could still hear me past the darkness of his mind. Masky, Hoodie said, returning me attention back to him. Stop acting like prey. ITSKED. I am not acting like prey. I objected. He tilted his head. He makes you act weak, it is unbecoming of a proxy. He said, knife pressing further into Levi's throat. Hoodie, I growled. I wanted to walk over there and push him away from my Levi. Then why are you not taking action? Hoodie questioned. If you care about him, you would walk over here and take him from me. My eyes widened. But, instead you stand there you scared like the prey we kill. He continued, moving the knife away from Levi's throat. I felt myself breathing a little easier. If you want him, why have you not yet given him the pill in your pocket? If you're not going to save him, you need to just kill him. He doesn't remember, I don't think I want him to remember. Like this, he knows that he needs me. I said, my hand automatically going to play with the pill in my pocket. You are the last person I would expect to understand. I said. Hoodie nodded. You're right. I don't. He pulled Levi to his feet, knife back at his throat. But I do know that as a proxy. We enjoy the hunt, the chase. We have him where you want him. He has no family to turn to, and no friends. We killed them. So, you need to decide what his fate will be. He said, guiding Levi past me and to the door that I had left opened. I knew that if I lunged at this moment for Levi, Hoodie would slit his throat. Levi was starting to panic, his eye moving unfocused, watering and moving widely, seeing things we couldn't. Or Slendy will decide for you. He said, as Levi started attempting to escape his hold. He let him go. Levi made a mad dash into the forest. Levi! I called after him. Before I ran after him I took a moment to punch Hoodie in the face before chasing after him. Levi's POV. This was not like the other times, the darkness was just a void of blackness now, and the thing that made me even more scared was the Slenderman, who was waiting for me in the darkness. He was standing right beside me, and when I went to move away from him, he placed a pale white hand on my shoulder to keep me in place. I froze at his touch. I was confused from the constant switching of my surroundings. Then meeting Hoodie and being dragged back to the cabin. Everything was so confusing. I didn't know what was real anymore. It is almost over. The Slenderman said, squeezing my shoulder slightly. Was it supposed to be in a comforting manner? Cautiously, I moved to push his hand away, and sighed with relief when he did not attack me for doing so. I don't care anymore, just let me go. I said, putting more space between us. Let me be with Masky. I added mentally. It is good. That you want to be with Masky, he said, letting put as much distance between us. But does he know that you wish to be with him? What? Look around. He said, gesturing at the void of darkness around us. I looked around, bringing my arms up to hug myself, at the sight that there was nothing here to hide behind or use as a weapon if I needed. This is your mind. He said, after I was silent for a few moments. There's nothing here. I said. Wrong. There is something here. He pointed to me, with a long white finger. You are the last of piece of your sanity, before I devour the last. Stop it! I shouted, covering my ears up. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you want from me? The Slenderman sighed, before bending at the waist to my level, coming face to face with me. I immediately backed up more. You are the last of your sanity. The only way to save you is up to Masky, you have to tell him. I plan to, after dash. After will be too late, Masky is already choosing to not save you. Slenderman said. No. I shouted, backing away even further from him. Liar. I spat, turning and running into the void, away from him. You can run, child, but you can't outrun the sickness. I heard him say. After a few minutes, I looked over my shoulder to see that he was not going to chase me, but I did not stop running. I needed to find Masky. I had to get back to him and convince him to save me. I didn't want to succumb to the slender sickness. I would keep running till I found Masky. I would keep fighting. I made myself ignore the fact that I had willingly ran into the dark void. If I was to take what the Slenderman said to heart, then, at this moment I was in my head. That this was not real. I had to find a way out of my head. That means that in reality that, I could be anywhere. I could be further from Masky than I actually knew. Hoodie was probably moving me further from Masky. Ugh, wake up. Wake up, I said, pinching at my arms. When nothing happened. When everything just stayed as it was, could feel the tears start leak from my eyes. I didn't want to be stuck here. I needed to let Masky know that I remembered him. That I had feelings for him. Something started moving behind me. I didn't look back. I just knew it was the Slenderman, or it was whatever monster the slender sickness could create, coming to finish me off. I could trust anything here. In front of me a tunnel of light started to come into view. Masky! I cried out, running faster toward the light. Diving into it just as something wrapped around my waist. No! I cried, my head hitting something hard, before darkness overtook me. Chapter 19. Slenderman's POV. Hoodie was waiting for me in the cabin, sitting at the table, mask off and holding a rag against his nose. He looked my way with dead eyes, before removing the rag away from his face, testing to make sure the bleeding had stopped. Sighing, I took a seat opposite him, and looked around the cabin. This was a place I had for my proxies. They could come here if they got tired of living in the mansion and needed a break from the others. Or this place was used to store prey, that they wanted to kill on a later date. Masky had asked for permission to use the cabin to house the child, till he could decide what he wanted to do to him. Interested, I had agreed. Briefly, I wondered why Hoodie had decided to stand against Masky tonight. It has been years since he and Masky had gotten into a disagreement. I knew Hoodie would soon answer my unspoken question, so I silently waited. The boy does not belong here. He finally spoke. I tilted my head in question and crossed my arms over my chest. I already knew the child did not belong here. It was why at this moment his sanity was slowly slipping away. The others and I, we are growing impatient. It is hard to ignore something that needs to die. Especially, after being marked by the slender sickness. We hunger for the death of Masky's human prey. He said, explaining his actions. I leaned back in my chair and thought about what he said. Yes, we all held desire to see the human child suffer and dead, but that was only because he was human. Now, that I thought about it though, everyone has been on edge since the boy had been brought here. Each one of my proxies doing something that would bring them closer to the child. It was why I had told Masky there would be no punishment if any of the others killed the boy for him. A human cannot live here. Hoodie stated. I looked him in the eyes, nodding for him to continue. Masky needed to know this. Now, I got it. Hoodie could sense everyone's want and need to spill the boy's blood and had come to warn Masky in the only way he knew how. Just being a good friend. If I had a mouth I think I would be smiling. Masky's POV. I chased after Levi, not wanting to waste any more time, and tired of all this running around. Everything was going all wrong and it was beginning to not only annoy me, but anger me as well. It did not help that when I finally caught up to him, I found him, on the ground with the rake, standing over him, dripping drool on him. I could not contain myself and let all my anger out on the rake. Punching him and kicking him in the face. Levi was mine. My violent actions toward Rake caused him to run away without much of a problem, leaving me alone with what was mine. Levi laid on the ground unconscious. Upon a closer inspection, I noticed that his skin was getting paler than what it should be. He was starting to succumb to the slender sickness. I picked him up and carried him over my shoulder in a fireman's hold and started my journey home. I was not going back to the cabin. No, for his final moments, before all of him was gone. I wanted to take him to the mansion, where I would keep him, once the slender sickness has done its job. It wasn't too far of a walk. Levi was actually very close to the mansion. It explained why the rake had attacked Levi. Approaching the mansion, I opened one of the doors and let myself in. I could hear Toby in the kitchen, talking with EJ. Both were just having a casual chat about their next kill. Not hearing L.J.'s laugh, or Jeff swearing, I guessed that the two were off hunting. That was for the best. I did not announce my presence, as I wanted to have Levi all to myself, with no interruptions. Climbing the stairs, I tiptoed past Sally's room, upon hearing her playing behind the closed doors. Finally in my room, I let out the breath I did not know I was holding as I closed my door, locking it, and laid Levi in the middle of my bed. He started groaning in his sleep and I couldn't help but smile. "SHH, my Levi. It will be over soon." I cooed, stroking a few stray hairs away from his closed eyes. "You will be with me forever." Taking off my mask, I leaned in close to him. My mind wandered to the life I was forcing on him. To live the rest of his life as a living doll. My hand drifting to the pill, that was still in my pocket. I would give it to him if it meant I wouldn't lose him. However, I knew that would never be. "Oh, Levi." I sighed, leaning closer. "If only you had remembered me, we would have had such an amazing time together." On impulse, I closed the distance and softly kissed his lips. I was not going to make it a long kiss, however, I swear. I felt him react and I instinctively deepened the kiss, roughly pressing closer to him. One more kiss, before I destroyed him forever. Levi's POV. My head was killing me and I did not want to open my eyes. I couldn't really remember anymore why I was fighting to leave this place. The darkness surrounding me was starting to feel very comfortable, but there was just something bothering me. Before I settled into the darkness, wasn't I supposed to do something? I was fighting to leave for a reason, right? I wasn't so sure anymore. I was more comfortable than I have ever been at the moment. All I wanted to do was go to sleep, and never wake up. The darkness beneath me shifted slightly, as if weight was being added, but that was impossible. I was most certain that I was the only one here. "Be with me forever." That sounded like Masky's voice. What was he doing here, in the darkness? After a minute of thinking it over, it hit me. I was supposed to be trying to get to Masky and tell him something. I have forgotten what I was supposed to tell him. "Oh, Levi, if only you had remembered." That's it? I was supposed to tell him I remembered something. Man, this was frustrating. Something soft pressed against my lips and it felt amazing. I found myself searching for the softness, but it soon turned rough. Yet electrifying. Then it left, and that was just not fair. The weight that made the darkness shift was easing away, leaving me. Leaving me alone, but I wasn't done. "Come back." I want to say. But the words made no sound. "Come back. Come back, come." I felt myself moving upward, like moving through heavy water, moving toward the surface. "Back." Finally, the words left my lips, in a whisper. Levi." Masky's voice finally reached my ears. "Come back," I said again. My eyes snapped open and I could finally see. "Masky," I mumbled. He was hovering over me, his mask off. I was pleased to see that he had yet to find his mask, so that he couldn't hide his handsome face from me. His eyes were such a deep brown. I wanted to drown in them forever. I relaxed seeing that I was no longer in the presence of his friend, Hoodie. Feeling safer in Masky's presence, I let my eyes wander. The room had changed. This was not the cabin, where Hoodie had taken me. I was in a different place, a different room. On a different bed. It was a nice room. Unlike the rooms in the cabin, it felt sort of lived in. It made it more comforting than the cabin. I was still slightly confused as to where this room was. I mean, after waking up in a locked room, that was all white, to now, could you blame me? Where are we? I asked, not moving at all. I was afraid this might be a trick of the darkness. Of the sickness. My room, in Slender Mansion, your new home, he said, placing his mask on his face. I frowned. Where had he gotten that from? It was hiding his face now. I whimpered as incredible pain shook my head, my vision going double and my breathing becoming erratic. He cupped my cheek with one of his hands, running a thumb over my lips. He brought his face close, and cradled his face in the crook of my neck and inhaled. My face started burning up. Masky, please. I mumbled, gripping his wrist. No, Levi. He shushed me again. Just lay still. Let's spend your final moment, with me gazing into your eyes, a peaceful moment before you can no longer respond to me. He mumbled, the nose of his mask cold against my skin. But, Masky. I mumbled pleadingly, very quickly taking a breath to calm myself down, and breathing in Masky's scent. A musky and metallic fragrance mixed together. I now know why I needed you here. He went on, ignoring me, trying to get his attention. You are mine. Have always been mine. You were made for me. I will keep you here forever. I will be your monster, and you are my helpless prince. Forever trapped by my side. He growled the last part. Masky, I. Forever, my Levi. He growled, maneuvering himself so that he was straddling me and gripping my upper arms in a painful grip, keeping them trapped to the bed. I want you now. Masky, I stopped mid-sentence as another wave of pain erupted in my head. Masky waited for it to pass before he continued to nuzzle my neck. Wait, I said, breathing through the pain. I remember. You won't remember a thing. It's okay. Shush now. He shushed me. Fear ran through me as I finally grasped the severity of my situation. It was now or never. I didn't want to lose my sanity. I wouldn't be me then. No. I remember everything from before. I said, raising my voice. I started trying to wiggle underneath him and get him to pay attention to my words, before I was taken to the darkness by the slender sickness again. I could feel myself slipping. My vision was becoming fuzzy and the pain was too much to bear at this moment. Stay still, he growled out, getting quickly annoyed. No. Please, Masky, I remember everything. About the facility. We've met before this. I shouted. Masky stilled at my words. I stilled as well, catching my breath. He stared down at me through the mask, for a moment, before ripping it off his face. What are you talking about? He demanded. The loudness of his voice made my head hurt and I winced in pain. We have met before all this. I said, slowly. He narrowed his eyes at me. We were both in that facility once before. It was when we first met. I continued. He laid his mask next to my head, eyes still narrowed, and brought his face close to mine. You could be lying. Do you have proof you're not just trying to protect yourself? He huffed, immediately going back to the Masky I was used to seeing. However, I was backed into a corner. I did not have proof that I was not just trying to save myself. That I was not just running my mouth. What can I say? I asked, as another wave of pain hit me. Just let it take you. You will be safe with me. He said, dismissively, already deciding to ignore me. No. Masky. I do remember. There was something different in the facility this time. I said, hurriedly. Leaned back closer to my face. What was different, my Levi? He asked in a deadly low voice, that sent shivers down my spine. Shit. I didn't really pay attention. I was just running my mouth. Think brain, think. I was scrambling through my messed up memories, trying to remember any little detail. Couch, bed, bathroom, all white wall and floors. Wait. The clock? I thought so, he mumbled. After I did not replay for a moment, there was a slight disappointment in his voice, reaching for his mask again. Clock. I shouted, hurriedly. There was no clock this time. He paused. That's right, he said, forgetting the mask and instead decided to stretch his body on top of mine, planting a soft kiss on my jawline. What type of clock, Levi? His eye stayed trained on mine. What type of clock? What type of clock? A bookshelf was placed against the wall to my right. Across from me was an ivory couch with a digital clock above it. The angry red numbers on it drew my attention. 23 hours 21 minutes and 46 seconds. It was counting down. That's right. There was clock. It was a clock with red numbers. It was counting down. I said, hurriedly. Masky could save me. Had to get him to save me. Yes. He said, his kisses started leading up from my jawline to my mouth, but instead of kissing my lips one more time he stopped. My smart Levi. What was the clock counting down from? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips. 24 hours. I answered, smashing my lips against his, not waiting for him to come to me. We kissed for a long time, before it was broken by me screaming in pain. My vision was leaving me. Please, don't make me go. I pleaded to him, breathless. I want to stay here with you. Masky's POV. He remembered. I was so happy that he remembered. That he wanted to be here with me. My hand went back to my pocket for what seemed like the 1000th time. I could give it to him. He was pleading for me to save him. To let him stay. I wondered briefly, if he realized that if I let the slender sickness do its job, he would be with me no matter what. He had yet to break eye contact, and I found myself feeling more obligated to give him the pill. I started feeling something warm bloom in my chest, and my heart speeding up. I would give him the pill. I kissed his lips, that were slightly parted, due to him gasping in pain. Are you sure, my Levi? I asked, bring the pill up so he could see it. He didn't even look at it. He kept his eyes trained on me. Yes. I want to be with you and you only. I held feeling for since our first adventure in the facility. He said, nodding his head. I smiled, brought the pill closer to his mouth and he opened those gorgeous lips wider, so I could feed him the pill. I place a kiss on his forehead, before I actually let him have to pill. Okay. I said. I got off of him as he swallowed. The moment he swallowed, I felt when Slenderman teleported into my room, just behind me, as I moved away from the bed. Levi started screaming in absolute terror, as the black tentacles from Slenderman's back slither onto the bed and surrounded him. They wrapped around his struggling body and held him down, the one stabbed itself into his chest, and two others coiled itself around his neck, squeezing only a little, and around his eyes blinding him. Slenderman did not release him till Levi stopped moving. Now that Levi had taken the pill, his body was dying, and all Slenderman had to do was change him. He may not be a proxy, but he would belong to us. To Slenderman. To me. Mine. Levi's POV. I do not know what happened after I swallowed that pill. All I know is that it felt like I separated from my body and lost consciousness as black tentacles choked me. So, when I opened my eyes, I was relieved to see that I was still in Masky's room. On Masky's bed. When I sat up, I noticed that my head was clear. There was no pain, or fuzzy vision. The slender sickness was gone. I never thought I could feel so relieved before in my life. For some reason that I could not comprehend, I found my hands rubbing at my chest, where my heart was beating in a steady slow rhythm. I felt like I should see a wound there or something, but was glad that there was none. Masky had decided to save me. So, did that also mean he felt the same way I felt? I felt at my lips, which were sore from where I had smashed our lips together, in a desperate attempt to prove to Masky that I really and truly felt something for him. They felt bruised, but I didn't mind. I was just happy that Masky had saved me. Standing and looking down, I noticed that my clothes had been changed and there was a necklace around my neck. The pendant was a circle with X in it. The clothes looked like something that came out of my own closet back home. Masky must have changed my clothes while I was out, I concluded. I didn't know how to feel about that. No one has ever seen my naked, or in my underwear before. I was always too shy about my body. I guess it was okay if it was Masky. How do you feel? I turned at the sound of Masky's voice behind me, to find him, sitting in a wooden chair beside the other side of the bed. Were you watching me, sleep? I asked. I was still trying to get my bearings, and not know how I felt about that. Maybe. Even with his mask on, I knew he was smirking. Oh. I said. I looked away momentarily, before looking back at him. I couldn't believe he was wearing that stupid mask again. So, am I like you now? I asked. Yes. And no. He said, tilting his head to the side, as if deciding if he should explain or not. I wanted him to explain, especially after all the hell he put me through. You are not considered a proxy. You will not need to hunt. But you do belong to Slenderman. To me. You are no longer considered a human. So with that pendant around your neck, you will not be harmed by any other creature that lives here. He explained. So, does that mean, you like me, the same way I like you? I asked. He straightened in his chair and made a noise deep in his throat that to me sounded like nervousness. Yes. After the first incident in the facility, after I wiped your memories, I told Slenderman to mark you as taken. I watched over you for a week after that. Whoa. Hearing him say that out loud, I knew I probably should feel creeped out, but I couldn't. I was too busy doing a victory dance in my head. I was so happy, and at this moment I wanted to show him just how happy I was. So, I walked over to him, and slid into his lap. That's very creepy and possessive of you, you know. I said, slipping off the mask and tossing it onto the bed, where he could not go and get it. So that he would not cover his face back up. I loved his face. Oh. He smiled, wrapping his arms around me. I leaned down and smiled. Oh. I said, kissing him again, and with so much force, we tipped the chair over. That didn't bother us though, so we didn't just stop there. The end.